Hey everybody. How's it going? Sorry I had to start stream so late. My B. Apologies. What's up? Who's here? How's it going? How's everybody doing? Who's excited for a night of some stuff? I hope so. I hope so what? Who's here tonight? Hello, Forrest. Hello, Shane. Hello, Sponge. Hello, Ross. Kelkaan. How's it going? Wayne. Ghost. What's up, Tradosio? Howdy. Welcome to the show. Love to have you. You were only on time, and hello, I was only on time because you were late, so thanks. You're welcome. Anything I can do to help, you know? We're doing Homebrew review tonight, I think. You're here listening but fixing your arc, Faye? Nice. I hope you're making your arc, Faye, feel like an arc, Faye. That's the most important thing for it to do. What's up, Ace? What's up, Roop? How's everybody doing tonight? I hope you're doing well. First time catching a live stream? Welcome. I hope you're excited for some show. Mouth eyes? Yeah, it's true. I guess it is a thing here. Whose first day is it? Whose first stream is it? Is it your first day here? Answer me. The E is not silent. Rupe? Alright, Rupe. You missed the opportunity to submit yours for a few hours? Member back up then, my guy. Or submit something to Sunday. First time stream as a newly minted member. Exciting. Ghost, welcome for your first time. If it's your first time here, this is what they wanted me to show you. Why do you want me to show this to the new people? Why is this what they must see? I don't know. But it's what you want to show them. Because you're all a bunch of weirdos. You're all a bunch of friggin' weirdos. Oh, Tradosio gifting the 5 subs. Very cool. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Ooh. It's still Halloween-y. The lighting is a little brighter tonight. I hope you guys are okay with that. Just the volume a little bit here. Tradosio, thank you, buddy. I appreciate the support. Oh, don't listen. You think we're gonna get all sorts of Christmas when Christmas time comes. Don't you worry. But when the time is right, I love Christmas. I'm a big fan. You'll be the membership sugar daddy. You'll co-share with Crazy Moose. All right, fair. Legit. All righty. How was everybody's week? Tradosio had an unfortunate run-in. I hope everyone else is making it by. Tradosio, I hope you're able to find some silver lining amongst the unfortunates. Orca Ace, you got off just in time. Nice. Very nice. Do we want to do Halloween music tonight? Or do we want to save it for Sunday? Maybe we save it for Sunday. Maybe we save it for Sunday? I don't know. Not sure. Both days? All right, well, okay. I see a bunch of people want. Okay, here, fine. We'll keep it Halloweeny. Yeah, the memory stuff is the hardest stuff. Is the hardest part about losing stuff. Is the first thing, you know? I try very hard to have a sand mandala attitude towards all of that, where if something goes, it's gone and it's okay. But it's still rough losing your biggest. Yeah, losing your first set of dice is rough. That sucks. There's no fun. Allergies are kicking your butt. Must be some serious allergies. You saw my post on Discord? Oh, you saw their post on Discord. Yeah. Yeah. You've never lost a set of dice? You're very young, Ace. You've only just begun your journey into life. And I will say that one day you will lose many things, but hopefully that day is not today. Hopefully that day is not today. Do you guys want to see what the wheel looks like tonight? Or should we hold off for a minute? Hopefully you can at least get some of that back. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. You've only started your D&D journey? Hey, everybody's got to start somewhere. We're all beginners before we're not beginners anymore, you know? Cinder, what's making me tick today? I'm not really. I don't feel like I'm ticking that much today, if I'm being honest. I feel like I'm having a pretty tick-free day. Pinky in the brain. Or the tick, rather. What's worse is losing one dice in a set? I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. What are we doing today? Today we're going to be looking at Homebrew. Your Homebrew. And for people that are having their Homebrew reviewed tonight, if they are members of the channel, you can come on stream. We can talk together. Ooh, oh yes. My goodness, and what excitement that will be. I will say I don't own many dice in general. I have one bag of dice. I had some dice that were like gifted to me that I've lost over the years. But I basically now just have one big random bag of dice. It's very disrespectful dice section, I think. I don't think it's the most respectful of dices, but that's okay. Some of them were metal. Hey everyone. Glad to see you all. Just have a few minutes, so you thought you'd pop in and say hello, hello. Welcome. Let's take a look at the wheel for tonight, shall we? Boom! Oh, I forgot to put anything on it. All right, let's fill the wheel up, I guess. Do that first. Can you tell that I was a little slow to start stream tonight? Because I was taking care of some stuff. Anyway, boom! Here's the wheel. That's what it looks like. Now it's more of a wheel. Ooh. Oh, yes. What a wheel it is. And for folks that are watching, tomorrow we are doing our big Halloween homebrew day. So if you have any Halloween homebrew you want to share, the link is in the video description. Chat, where are you? You're here. Oh, I need to put you back in again. Oh, this. Okay, let's do. There we go. Get down there. Look at you. Then I could reshape myself a little. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Perfect. Like a glove. Like a glove. Anyway, hi. It's good to see you guys. Tomorrow, not Sunday? No, did I say tomorrow? I meant Sunday. I meant Sunday. Tomorrow is nothing. Tomorrow, maybe I'll do Baldur's Gate. Or probably I won't do anything, though. Probably I'll give myself a little bit of a time off. Just a little bit of a time off. Not a mountain of time off, just a little bit. Oh, shit. That's back? Let's deal with that immediately. How do... Yeah, fuck that. No. I mean, I'll have some sound, but wait, I don't want this to be any sound. Alright, I'm just turning all the sound off. I don't seem to be able to just... I don't think I'm able to just click off the ending anymore. I think that's a premium option. Either all or none. You guys know how I feel about the the wheel noise. Let's see what Milky has. Did I grab the right wheel? I think I grabbed the right stuff. Yeah, I did. Okay. Milk Boy sent a spooky spell again, I guess. You love the wheel noises? Well, isn't that great? Aren't you so happy? Aren't you such a wonderful guy to love the wheel noises? I just wanted to say love the shorts. It definitely help with thinking outside of the box. Thank you, Kristen. You missed them. You just heard a wheel noise. That was the first one you got to hear in ages. I see Milk Boy is in the thing. Let me see. Milk Boy, you're deafened and muted, so I'm not gonna... indicate to me that you're online somehow. You're not gonna hear me if I pull you into the screen, into the room. Alright, well... Milk Boy, I'll keep an eye on if you unmute or undeafen in Discord, but otherwise I'm gonna assume you're not here. We are looking at the Fantasm from our dear Milk Boy. I think there should be a magic item that's just a box. Whenever you're inside of the box, you have advantage on intelligence skill checks. That's funny. All right, Fantasm, level 6. It's a bonus action, range 90 feet, duration 1 minute, concentration. Let's see. Good night, Squid. Using wisps of shadow material, you create an illusory phantom within range that lasts for the duration. Oh, phantasm, excuse me. The phantasm appears different to each creature that can see it, reflecting that creature's deepest fears. Each creature other than you that starts their turn within 30 feet of the phantasm and can see it must succeed on a wisdom save or become frightened until the start of that creature's next turn. Additionally, when you cast the spell, you can make a melee spell attack against a creature within 5 feet of the phantasm. On a hit, the target takes some psychic damage. As a bonus action on your turn, you can move the phantasm up to 30 feet and repeat the attack against the creature within 5 feet of it. The spell ends if the phantasm is more than 300 feet away from you. Interesting. You're here now? All right, let me grab you. Hello, how's it going, buddy?
Here now?
Yes.
You gotta
Yes,
mute.
I was on.
You gotta mute the stream.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I got it.
How's it going, buddy?
Okay. I'm stressed. I procrastinated on an assignment.
So this is like spiritual weapon plus fear.
Yes.
Okay. It's an interesting idea for a spell. Is that the goal, or that's the whole thing? It's spiritual weapon plus fear, basically, right?
Yeah, I like the idea of illusion spells, because the illusion spells are really cool, but a lot of the ones that earn the game kind of just make an illusion that doesn't really do much. It does stuff, but mechanically they don't do a lot.
Okay. Yeah, I like it. I think I would say I don't even have a great deal of criticism. I think there's an argument to be made for, listen, like I think you could mess around with the dice a little bit in terms of how much damage it's doing or whether it's adding your spellcasting modifier. but I feel like it's pretty reasonable. I could also see this being an action spell. That's the other thing, is I could see it being an action to cast, bonus action to move around and do stuff with.
See, the thing is, if you do that, you're able to cast it as an action and then use it again on the same turn as a bonus action.
Okay.
And I thought that might be a bit too powerful. I think that's how Blade of Disaster works.
You could, yeah, I was gonna say you could say on subsequent turns. So that would be the way to solve that. Is you would just, instead of saying as a bonus action on your turn, you could say on subsequent turns on a bonus action you can But I mean, honestly, I don't even know if that matters, because it's not that crazy, right? Like for a 6th level spell, it's an area of frightened that lasts at most a round, and you know, as much damage as basically a 1st level spell. So I feel like it's probably okay for it to be that as a bonus action. Is it meant to be a convincing illusion? If it is, then there should probably be a way to make an investigation check to figure it out. Yeah, I could see an argument for that. Maybe throwing in there, treating it, because that is something that sort of more illusions have in common in that regard, where they can be bested with high enough investigation checks. I could see that for sure.
Yeah.
You could also go when you cast the spell and it's a bonus action. Yeah, exactly. I think you may need to specify the source of the fright, mechanically speaking. Could be totally off base, but I think it's...
The source is the phantasm.
Yeah, the source is the phantasm. The source is the glowy thing in the center. Maybe a wisdom save. The wisdom save, I think the wisdom save is against the frightened, but if you're doing something that's against an illusion, it's almost always an investigation check. Is this a little too close to other illusion damage spells? Phantasm Force, Phantasmal Killer. It is I see some similarities to them. Have you looked at either of those spells?
Yes, I have. Those those spells take root in the mind.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a physical illusion.
Mm-hmm.
It's physically there. It's shadow material.
Am I not signed in? Huh. One second. Sign me in.
I mean, you might want to.
No, I don't care.
Try to black out the screen so people don't see
they're not seeing shit. Don't worry about it. They see a bunch of little dots. Fine.
Thing is that
in case you guys can do something weird that I can't
Shadow
think of.
Blade also deals psychic damage, but it is also a physical illusion. So I feel like psychic damage does make sense.
Are people saying it shouldn't be psychic damage?
Yeah, Trad said that.
I think the argument for it not being psychic damage is the same argument for what you just said, which is that Phantasmal Force and Killer take place in the mind and yours does not. So,
True.
I think if you're going for it being, I think that there's something it could be, you know, but what other damage would it be? Like force damage, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know what other type of damage it would deal.
Yeah, I mean, I still think that to the point of thinking about how else it is differentiated from Phantasmal Force or Phantasmal Killer is worth thinking about, and I do think that you might not want this one to be a wisdom saving throw for that reason, because this isn't in the mind, it's an illusion. So maybe treat it more like an illusion, you know? That because if that is your goal, if your goal is to create a spell that sort of functions similarly to those ones but is more out in the open, I feel like that might be a way to make it feel more distinct in that way, but that's up to you to think about. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I kind of like it dealing psychic damage, though.
I'm not saying, okay, if you want to deal psychic damage, then fucking make it deal psychic damage. If that's the thing you're getting hung up on, then whatever. But I'm saying specifically I'm leaning more, I'm thinking more about the investigation thing. But again, it's your spell. I think in terms of balance, it's fine. I don't think it's dramatically too intense in any direction.
Which level is good level for it?
Yeah, I might throw in there that, like, if a creature succeeds on the save, then it just won't affect them anymore. Maybe. Just because it's a lot stronger than fear in that way that it's essentially 10 rounds of they're going to make that saving throw every single round, where like the normal spell fear or any of those.
That is not how I meant that.
What do you mean?
I meant it like I should reword it the first time that a creature starts its turn. Wait, no. I wrote this a while ago. Never mind.
What are you trying to say, my guy?
I don't know.
Okay, well, what I was saying was that if this spell is like a radius effect and creatures that continue to be too close to it continue to be affected by it, which is the way that I think you wrote it because it's just one turn each, that is potentially a lot stronger. And I would consider to make it so it's not overly strong in that way, that make it that once they succeed on the save, they're done.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
How would I word that? Because I don't...
Sort of like a dragon's fear effect.
So, like, for the next 24 hours?
Yeah, something like that.
But what if somebody else casts the spell?
I mean, if you want to get... I guess you could get pedantic with it, and you could be like, they can't be affected by this casting of the spell again. Or something like that. Like, if you're worried that if you want it to just be limited that way, then that's how I would do it. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Cool. But yeah, other than that, I think it's pretty solid. I think that there's I think that like I could see an argument for, like I said, I could see an argument for getting rid of you adding your spellcasting modifier to the attack. Just making it the dice, but I don't know how much that matters. Cool. Thank you very much for sharing. Do you have any final thoughts, yearnings, aspirations?
No, I gotta do stuff. Bye.
All right, bye, buddy. What do you think he had to do? I wonder what he's up to out there in the world. You have to do stuff. Find the One Piece, it's true. Anyway, let's give a big round of applause to Milky Boy. Brains. Thank you, Milky Boy. For this Fantasm spell, a little bit of fear, a little bit of damage, and a whole lot of love. Click. Your favorite spell is Phantasmal Force, so you like it? Yeah, I think it's cool. I like the idea of a phantasmic, like an illusion that kind of looks different depending on who's looking at it. I think that's fun. And create some very interesting situations. Magic spears are a thing that need to be focused on more. You think so? Well, maybe we'll get one tonight. Fuck the sound. Next is S Obelisk. Did you want to come on stream or no? Cinder & Co. This is a weird one. I'm not sure how to feel about it. But hey, I still finished it. I have a lot of trouble with wording and the feature helping hands. Would love some feedback on it. I went into this idea without a lot of lore in mind, so I apologize for the lack of flavor. if there's a cohesive idea, it doesn't actually need that much flavor. On another note, this is the biggest piece of homebrew you've made so far. Okay. You've tried hard to word it in a way that doesn't sound too much like an Inuit. I don't know what you're talking about. I hope that everyone has a good stream. All right, let's see. Talking dogs. Did you say you wanted to come on stream or no? Did you want to? Okay. Okay. These are talking dogs. Time to listen and get inspired. We'll see. Hopefully. Cinder, side question. What's the best advice you can give in converting a PC race from one system to another? I would say this is the best advice in converting anything into D&D is try to figure out what the most important parts are to make it feel like the thing, and then to have a very real and honest conversation with yourself where you say, is this too strong for what I want it to be? Like, does this work in the game at all? That's the first question. And then if the answer, and you're being honest with yourself, and the answer is yes, this is not too strong, I can make this work, then you have to try to include enough stuff that it feels like the thing, but not so much stuff that it overshadows the other D&D races. That's what I would say. Yeah, also, whenever you're using, if you're going this far where you're doing all the formatting, just make it 2 columns. It'll look so much nicer. You'll be shocked at how much nicer it'll look. Talking dogs are a mysterious species of fey creatures that are ever popular with children of the material plane. While they are said to originate from the Feywild, much of their population is scattered throughout the realms. Though talking dogs are fey creatures and are much more intelligent than animals, they tend to appreciate the same aspects of life as most dogs. Okay. You've been struggling with that lately? What are you trying to make? Yeah, man, dude, you can get 4 columns. You can get columns till the end of days. So you're fey, you're medium or small, age is irrelevant. You're pretty fast. 40 might be the fastest movement speed I think an animal has. Maybe a centaur has a 40-foot movement speed. But that's really fast. Think these guys have 40-foot movement speed? Yeah. All right, let's see. You get a bite attack. You have 4 legs and no arms. You can't wield shields. Can you wield weapons? Why can you wield weapons but not shields? What's going on here? Helping hands. Some tasks just can't be accomplished without opposable thumbs. You can summon 2 spectral hands that float in your space and function like a normal pair of hands. You control your hands to an extension of your body and apply the appropriate physical ability scores when using them. Okay, I have such mixed feelings here. Genuine question. Why are we a dog if we are getting, like, why go through this extra, like, this feels like I want to be a dog, but I want to be able to do everything normal, and I don't want to have to figure it out, so I'm just going to give my guy ghost hands. And that is not a bad solution. That does solve that problem, but it does make me wonder why. Like, what's the point? This becomes my next question. Also, if we're getting this, why can't we wield shields? That doesn't make sense. This should just be, we should be able to wield everything. I tried so hard to make it work like Mage Hand or something, but there was too much stuff to account for. Why not just, I mean, the thing is, what I would, it kind of works like Mage Hand, but like my question is why? Like, how is this in the lore? Like, what is the point? Honestly, what I would do if I were you is I would probably, if you're like, I really need these dogs to be able to wield items and stuff like normal, I probably would just lean in the direction of that they have like a little bit of psychic stuff, you know? Like, they can manipulate objects and wield items that are within 5 feet of them, and as if they had arms. Something like that. Yeah, brain powers. Brain powers also make sense for why they can talk. Exactly, yeah. And then you would just sort of treat it like, you would basically just say they can interact with objects as normal, using their stats as normal, so long as those things are within 5 feet of them. Something like that. You don't need to limit what they can wield at all if you don't want to. Because if you're making them get magic hands to wield stuff, then why do you need to limit what they can wield? I feel like the more interesting thing to do would be to not give them magical hand stuff and to limit what they can wield. You know? Maybe they can only hold something in their mouth. They can only hold a one-handed weapon or a shield, and not both at the same time unless the shield is, like, built for them. And then maybe they can't wield, you know, two-handed or heavy weapons, something like that. How do you summon them? Yeah, if you do want to do something where it's like they are literal hands, there should be an element of summoning them. I would probably say a bonus action to summon them and a bonus action to dismiss them. But if you don't want to make it hands, you could just make it so you're a little psychic. Or just give them cool natural weapons that make up for the lack of weapons. I mean, they do that, right? They get a bite attack. A D6 natural attack is good. That is as good as the unarmed fighting style for the most part. If you made their natural weapon too strong, it would kind of eat into them. It would kind of start to overstep what you should be getting as a race in D&D. You feel like they should have some sort of charm defense? And looks like there are 2 sub ones. Let's see. There's a blink dog one and a guard dog. Let's see what the blink dog gets. Teleport. As an action, you can magically teleport up to 40 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. You can use this trait a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. In addition, whenever you use this trait, you can make 1 bite attack as a bonus action. This is way too strong. Let's see what the Eldrins, how often the Eldrins can use their teleport. We're going to base it off the Eldrin. Where are they? Let's see. Where's your teleport? Proficiency bonus times. Okay, they moved it up. And the range is 30 feet. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so here's what I would say. I feel like the teleport is good. I don't know. I feel like the teleport plus attack feels like it might be a little too much. Maybe it's fine. But the blink dog is an interesting one. It's really the thing that I want to point out. I want to point something out here. Is that if you take away all the flavor text and you just look at this thing as written, I feel like I'm not seeing a lot of dog. I want to point that out. Like, how different is the talking dog to like the astral or one of the Eldrin elves? It's not that different. And I think that might be an issue. I think you want this to really feel like a dog if it's going to be a dog. And unfortunately, quadrupedal is kind of a nothing ability because of helping hands. These abilities cancel themselves out. See what guard dog gets. Yank their leg. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with your bite attack, you can attempt to pull the creature down as part of the attack. You can make a strength athletics check contested by theirs if you knock the target prone. You can't use this ability if the target is one size larger than you. This should also probably be proficiency. I don't think this should be infinite in use. I don't think this should be infinite in use either. It could also maybe be a little stronger. Right now, the teleport is a lot stronger than this. Yeah, make this not infinite use and make it a little stronger. But, like, my God, this needs to feel like a dog. So, like, to get back to Shane asked the question earlier in the chat where he was like, how do I translate something into a D&D thing? And the question you have to ask yourself is, like, what's the point? So, Obelisk, I would say, like, what's the point? Where do we get the dog in here? I mean, there's a couple things that we could do to be a dog, right? We could get advantage on perception checks related to smell. We could do some sort of bark or howl ability. But I think that's the thing that you got to ask yourself is right now this doesn't feel like a dog. Right now this feels like an elf. It's really hard to make something that feels like a dog while still making it playable. Well, then again, I ask, but like you do understand that you are the force that is pushing against you. You understand what I mean? My question becomes, if you can't make a dog and make it playable as a dog, then why even try to make a dog? Why not just make something totally different? Because I think that there is space for something interesting if you want to do like a teleporty guy or if you want to do something like that. But if I were you, I would be like, I want to make a dog. I'm going to try to make it a fucking dog. That's what I'm saying. Then make it a dog. And, you know, how is it, you know, there are plenty of, there's a lot of ways you could make it not quite so not quite so ordinary. Like helping hands kind of defeats, I think, a lot of the purpose of being a dog. I don't know. Those are my thoughts. I'm a dog, but I can speak with some cats. I feel like if you want to play a pupper, then you're willing to give up some things. That's kind of what I feel, Cloudion. That's kind of how I feel. I feel like it sort of feels silly to be a dog if you can... Like, I don't know. I maybe it doesn't feel silly, but like, if you're going to want to be a dog, why not be a dog? If I was going to... Here's my solution. Here's what I would say. I say you drop helping hands entirely as an ability. I say you let it keep its bite, but you allow it to wield one item at a time in its mouth as if it's a hand. And that's, you know, you give it some limitations on what that item can be. Or something like that. Or some element of limited psychic so it can float one item around with it. Something like that. I didn't make this specifically for a PC I'm wanting to play. I'm trying something that's generally playable. Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Yeah, but I don't think what is that in response to? Is that in response to saying like most people that want to play a dog want to play a dog? I still think that logic applies. I don't think what you're saying makes that logic any different. I would limit what it can wield, and I would lean more into some things that feel like dog powers. Something like a howl, something like a bark, something like that. It didn't work when you got into the specifics. What specifics didn't work? Did it not work with? I don't understand. I'm not sure what you're getting at here. It might not, maybe it didn't work, but I think it's a more interesting idea. Because this is nothing. Helping hands makes the rest of this not a dog anymore. So maybe it didn't work, but I don't think the solution for building a dog is to make a dog that can do everything that a not dog can do. Because then what's unique about it as a dog? It's not a dog anymore, then it's just a dog person. Don't get mad. This is the first time I'm reading it. I would get rid of helping hands. I would get rid of helping hands. I would let it wield one item at a time with its mouth. Maybe make some mention of it being able to wield something else if it can be like specifically designed for it. And I'd go in that direction. You're frustrated that this thing's hard to make? Well, again, that's okay. That's reasonable. But you know what, man? I'm going to be real honest with you here. That's frustration that you just got to grow the fuck up. You got to grow up around it. Like, it's reasonable to be frustrated, but it's also, this is a frustration that you're choosing to have. This is a challenge you want. You chose this challenge for yourself. So it's okay to be frustrated. But you got to accept that frustration and be like, this is a part of it. This is a part of the journey that I'm on if I want to make this thing. And then you also have to decide, what are you willing to sacrifice from your idea to make it work? Is it easier? Take easier out of the equation. Is it better? Is it better at accomplishing your goal if you make it more of a dog person? Does that lose anything? Or is it better to accomplish your goal if you make it more of a dog? And then does that lose anything? Those are my thoughts. I think in its current state, it feels... yeah, I'd get rid of helping hand. And then I think start from there. Something with perception, I think, would make sense. Something with a bark or a howl. Not even necessarily as like a... You know, it could even be the kind of thing where it's like, are you like a scary dog or a nice dog? And you could get advantage on performance or intimidation or persuasion or intimidation. Or maybe you have some advantage on... Maybe you have some benefit... Maybe you get some bonus for certain types of animal handling checks related to canines. Maybe you get some sort of bonus with with like people that like dogs, or maybe you, with your howl, you can communicate simple ideas over very long distances. Something like that, you know? Any of those sorts of things. So that's the direction that I would go in if I were you. You've just been going through a lot of the stages of trying to do what I'm suggesting. Yeah. Well, I don't... I can hear how that's frustrating. But those are the thoughts. Like, I'm not sure... Like, well, like, I know you don't want to come online, but let me just ask you, like, what is the issue with getting rid of helping hands and having you just be able to wield one object at a time? Is the issue that that's not strong enough? Do you feel like that's too big of a downside? I don't get it. I feel like that's a totally reasonable solution. You can wield stuff in your mouth. Done. I feel like that's it. What are some issues you ran into? Yeah, I don't know what issues. Yeah, I don't know. But that's what I'm saying as Obelisk. Is it okay if it's... Here's what I'll say. If it's not okay for you not to wield something that requires multiple hands, then maybe you don't want to be a dog. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, like, should a dog be able to use a bow and arrow? Because you probably... Like, does that make sense if you're wielding it? If you, like, I would say no. But I would also say that would make sense for any character that wanted to play a dog. Maybe they could get a special crossbow built for them. But yeah, I don't think that's an issue. I don't think it's an issue at all. It's a limitation. Yeah, I agree. I think if you don't want the dog to have any limitations from being a dog, then you give it, then you can give it something like helping hands or some sort of minor psychic ability. But I'm just saying that I think at the end of the day makes it less flavorful. Or rather, it makes it a lot less... The mechanics play into the flavorful of it. The mechanics are now leaning towards trying to make it balanced compared to everything else, as opposed to balanced and feeling like a dog. Dogs should only use a quarterstaff because a big stick. I like that idea. I'm fine with limitations. I just don't want it to be completely unplayable. But not being able to use tools is not completely unplayable. Right? How is that unplayable? What does that mean? You can't smith? You can't pick locks? So, who cares? What tools are required for play? I would also see a good argument for you to being able to use a lockpick with this, because you're just using your mouth with a little stick in it. I think it would be fine. I think it would be fine. I like the idea of being a talking dog. I want to encourage you to lean too much into it. You're too much in your rogue brain. Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happening. I think that's exactly what's happening. Because both myself and everyone in the chat is kind of agreeing that the issue of tools, if that is the thing that's bogging you down, that's a non-issue. I don't think tools are what's going to be holding your puppy back. If anything, it's going to be, a great axe or a bow and arrow. But definitely not tools. I think you're putting too much into the box. Yeah, I agree. But I like the idea. That's why I want to encourage you to lean more into it being a dog. Let the dog be a dog. Let the dog be a dog. People that stumble across this sort of homebrew online, like if somebody is going through the Unearthed Arcana and they're reading about different types of things they can be, if they see you post something called Talking Dog, they are not going to be disappointed by you having Talking Dog related limitations. They're going to be like, "Oh, this makes sense. This is kind of fun. This is kind of funny because it's a dog." The stranger that is out there that will click on the button that says Talking Dog is going to not take any issue with there being limitations on the character. Yeah. Let the talking dog be what drives you, and I think you'll be good. I don't really have more thoughts than that. I like everything that's here. I think everything that's here is pretty solid so far. I just want to see more dog. And those are my thoughts. Thank you very much, S. Obelisk. If you have any final questions, let me know. In the meantime, let's give them a round of applause. Brains. S. Obelisk, the way to solve that problem is to not talk about all the things they can do and just talk about all the things they can't do. Just say, the talking dog can wield one weapon or item with their mouth at a time. They cannot use two-handed, heavy, blah 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 blah, whatever. Thank you very much, S. Obelisk. The talking dog. Yip. I think this is a really... Part of why I just yelled about why I want this to be more of a dog for a couple minutes is because I really like the idea, and I feel like so many races that we get in D&D are like kind of dull. It's like a different type of fire person. Like, all right. But a talking dog is like very unique. So I want to see the uniqueness of it explode out. You know what I mean? Your Unitari species was boring. I mean, it might have been. I don't remember it. So I can't argue for any direction here or there. Ivy says, this is my second ever spell. It's a utility spell that's similar to Speak with Dead, but it's for a murder scene investigation, like Sherlock Holmes' Mindscape-esque scenario of reconstructing crime scenes. Okay, let's take a look. Currently, it's a necromancy. My guess is we're gonna say it should be divination. That's gonna be my guess. Echoes of the Dead. I don't think Ivy's here. Let me just check. No Ivy. This is Echoes of the Dead. Echoes of the Dead. Second level, duration 10 minutes, casting time 1 minute, ritual. You summon spiritual echoes from the memories of a corpse you can touch, recreating the moment just before it died. The corpse must be in the same location as it was when it died. Until the spell ends, intangible echoes are summoned within 30 feet of the corpse that create the last minute before the corpse was killed, showing all creatures that were near the target corpse when it died and what they were doing just before it died. You can say it that time. These echoes are made of gray shadows and are mostly featureless, with the only discernible characteristics being the creature's general build and major physical features such as horns, tails, missing limbs, etc. Inanimate objects unrelated to the target creature's death do not appear, but those that were murder weapons, spells that dealt killing blows, appear as its own echo. If the killer was more than 30 feet away from the corpse when they killed it, they do not appear as an echo, but the method of how they killed the corpse, such as an arrow or blast of magic, would appear once it was within 30 feet. Throughout the duration of the spell, you can control the echoes as they replay the last minute of the creature's life by looping the last minute, stopping the echoes in place. Okay, so you can like fast forward and rewind and stuff. First question, why cast this and not Speak with Dead? Yeah, I kind of feel the same way, honestly. The main thing that I would say here is the way that this spell works, it doesn't require the creature to have knowledge of what happened in order for you to cast it and get something out of it. So, like, if somebody was shot with a fireball, they might not know how they died. Especially, like, shot from behind, right? Or if somebody got, like, assassinated or eaten by a wolf or something. I think that this is something that, yeah, if their head exploded. Exactly. So this spell shows you sort of not, like Speak with the Dead, you're not getting the objective truth. You're getting the subjective, whatever the memory of the person wants to say. So this has that benefit to it. I would say that there's, in a lot of ways, I would say there's a good argument for this being a 3rd level spell, not a 2nd level spell. I did a short on this spell. I don't remember that if I did. But I don't remember every short that I make. No, on Speak with Dead. Oh yeah, I made a short on Speak with Dead for sure. I feel like this is what I would say. The language in the middle here is very muddy. It's very muddy. I would probably rewrite it. So I would say something like, instead of using all of this intangible echoes things, I would just say something like after you cast the spell, the area within 30 feet of the corpse is illuminated with ghostly visages of the past, period. You are able to see shadows of what happened in the area in the minute before the corpse died. I don't think it should be tied to murder specifically. I think it should really just be like you see the last minute of this thing's life around it. I don't think it should be specifically tied to the thing that killed the creature. It's not, no, because you're not seeing into the Shadowfell, but sort of making it Shadowfell-y could make sense just because it's the Shadowfell is the Deathland. But that's what I would do if I would use. I would say get away from these specifics around murder and like killing blows and all this stuff. Like lose all that language and really make it like it's almost like you just sort of get to see the area around the creature in like smoke outlines of the last minute of their life. That's what I would do if I were you. And I think it still should maybe be a 3rd level spell, because that is pretty strong to be able to do that. And it's a ritual. But I like it as an idea of a spell. It is, some people in the chat are saying it's very niche. And I think that very niche is actually fine for spells. I don't think that's an issue. Is this spell going to be fun to cast? I think maybe it could be, but it's not interactive. Again, super niche. I mean, it's very specific. So I think it could be fun. Like if you want to do, I think this spell has two uses. I think whenever you're designing a new spell for D&D, you should think about it from two directions. You should think about it from the direction of the player, but then you should also think about it from the direction of the world building. So if a player wanted to use this spell, I could think of a handful of ways that they might be able to use it, and especially if it's a ritual, it's not that big a deal to have access to. Where it's like, oh, we found this thing, let's cast the spell on it. Like, you find a dead body, like, you're walking through the woods, and you find a wagon that's all tore up and a body that's half mangled. You cast the spell on it, and you get to see the shadowy glimpse of whatever monster attacked them as like, oh, maybe we'll fight this thing, or maybe we'll know what it's going to be. Like, it doesn't need to be murder like a murderer. It could just be any sort of death, You cast it on somebody and see that a bunch of rocks started falling or whatever. Like, I think I don't think it's so niche that it's not worth it. But I think it's a much more interesting spell from a world building perspective, because if this spell exists in the world, I think that would have a pretty big impact on the way people would go about killing people. Do you know what I mean? Like, if this spell is common practice, murderers are going to go out of their way to like wear silly disguises when they kill people. Like, I would definitely wear fake horns if I was going to kill people with this, because then they would think it was a tiefling that did it. So, yeah, so I feel like it could be a very interesting spell for that. In terms of how to make it a little bit better in terms of the wording, some people mentioned some stuff in the chat, but I want to just say again, this shouldn't be able to be cast on a spell more than once. I think there maybe needs to be more specific language around how much the corpse can be moved at all. Like, what does being at the same location mean? Like, can it be dragged 30 feet? Can it be dragged 5 feet? Or is it really like it needs to be laying where it died? People also said you should think about what classes get access to it. Also, I think I agree. That's a good one we're thinking about too. You could increase the duration by upcasting it. That's not a bad idea. Murders become less traditional and more like something out of Danganronpa. I don't know what that is, but yes. But yeah, I think it's a cool idea for a spell. I think it is very niche, but I think it's a pretty solid. Spell, and I think the thing that I like about it the most, though, is the world building opportunities here. What are we talking about? We are reviewing a homebrew that people wrote, and this is a spell that somebody sent in called Echoes of the Dead. And if you're like, dang, Cinder, I want you to review my homebrew, then you can submit some into the link below. Mug check. This is the mug that I always drink out of. It's my magic mug. It's the best mug I ever got. I was given it as a present. The chalk is good. I like the chalk too. Yeah, chalk makes sense. Make it a one-time use scroll. I mean, magic spells can be made into spell scrolls. Why would you make it a one-time use scroll? I don't think that's the move. You'll have to try and make some. Yeah, if you want to, you totally should. I would love that. We got gnomed. Yeah, it's a gnome. You like the mug? Good. It's a game series of a bunch of Rube Goldberg murder cases. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, it is a little muggy. Hey! Wait, how? Hey! You know? What was that about? It's getting weird. All right. Really, really cool. I like it. I like this spell a lot. Really fun world building. I have to say, I am almost always more interested in a very niche spell that I can think about weird world building or plots I could build around than I am just like, here's another way to do cold damage. Although another way to do cold damage, I suppose, is fine. Anyway, let's give a big round of applause to Ivy. Brains. There it is in the chat. I forgot to send it. Brains. Pretty good, right? Do you like the new wheel sounds? Hi Cinder. This is a feat I made hoping to address some of the imbalance issues between martial and casters. Ooh, okay. You're starting up. Whenever you're making homebrew from a subjective position, it's an interesting idea. It's definitely allows for some anime moments, but that's really the point. I wanted Marshall to have more big, obviously supernatural hype in my campaign. Listen, here's what I'm gonna say. That's a fine thing to want. Whether or not a feat is gonna be what does that might be a little bit too much, because feats can't be that strong. Like immediately I'm seeing things here where it's like the feat grows at different levels. Like this isn't a feat, Undine. This isn't a feat. This isn't a feat. I'm gonna tell you right now, this isn't a feat. This is like I'm playing D&D different. Here, okay, let me grab you. Hey, buddy, how's it going?
It is going well. How about you?
So you know this isn't a feat, right?
Yeah, this is only a feat so that I can put it on D&D Beyond.
Okay, so it's not a feat. This is just a thing you want to do because you think martial classes don't get enough. Why do you think martial classes don't get enough?
I just like one second, let me mute this. There we go. I like the idea that I like the idea of martial classes, but a lot of the times I hear arguments of, well, first of all, there's always at high levels mages just do more and have more moments, but there's also I like the idea of martials having like, because a fighter, they are definitely in some ways supernatural, but you don't really see that except expressed as, oh, I'm really good at swinging a sword.
Let me ask you a question. How many martial characters have you played?
I want to say like a dozen.
What's the highest level you've ever gotten as a martial character?
In an actual campaign, 15.
15? And did you feel lackluster?
In damage, no, because of an item I had, but in actual like doing cool stuff, kinda.
Okay. I believe people have different experiences. I just don't have that issue. I have never had that experience as a player or a dungeon master where the martial characters felt left behind. I just don't see it that often. So whenever I feel like, for me, most of the time, I feel like it's like I go into that with like, all right, there's a lot of assumption happening there. But I accept if it's what happened to you. Okay, so how is this thing organized? How should I be reading this thing?
The idea of it is that okay, so
no, how is the form organized? Like, what should I be reading?
The martial essence is the basic function of how it works, and the others are just abilities and ways you can use your martial essence.
Okay, so whenever a character gains a level of martial or half caster, don't write it like that way because not all martials are half casters. I know
when I say the half caster is, it's just be like in a martial. I probably should say slash half caster.
Yeah, see that? Yeah, grammar is important. Yes, that is exactly what you should do. That lets them pick an ASI. Whenever a character gains a level in a martial class, that allows them to pick an ASI.
Ability scoring.
No, I understand. I'm just thinking that the way that sentence is written is a little confusing. They gain 2, 1. Wait, do they gain 2 or 1?
So a half caster gains 1. A full a normal, like a fighter would gain 2. A paladin would gain 1.
Okay, yeah. So you need to rewrite this whole thing to whatever you just said to make that much clearer, because that's not the way that this is written. Whenever you put a parenthesis is like a sort of quiet, more detailed aspect of the thing you put before that. Well, if you know that, then why'd you write it that way?
Because I haven't changed it in a while, and I wrote it like a year and a half ago.
That's not an excuse. Okay. If that's your excuse, then this is what you say. You say, I didn't do it because I'm lazy. Or you say, thank you, Cinder. I shall take a note of that. Don't make a fucking excuse. All right, let's keep reading. Okay, so full marshals get 2 points. Half-casters get 1 point. They recharge on a long rest. You can spend these points to enact different effects, some of which require the character to be a certain level. Okay, so so basically, if I'm a fighter and I've gotten ASIs twice, now I have 4 of these. Is that the way that works?
Yes.
Okay. And these are the things I guess you can do with them. Empowered movement. As a bonus action, you can spend 1 martial essence. You gain the benefits of the dash or disengage. Immediately cleanse, frightened, grappled, or restrained from yourself. Until the end of your turn, your jump distance is tripled, fall damage is halved, and you're allowed to enact feats of movement, prowess, or otherwise unrealistic. This kind of steps on the so
I have monk suggested in mind. I understand that it does step on monk, and I need.
It's more than monk. It steps on this makes this not just monks but rogues. This is one of those things where it's like this is really nice for a fighter or a barbarian, but for a monk or a rogue, it's kind of like, I don't know. I think 2 things. One, I think it's doing too many things. Because it's doing a lot more than movement. The other thing is, I think that if you're gonna be making empowered martial things, you got to make them empowerments for all martial things. And like, I think there's a big argument for not rogues necessarily, but for monks. Monks need more help than anybody else. This is like the least helpful for them. So I would be very conscientious of how all of these will interact with all of the martial and half-casters. So I would probably split this up into... I mean, honestly, I would probably get rid of the dash, disengage, falling thing, and I would probably just turn it into, like, a cleansing thing. But even then, that kind of sits in Paladin. That's what I mean. It's like, I feel like all martials cover this shit. Okay, but yeah, I don't know how I feel about this one. I feel like it sits too much on top of abilities that already exist. Empowered attack. When you make a weapon attack, you can spend a martial essence. You empower your attack in one of the following ways. You deal extra damage, and the range triples. Okay. You add thunder damage, and if the creature is 2 sizes larger than you or smaller, it has to make a strength saving throw on a failed save. You launch it up to 5 times your strength modifier feet away from you and knock it prone. Are these specifically supposed to be for... Is this only supposed to be for melee attacks?
Yes.
Do you have that written somewhere?
It's in the first sentence. Second sentence. When you're imbuing... it was supposed to be for melee attacks. I didn't write that in. Okay. Yeah, it's supposed to be.
Okay, is this one supposed to be for melee attacks too?
I think when I wrote it, I think I was intending for it to.
Because this has range,
but...
so I'm assuming this one's supposed to be ranged attacks then.
Oh yeah, that's supposed to say reach. That's supposed to say reach.
Reach. Oh, that dramatically changes it.
Yeah, that's supposed to say reach. That's supposed to say reach.
Okay, so if you're gonna be doing stuff where you're increasing the reach, I wouldn't do tripling it. I would just add a flat number. What if you took the idea and incorporated hit die for effects? That way, most casters miss out or gain less than martial characters. That's not a bad idea, using hit dice for them.
I mean,
why do we only get combat stuff?
The intent of this is to be a martial bonus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In the same way, spellcasting is a purely spellcaster thing.
Yeah.
But I think give them more than enough.
Yeah. Kelkon kind of brings up a good point, I think. Why are all of these only combat related? I think that's one of those things. For me, the biggest place where martials struggle is when there's not something to hit. When the problem doesn't involve hitting something. So I would maybe think about some of those sorts of things too.
I mean, I have other systems for out of combat stuff.
Okay, but so the goal of this is really just about fighting. So
this is the combat portion.
Okay, this is just combat. Okay, so to answer your question, Kelkon, that's why. You need to see some statistics on Ravioli. What did they say? I feel like DMs give more to martial magic items. That's really not. I don't think that's true. I think dungeon masters give more or less magic items depending on the dungeon master. I don't think there's.
I feel like the only martial that's really shafted on magic items is monk, and that's because it doesn't have that many in the books.
Yeah, but even then, I don't think. Again, it all just comes down to dungeon masters. Okay, so we're adding a little bit of extra damage, and we're getting a little bit of extra reach. I would make it a flat reach, not triple. I would make it like your reach extends by 10 feet or something. Mm-hmm. Same with the launch thing. 5 times your strength modifier. I wouldn't do that. I would make it like a number.
Yeah, that way you could do it more as a dex martial. That's fair.
Well, also just because it's like there's just.
I mean, there's a lot of extra math in it, but also it's just not as.
You don't want to bog things down. That's what I'm saying. Like this, you don't want to over tedious the ability. Finishing strike. When you add weapon damage equal to your proficiency bonus, and roll a d4. On a 4, the attack becomes critical. All right, listen. So my feedback is kind of the same for all of these, which is I feel like this is. I don't know if I agree with this solution to make marshals more interesting or make them more effective, because the things that we're doing are kind of basic, and also there's a lot of things that like other things just do. Like, you know, the getting bigger reach, there's whole builds, races, subclasses around reach. Getting to knock people prone, same thing. And then like the same thing with the extended crit range. So I feel like all of these are like none of them are bad.
I mean, yeah,
but I don't know if they solve the problem.
These first 2, empowered attack and empowered movement, are just the basic like foundational features. Whereas,
but why do we need the foundational features? Like, what do they give us?
I was intending for them to give more options in combat at lower level. Especially to classes like, because they empower to a large degree classes that already have those effects. But I feel like those are kind of effects every marshal should kind of have.
I would, yeah, no, I don't disagree with I don't disagree with any of the ideology there, but I guess I just feel like if I were going to be building this, I would be focusing a lot less on things related to damage and a lot more of the secondary abilities and more of that. Like,
yeah, that's why they only add proficiency bonus.
But even,
whereas
yeah, well, I mean, one of the critical one is just damage, right?
Yeah, it's just damage. I figured there might as well be one that was. It seemed like something. I mean, maybe I changed like the die, but I feel like one as like at least some sort of this is the option for I want to hit hard should exist.
Okay. I guess. I don't know, man. I feel like if I was going to do this, the way that I would do this is I would say, if I was going to do this in my game, this is what I would say. I would say Battle Master is no longer a option for you to pick as a subclass. And then I would just take fighting I would take the fighting maneuvers and just make them options for everyone. That's what I would do.
I mean,
or
yeah.
I would but I know that that's like not exactly the same thing. But I think that if you are trying to go with a more of a magical direction, which I'm getting here, I think I would lean harder into it. Let me see what's going on with empowered ability. Bonus action, you can spend 2. For the next minute, you're able to push past normal limits. You add +10 to your strength, dex, con-based checks, saves. Choose 1. Okay. Supernatural. Put these in the other order so they go from smallest to largest. As a bonus action, as a part of activating the feature, a feature from your race, feat, non-full caster class. Don't say may say can. You can spend 2 martial points empowering it. The feature can't be a spell. You can't have more than 1 feature empowered at a time, and you can't empower. What is it? I
have a long list of exactly what they do.
Okay.
The idea is that
I can't
it's
give
just
feedback
the feat
on that,
plus. Yeah, the idea is it's just the ability plus.
All right. Okay. So yeah, I can't really give feedback on that then. Renewal 5th level. You can focus for 1 minute, spending 3 points, gaining a benefit of a short rest. I would be nervous to give this one. There's a lot of stuff you could juke with multi-classing. That's also sort of just. This doesn't matter. You can spend 2 sorcerer. You can spend 2 martial points on a single turn. When you spend 2 on a single turn, you gain a level of exhaustion at the end.
Yeah, more than 2. This is to stop you from just dumping a bunch into a bunch of different abilities all at the same time.
Why not just say you can only use 1 at a time?
Because I want it to be like allowed to use like empowered movement and empowered attack together if you so desire. But I don't want you to be able to like do all of that and also use supernatural feat or empowered ability. I guess I could write it out exactly, but I just was able to fit it into one sentence by saying more than 2 in a turn.
You should write it out, I think. Here's my overall feedback is going to be. I think that a lot of this is like your high. To be fair, I think that the main feature here is the supernatural feat, which I can't really give feedback on because it seems like it's sort of at the DM's discretion. empowered attack and empowered ability too, they feel like they pretty majorly step on the toes of like too many different subclasses. That's just sort of the way that, like, I could see these working or not working, like on hard different swings of the pendulum, depending on what people were playing in the game. So because of that, I feel like it's really got to be like, if you want to use it in your game, you'd really got to make sure that everybody was cool with everybody getting these, but also that nobody was playing certain subclasses. Like open hand monk, yeah, somebody mentioned in the chat, but open hand monk gets fucked by these powers getting added. So yeah, I mean, listen, I think that they're an interesting idea. If I were you, I would lean more into the Battlemaster maneuvers as examples of ways to give martial characters more things to do, both in and out of combat. Because especially with the new Battlemaster maneuvers, there's a lot of out of combat ones as well. Is there anything specific that you want to say, share, ask?
No, I'll probably rewatch a few times to get the feedback a few times. But yeah, thank you very much.
Cool. I appreciate the desire to add a new element to the game. I think the key is going to be, how do you add a new element to the game that feels like a new element and doesn't just feel like an element that's already there, but now broader or more available to everyone? Which is a hard thing to do. Yeah, it's a hard thing to do. It's a hard thing to do.
Okay, I'll see you.
All right, Undine. Thank you, buddy. Oh, he hung up. That was Undine. Undine. You know what Undine makes me want to do? Undine makes me want to go, Undine, 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 Undine. I'm begging down, I'm bleeding, give my hand. You know that song? The fix to Marshall I would try along with the lines of making them access shenanigans. I have mixed, I have such, okay, well, first of all, let's give a big round of applause. Everybody calm down. Let's give Undine a big round of applause. Brains. Thank you for sharing. And I always think it's so interesting. I love seeing the, I know I was a little harsh coming out the gate with our dear Undine, but I think it's really fascinating. Please, what are you saying? Please make a video on Gravedigger Paladin, aka a guy who has like 20 souls in him, other than himself, who are adventurers he's trying to avenge. That sounds like you just want me to make your D&D character, which I don't want to do. Yeah, but you have to, Undine, can you blame me for how grammatically incorrect this opening is? Like, how do I not come out the gate swinging? You know what I mean? I think that it's interesting whenever somebody makes something like this. I think it's really, really interesting because I think it shows an element of what their experience in the game is and what their perspective of what needs to change is, because that's what is addressed. Like honestly, the first thing that I thought when I saw empowered movement was, I wonder if Undine has ever played a monk. That was the first thing that I thought, because it's like, it's kind of interesting. Because I feel like if I was a predominantly a monk player or a dex player, I would have gone about this one feature very differently. But also it's like just seeing like the vibes of what people think isn't working or what people think is working. And I've seen a handful of people do something like this, where they design something to like fix martial characters. And I just like, that's just not my experience with martial characters. I like, to me, the biggest issue with martial characters that I have seen my players have is they get bored with not having enough different types of things they can do with their attacks. Which is why I think the easiest solution is to incorporate Battlemaster maneuvers into just everybody a little bit. But that is not always the case. There are some people who struggle, they feel like they get really behind on damage. There's some people that struggle, they get really behind on survivability. There's all sorts of stuff. Because when you're comparing them to spellcasters just have spells. So there's always like a spell to solve the problem. So it's an interesting intrigued to see what pops up in people's mind as like, this is the thing we need. Personally, I just throw a lot of magic items at my players and hope it works out for the best. This is a strength-based monk would be cool. Strength-based monks are cool. I like strength-based monks. Martial strength is very dependent on what challenges the DM to throw at them. Yes, this is true. Also, not just what challenges, but what sorts of environments those challenges are in, and then what sort of extra resources those players get access to. Get out of here, Ace. Have a good one, buddy. Yes, anyway, thank you, Undine, for the will to power. Said before, but martial experience is much more DM dependent. It is. Well, it is and it isn't, I think, depending on how... Yes, it is. It is. But yes, I agree. I think that it requires an element more of yes-anding. Like, if I have a player and they do something that is fun, that interacts with the space, that isn't an attack, I sort of feel like I am beholden to making sure that if it succeeds, it has at least as much of an impact as making an attack would have had. Otherwise, they're not going to do it, right? Like, if you want to encourage your players to do off-the-wall things and you want to encourage them to be able to feel like they can do a bunch of stuff, you have to make the reward of them trying that stuff at least as good as what would have happened if they just did the thing that they knew would be normal. So, like, if I have a character, for example, if I have a barbarian and he's got a great axe and he wants to do something on his turn where he tries to, like, smash something down and, like, collapse something, I will make sure that if he succeeds, that will do at least as much damage to one creature as a great axe swing would have done, plus all of his bonuses. You know? Otherwise, they're going to feel like, well, why did I do that? Why did I waste I could have just swung my axe. And now I'm doing less damage. Oh, I should have just swung my axe. An axe swinger. Hi, Cinder. I'm honestly not a big fan of most barbarian subclasses. Okay. Mainly because they don't scale well. Depends on the subclass. I agree with this. That is the biggest issue with a couple of them. I like monster-based subclasses. I like that as well. Because monsters are almost always melee focused. Depends on the monster. This subclass is ooze-based. Did you make an ooze barbarian, James? I'm excited if you did. Path of the Slime. Oh, you did make an ooze barbarian. That's strange. Let's take a look. Recently had a discussion online with a DM that thinks any significant jumping should require an athletics check rather than let strength characters just be good at leaping around. The way that I usually do it, Donda, is I allow people to have like I try to do it where it's like you have you can jump better if you have high strength, but if you're trying to push the limits of the jump, if you're like, if you're trying to jump a distance that you can't just guarantee, that's when the athletics check comes in. So if normally you can jump like 15 feet pretty casually, you're trying to make that 25-foot jump, we're going to athletics check that. Barboozian. Barbooze. You guys have all sorts. Oozebarian. I like that together you guys have come up with all the different iterations of it. Very exciting. Anything barbarian gets your attention? Me too. Me too. I love barbarians. If you love them so much, why don't you marry them? I don't know. Because I haven't met the right one yet. That's why. Stop judging me. You know? Let me find my own way. I will find my own way. What's I have my schmutz in me? Mustache smut. That's how you know I'm a professional. I've let you guys participate in the schmutz removal with me. These are very long features. You guys notice that? A lot of words on the page. All right, let's see what we got. Let's see what we're looking at here. Path of the Slime. Barbarians who walk the path of the slime find their rage in the strange, everlasting hungers of ooze. Okay. The mindlessness of these gelatinous creatures surges through them when they rage, imbuing them with monstrous power. How did you get these abilities? Were they infested? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. Yeah, all right, cool. Well, you're ooze. I'm an ooze man. This sentence and this sentence kind of are the same. You could probably get rid of some of this sentence and replace it with less. You get the vibe of an ooze, and more like explicitly when they rage, their bodies shift and get acidic or whatever. Third level, we get one feature, amorphous form. Will the plasmoid get stepped on? I hope it does. You can give things features that other things have, and it's not an issue. That's like, if there's a creature that has amorphous and you give something amorphous, that's not an issue. That's fine. There are limits to it, but I think that, like, for example, with the piece that we just looked at, where there is the different types of martial things, the reason why that was an issue, in my opinion, and it's not as much of an issue here if this thing gets amorphous, is this is one very specific subclass where that is like a part of a very specific subclass. But if you're trying to impose like a whole new system that affects everybody, then you have to be much more conscientious about that. Especially because it's very different to say you get something that somebody else has, as opposed to everybody gets something that you have. Everybody gets something that you have is a little bit more stepping on toes. Oh, my players just fought a villain like this. Nice. Suddenly you're thinking of what if a slime subclass can absorb attacks like a gelatinous cube? That could be fun. An angy jelly? Yes. When you rage, your body gets all wiggly. When you enter a rage, you can cause a pseudopod to form on your body. Until the rage ends, you have a natural weapon. It counts as a single melee weapon attack for you. It counts as a single melee weapon for you. You add your strength modifier to the attack and damage rolls you make with it. On a hit, then this natural weapon deals 1d6 bludgeoning damage. Additionally, once on each of your turns, when you hit with an attack with this weapon, you can attempt to grapple the target. You can only grapple one creature at a time with it. The damage increases by 1d6 if you hit level 6. Say when you get to level 6, 3d6 level 10, 4d6 at level 4. Additionally, while raging, you have resistance to acid and poison damage, and you have advantage on saving throws against being poisoned. How many times per turn can you attack with this? So if you want the damage die of this thing to scale, you can't attack with it. You can't use it as a weapon every turn. The only reason why cantrips scale the way they do is because you only ever get to use them once per round. So if this is an attack that you could make once per turn, I could see a reason for it to be able to scale. But if this is something you could be making 2 or 3 attacks with, potentially more, I don't know, it would just be 2, but you could get 3 if you dub. It doesn't matter. But even then, it shouldn't scale in this way. It should do that once per turn. You can make it swing with it. I'm going to say something right now. This shouldn't be called amorphous form. Amorphous form is already a feature in D&D, and it means you can squeeze and get mushy. This is not that. I would probably call this one like pseudopod arm or something like that. Get out of here, Tim. Not lovely to have you. Maybe only while you aren't grappling a creature you can use this feature. No, because even then you could still sort of cheese it. I still think it should only be once per turn. Pseudo slap. Pseudo slap's not a bad name. Weaponous pseudopod. Yeah, that's not bad. Is it enough for 3rd level? Maybe. We're getting this, so I think that makes it enough. I was gonna say I'm surprised that this is dealing bludgeoning damage and not acid damage. I thought for sure the pseudopod was gonna deal acid damage. I think if it's grappling a creature, it can't make more attacks than when it has a creature grappled, it does the scaling damage to them automatically. Oh, that's not a bad idea, Tradosio. Something like that could work for sure. You can replace one weapon attack. The way that I would just say it's a special attack you can make it once per turn. But I like Tradosio's idea too, that the damage doesn't scale, but when you have the creature grappled, the creature takes the damage that scales. I think that's an interesting idea. Yeah, make it a bonus action to grapple, no attack damage, and then when the creature is grappled, it takes damage at the start of its turn. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Sort of like a... Or it's also sort of how like a lot of acidy creatures just work in D&D. Like when you're inside the stomach of a creature. Let's look at a corrosive slime. But yeah, change the title too. Slap pod. Pseudo slap. What's his name? The superhero who can stretch like crazy? You're talking about Danny Phantom, I think. Danny Phantom. No, the Fantastic is Mr. Fantastic is a fox. No, Plastic Man, no, that's Stretch Armstrong. Yeah, Goku. No, not Monkey D. Luffy, it's definitely Goku. It's definitely Goku and that other thing that I said. Hello, everyone, just listening right now while you feed your cats. Tell your cats I say hello, cats. Actually, turn your volume up for a second and let me talk to them. I have a message for all the cats that are out there. Cats. Cats, listen up. I'm going to say something that you're going to understand and your owners aren't going to understand. Twiddly, 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 twiddly. All right. I just said twiddly a bunch in human to sort of distract them from what I was saying to you, but hopefully you got the message. Humans, if I did that right, the only things the humans should have heard me saying over and over again was twiddly. I think I did it right. Any cats should have heard that message loud and clear. Humans should have just heard me saying twiddly like 6 or 7 times. Sometimes I do that. Sometimes I get it a little off, and humans get a bit of the message, which is never the best because they don't know how to handle it. And then you get into like some Florida man. Oh, 1 second. I might have to run out of the room for a minute very briefly. No, the cat. Of course they perked up. I had some really important stuff to talk to them about. All the creatures of the realm are pretty important. You guys just get more attention because you only pay attention to the attention that you get. Let's look at corrosive slime. You can now cause your body to exude an acidic substance. At the start of each of your turns, if you are grappled by a creature or have a creature grappled, the creature takes 1d8 acid damage. Additionally, a thin coat of acid covers your weapons. When you hit with the weapon, that weapons deal an additional 1d8 damage. This damage increases. Oh, look at this. Why are you increasing? Okay, look. This is fine. This acid grapple thing is fine. All of this extra damage increase, no, because we're doing it here. You're not going to give us two. We're not doing 2 features in a row that do essentially the same thing, just increase damage. That's not the move. This is a CinderBlocksally. What's up, Drake the Snake? So the issue here is now you are just stacking damage abilities on top of damage abilities on top of damage abilities. And if you give too many abilities that do essentially the same thing, even if they do them in different ways, it can overwhelm the piece in a way that it's doing too much of the same thing, or it's making that thing kind of jank in a way that it becomes overpowered. Numbers go up is an issue always, but it's also okay. Like, one of the best barbarians is the Zealot Barbarian. Most of their features are pretty straightforward, and most of them are very sort of just numbers go up. But they are quite spread out in what they do and the way they interact. And there's enough flavor in there to sort of tie it all together. But I would say completely drop this second part unless you want to get rid of the pseudopod doing damage and you want to just have the pseudopod be like a grapple. The first feature counts as a melee weapon, so it gets this also. That's crazy damage. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's just way too high. Way too high damage. It's too high damage if it's just this, I think. Hi, Sally. Great to see you. Love listening to you while at work. Oh, I'm so glad. If there's one thing that if there's one good deed I can do to make your workday go by a little bit better, then it's a good day for me. A good day and a good night, a good ice cream, and a good fight. Guys, I was supposed to go to the dentist today, and I didn't. I couldn't. Well, I was requested not to, because I'm a little sniffly. My dentist was like, why don't we push back till you're less sniffly? And I said, okay. I don't mind going to the dentist. I hate being there, but I'm not against going. But I didn't want anyone to get sick. And I'm not COVID, but I'm definitely a little sick. Like, I slept a lot more last night than I normally do. Maybe merge corrosive slime with the first feature, then give him a proper amorphous form at 6th level. That's not a bad idea, honestly. Get rid of the pseudopod and just sort of do the acidy stuff, or tie the pseudopod to the acidy stuff, and then make the 6th level a true amorphous. I like that idea. Who said that? High five. That was Donda. You woke up sniffly, man. Yeah. Do you think Homebrew should follow the same feature? Wait, let me read that sentence again. Also, hi, Brendan Roberts. Brendan, can I ask you an honest question? Do you mind having it? Let me start from the beginning. Do you think about having a name that is a first name twice? Is that a thing you think about? Is that a thing that pops into your brain? I always wondered what it would be like to have a first name that was a first name and a last name that was a first name. I never had that before. Do you think Homebrew should follow the same feature vibe as official rules? For instance, second feature is usually utility. Brendan, I have mixed feelings about it. I have my personal beliefs, and then I have what I have sort of I do and sort of I don't. Here's what I think. I think that once you have a very strong handle on the balance and the rhythm and the flow of designing things for Dungeons and Dragons, then you kind of don't need to follow any of the rules anymore if you don't want to. But you need to understand them pretty dang well. So, whenever I'm reviewing Homebrew, I usually strongly encourage people to follow those vibe rules because I want them to practice writing Homebrew in the style that is balanced, that is nuanced. I want them to learn that style, and I want them to learn the sort of basic vibe of what these things are, so that as they continue to write, they can start to push those boundaries more. But I think one thing that is worth thinking about when you are sending me Homebrew, or when you're looking at Homebrew with me, I'm not expecting any of these pieces to be final drafts ever. And rarely am I expecting them to be something other than like a learning tool. Like, for example, let's look at this piece. This piece has a thing where we're doing acid damage at level 6. Is there an argument for you to be like, well, you shouldn't be doing extra damage at level 6? Like, well, yeah, I mean, to a certain extent that's true, but also, like, the newest barbarian, the giant barbarian, does extra damage at 6. So, like, there's elements of pushing that. It's not always the rule, but it is good to learn that it is the rule a lot of the time, so that you can have a sort of understanding of the balanced progression and that sort of thing. I've heard it called subclass scaffolding. That's not a bad way to phrase it. Yeah, know the fundamentals before you can start iterating them. Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's a guideline, but it's a guideline it's really worth familiarizing yourself with. And when I'm reviewing things, I usually make reference to it because I don't think most people think about that or know about that. And the truth is, if your piece goes against the norm, it should be evident that it does in a way that works. Like, you shouldn't feel like, I don't understand why you're doing this. It should feel like, oh, this makes sense. It's sort of how, like, you don't need to write a book with great grammar if it's really understandable. But to make it really understandable, you need to have a very good understanding of grammar. Like, have any of you ever read any Cormac McCarthy? Cormac McCarthy is a really great author. He wrote the book that was made into the movie No Country for Old Men. His biggest claim to fame is a book called Blood Meridian. But he doesn't really, or he wrote The Road. That was another one. But he uses almost no grammar in his books, but you can pretty easily understand them because he has such a strong understanding of writing that he can sort of choose to ignore the rules sometimes. I mean, you're joking, but the ending is uplifting. I think The Road ends up being a much more uplifting book than Blood Meridian or No Country for Old Men. Both of those have pretty sad endings. The Road has a pretty optimistic ending, considering how dark it is. The wheel sounds a bit different tonight. It does. Let's look at the other 6th level feature. You can cause a toxin to surge through the pseudopod you create. As an action, you can cause poison to pulse through a creature grappled by your pseudopod. The creature is poisoned for 10 minutes. That's a really long time. The creature can make a con saving throw at the end of each of its turns. I would just make it a minute. You can just feature a number of times equal to your bonus action. Wait, It's weird that you just auto poison them. I feel like there should be an initial saving throw. Also, this feels like it shouldn't be a 6th level feature. This should be a 10th level feature. Either of these, this one also feels like it could be a 10th level feature. But I could see an argument for it being 6. But yeah, I think the thing that I would put at 6th level is true amorphous. You get all wiggly. I don't need to step away for a minute yet. I'm waiting for a phone call. And then I'll just step away for a minute. But yeah, if I were you, I would probably, like, this feels like a 10th level feature. Not like a 6th level feature. I'm going to point something out here that you might not like. Generally speaking, oozes are not really associated with poisoning creatures. Just saying, oozes don't really poison creatures in D&D. If you want to be a poison ooze, that's fine, but that's not a thing that oozes normally do. At 10th level, we get Body of Acid. A thick layer of acid envelops your form, allowing you to create an additional limb. When you enter a rage, you can create a second pseudopod. This natural weapon acts the same as the other. Additionally, while raging, when a creature hits you with a melee attack, you can use your reaction to make a pseudopod attack against the creature. The attack can't grapple the target. What is this supposed to do? What is the point of this? This doesn't give us an extra attack. So what is the point of having an extra pseudopod? What does the extra pseudopod actually do mechanically? I'm not sure what mechanically this first part does, if anything. The second part is getting to make a reaction attack, which is pretty strong on a barbarian. But I'm going to be honest here. I feel like this feature doesn't feel like it does anything. I probably would get rid of this feature, and I would probably mix corrosive and maybe poison touch together and make them the 10th level feature. I wouldn't. No, I don't think you get poisoned when you eat a slime. I think maybe you get acid reflux. That's different than getting poisoned. And then you have enlarged pseudopod. Your pseudopod can grow much larger to completely engulf a creature. Your pseudopod now has a reach of 15 feet, and you can grapple a creature of any size. It is of any size when it is made with your pseudopod. Additionally, you can engulf a creature in ooze. As an action, you can attach the pseudopod and force a creature you are grappling to make a dex saving throw. On a success, the creature takes some acid damage. On a failure, the creature becomes engulfed. While engulfed, the ooze surrounds them. The engulfed creature has full... The engulfed creature has full cover, is grappled and restrained, takes a bunch of acid damage at the start of each of its turns. You can make a pseudopod attack against the engulfed creature with the pseudopod used to engulf them, but you can't attack any other creatures with the pseudopod. I think this is just an overly complicated feature at this point. An engulfed creature can try to escape by taking an action to make a strength check. On a success, the creature bursts out of the ooze. Let's use this feature, can't do it again until you finish a long rest. I like the idea here. I think two things. One, I think there still should be a size limit on the creature that can be engulfed. I don't feel like you should be able to engulf a gargantuan creature here. That feels silly. I also feel like... I don't know. It's a little bit weird feeling that it's like you can basically like you shoot slime at a creature and the slime wraps around the creature and slowly eats it. That's a kind of neat idea. Does the pseudopod return to you when it's done killing the creature, eating the creature? I think the acid damage is also a little too high. I think it should not. I think it should be 3d8 every time. I don't think it should be 6d8 every time. Because what this is essentially doing is it's grapple, restraining, blinding, and dealing damage to a creature at range where you don't need to be limited by that. You can just run around. It's like locking them down. It's a neat idea. I like the goal here. I think this thing is way too strong in its current iteration. And I think that in your desire to make things scale, you made things scale too much. And I think a good example of scaling, I think you could see in something in like the Zealot Barbarian, where how does the Zealot Barbarian's main attack scale? Well, if we take a look at it, where is it? That's the Bard. The way the Zealot Barbarian's damage scales is it does 1d6 plus half your Barbarian level. So as your Barbarian level goes up, that goes up. And that is good scaling. That's not bad scaling. And I think that the scaling that doesn't work so well is scaling like the Wild Magic, where these things they just don't scale. This just does 1d6 damage forever. This just does 1d6 damage forever, etc. So I feel like you overcompensated a little bit, and I feel like this feature feels a little complicated, and I think you could move some stuff around. And chat, unless I missed something, I feel like Body of Acid just actually doesn't do anything. Did I miss something? I like the imagery of the ooze guy getting less humanoid as they get stronger. Yeah, I like that idea too. All right, let's give James a round of applause, guys. Thank you for sharing, James. Brains. 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 All right, thank you, James. Insert brain here. Brain, I hardly known. That doesn't mean anything. Oh man, I really love the new wheel. The new wheel sounds. Just a quick little item. I want more variety in instruments for bards, so here's an attempt at magical bagpipes. Let's take a look. Bagpipes of blustering. Scotland forever. Rex with the 10. Cinder, first of all, thank you very much, Rex. I'm considering adding different ways to implement feasts into my game. For example, after completing a dungeon warped by the Shadowfell, you gain feats, not feasts. You gain shadow touched feat. What do you think? Here's what I think. I think two things. One, I think that one of the things about feats is that they're made more interesting by not everybody having the same feats. I think if everybody has the same feats, they've become less exciting. It's the diversity that makes them exciting. So the way that I try to incorporate feats into my game, because I also like incorporating them more, is I let everyone start with one for free. And then on top of starting with one for free, every time we do, every time there's ability score increase, anytime there's an ASI, I let people take the ASI and take a feat. And if any of the feats they take have the +1 to a stat, I just don't add the +1. We just drop the +1 part. So I do that for adding more feats. What I was going to say, though, is this is like more work, maybe, but I feel like the more fun solution is, especially in circumstances like yours, where it's like, if my players go to the Shadowfell for a dungeon, instead of having them get feats, maybe either look up or take a little bit of time and write like a list of 10 magical boons that are Shadowfell related that they can either pick from or get at random. So that instead of they all get shadow touched, they all get a different shadow power. But they could still, there's still opportunities for those powers to be different. I feel like that allows for a little bit more, a little bit more imagination space, which I think is a very good thing to have. Not imagination space, but diversity. And also, it makes things a little bit more exciting in terms of like, oh, we're going to the Shadowfell. What sort of stuff are we going to get? And then as a dungeon master, I will say that it is very fun to try to homebrew special boons for your players. And I think giving yourself limitations like these have to be tied to the Shadowfell or the Feywild or whatever. Maybe it depends on the person, but for me, that's a very fun, creative space to sit in from like a homebrew perspective. Like I really enjoy that idea of like, okay, let's sit and let's make 10 boons for the Shadowfell. In fact, I like that idea so much that maybe that should be something we do on stream. Maybe we should do a stream where we come up with a bunch of boons. That would be fun. Like they're like feats that are given by dungeon masters but not players don't pick them. Oh, that would be a fun thing to do on stream. Let's do that. Maybe let's do that next week. Can somebody remind me in the Discord? Or wherever. I'll write it down. But that's a fun idea. Are boons temporary or tied to the plane? That sounds fun. I think that it depends on the boon. But I could see a boon, like magical boons could be anything from like your plants turn into your legs turn into tree trunks. You are now immune to being moved against your will or knocked prone. Like that could be a boon. Or you could have a boon that's like you can cast any 6th level spell that you want once for free. So maybe that one is just like a one and done spell, one and done boon, or maybe there's one, or maybe you do it timed where it's like for the next month, you can see invisible creatures or whatever. You can do a lot of stuff with them. There's not really a right or wrong way to do them because they are sort of just like extra, which is part of why they're fun to homebrew. They're also fun to homebrew when you try to make them interesting, but not have what makes them interesting rely on a specific class. Like, to try to think of one that could be applicable to anyone, I think is an interesting challenge as well. Oh, you should definitely steal it, Orca. That's why we're going to do it. Charms are temporary. Epic boons are typically permanent. Charms are temporary. Boons are forever. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's an epic boon. Sally, you mad lad. God, I love D&D. Yeah, I put in punctuation. For next month, you can tell the label whether or not the wine is good or not. Exactly. Exactly. You can tell from... Yeah, that's a great power. You look at wine and know what it means. Oh, I got one in a wintry theme campaign that gave me a one-time resistance to a source of cold damage. Yeah, that's a good example of one. We'll do a stream where we'll come up with a big list of them, and maybe we'll organize them by like planes of existence and or creature types. Like we'll do like, here's some shadow ones, here's some fire ones, stuff like that. I think that would be cool. And then I can share it with all of you, and we can all high five forever. Does that sound good? Oh, guys, there's something I want to share with you, but I don't know if now is the time to share it. Maybe we wait. Maybe I wait till it's more prepared. I think we wait. Let's look at this bagpipe. Is it the One Piece? You know, I actually wasn't even thinking about the One Piece this time. I was thinking of something actually different. But is it in the book I'm writing? The book the book I'm writing, I'm writing the book with a couple people. I'm not the only one writing it. It's me and a guy named Patrick, who's my dungeon master, and a guy named Mason, who is actually a writer. No, it's more like here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say now, and I'll leave it at that. There are going to be some shifts. Moving from October to November, there are going to be some shifts that I think that some of you will like and some of you will not like. That being said, I will be implementing systems that allow for everyone to still not that much is going to have to change from your end. But things are going to change a little bit from my end for at least a little while. But it shouldn't shake things up too much. It is going to be different, though. That's what I'll say. And I'll leave it at that for now. Shift the bed? You guys don't even know where the bed is. It's over there. You don't know where I'm pointing. That way. There's a bed over there. Love watching your shorts. Just want to drop in and say keep up the good work. Thank you, Lithiix77. What is happening? I'll tell you guys. I'll probably tell you on Sunday. Lots of short watchers dropping in. I know. I love it. I didn't even post a short about it today. Here for a good time, not a long time? Okay. Changes to your content, audience participation? No. Content is going to stay exactly the same. If anything, we're going to be doing more shows. The biggest change to the content will be there will be more of it. Audience participation, there will be more of it. There will essentially be more content across the board. The board might look a little different, though. I'm trying to hire an editor. Actually, I need to get back to this woman that reached out to me. I am trying to hire an editor, though. Daytime streams are going to start becoming a thing. This is a part of it. I'm subscribed, so I got a notice that you were live. Nice. Quitting my job? Dude, I quit my job last year. Surprised to not see Gina. Today is Gina's birthday, so I think she is out doing birthday things. Does your book have more sea monsters? I need sea monsters. The book that I'm working on... Wait, let's look at these bagpipes for a second, and then remind me, and I'll tell you about the book How about this? I will tell you about the book I'm working on after we look at these bagpipes for a second, but let's look at them first. If you remind me, and if I remember. Wondrous bagpipes. Bagpipes of blustering. Uncommon. While holding these bagpipes, you can cast Gust as an action, as well as cast Gust of Wind once per day. The spells use your spellcasting modifier and spell save DC. Additionally, the air stored in the bag can be used as verbal components of your spells, even if you're unable to breathe or speak, as long as the instrument can still be heard. Oh, that's cool. What I would probably do, instead of saying as well as cast Gust once a day, I would say using these bagpipes you can cast using these bagpipes as an action you can cast Gust. Period. Enter. Additionally, you can cast Gust of Wind once per day, something like that. Make it a separate sentence. They'll write as well as. And then I think that you should still list how many, maybe like how many spell, like how often can this be the case? Like if you're doing an underwater campaign and you're holding your breath, like how many spells can you cast using the bag? I don't think it should be infinite, but I like this idea for a magic item. It's a pretty simple, basic one, and I like it. I'm going to start streaming from one of those glass cubes. What glass cubes? So I might be able to catch you not 10 at night. This is true. This is true. You need to get an editor to make that mug look good. Man, this mug always looks good. You kidding me? It's the best looking mug there is. My wife and I plan on starting a third printing business early next year to at least supplement our income. That's very cool. What do you print? I need to figure out. I want to start doing merch. I need to figure out how I'm going to do shirts and stuff, and if I'm going to do it through a printer or if I'm going to do it through like Teespring or something like that. I like simple yet effective things like this. Everyone is allowed to have a favorite mug. 10 out of 10 mugs. Yeah, I like this item. I don't even really have feedback other than I think that I could see an argument for, I mean, the only other thing that I would maybe add is I feel like this thing has a logical ability to grow. Like, if you made it all breath and wind related, there are higher tiered wind type spells you could essentially tack onto this thing as the player got better, which I think is always an interesting place to play. But yeah, I like it. Let's give Orca some brains in the chat. Brains. One of the things that I like about it is that this first part is both very evocative and flavorful and also simple. It's just like, here's an extra cantrip, here's a once-a-day spell. But it's really this last feature that ties it all together, because this, not only does this feature, this feature is weird, it is unique, it is very situational, and it ties into the flavor really nicely. And when you build a magic item, or anything really in D&D, making sure you're sort of capturing both sides of that equation, the side of how usable, fun, simple is it, and then the side of how unique, situational fun is it, and you can mush those together, that's nice. Is there somewhere you could apply? I have an email address associated with my YouTube channel, CinderBlocksally@gmail.com. If you want to send me over your resume or your rates or any pieces you've worked on before, you are more than welcome to. I will happily take a look at them. Do today. Cool. All right. Thank you very much, Orca. I am going to need to walk out of here in like 2 seconds. All right. I have to walk out of here right now. I shall be right back. And then we'll spin the wheel again. Don't worry. Watch. Don't worry. Look. See? I'll be right back. In the meantime, here's some villain music. Enjoy the villain music. I'll be right back. Oh, hey, I'm back. Did you miss me? What be doing? Oh, what be doing indeed. Oh, so what were you asking me about my book? Oh, so there's not really going to be sea monsters in it because the premise of the book that I'm working on, in a nutshell is that all of the gods are dead and all of the everything, all the higher beings are dead, and you are playing basically as the humanoid survivors on the world that is growing out of what remains of the landscape after this big war. So it's very much like Wild West Pioneer with a little bit of post-apocalyptic, and the idea is that instead of there being coal that is used as like a powerful combustion and there being big coal mines, all of the blood and like essence of these divine creatures has like melted into the ground. So now coal is like magically imbued. So there are all these different sorts of magical practitioners and creatures from other realms and stuff that are basically coming to the planet to try to mine it for this special irradiated divine infernal coal. And so there are monsters, but they're more like creatures that you would find in a desert that have been like dramatically changed through like super fast transformation-y kind of stuff like that. So like one of the monsters in the book, so like to give you an example, one of the monsters in the book is essentially an anglerfish. So it's sort of a sea monster. It's like a giant anglerfish, but it can fly and it sort of floats like a blimp, and people essentially use them as like hot air balloons. So they can train them to use their lore as like a not a thing that's gonna fuck with people. And they have like tendrils and stuff. And then part of the book has 2 classes that we made, both of which are sort of tied to the coal. But then there's other things like there's living storms, and there's all these different weird societies and a bunch of different alien factions that are all sort of colonizing the planet. So there's a lot of monsters and weird stuff, but most of it is very much in the desert. Water is the ability to find water and to have water is like a fairly big part of the campaign setting if it was one you wanted to play in. How much will it cost? I have no idea. We're still... I'm not sure. We basically are done writing it and have just entered into we're exploring Kickstarter stuff for it now. How much fiction is there going to be with the game content? I think that the goal is that there's going to be probably... We want there to be enough that if you wanted to run a campaign in it, you could. And we want to include at least one adventure in it. And we are basically creating a lot. We're writing... We have a lot of locations that we have written that we're sort of writing almost like stat blocks, where if you want to include this city in your game world, or this town, or this roving festival, or this cult, or whatever, you can use the card or the page and the card to fit it into your world, or to just like be like, we're gonna have it, it's gonna be able to do this, and this is what it's gonna be like. So medium amount of fiction. My goal is less like lots of stories to read, and I want as much of it to be directly usable as possible, but that's just because that's the kind of books I like. Yeah, it's mostly going to be all modular. That's the goal. The goal, like when we were designing it in terms of like what we wanted the book to look like, we kind of looked to Explorer's Guide to Wildmount and a book called Dark Matter as examples of the types of books we wanted to make, which include a lot of lore and a lot of very specific types of locations, but also basically the rules and the ability to mix and match those things very easily. Yeah, Dark Matter is one of my favorite D&D books. Anyway, that is a book that I've been working on for a while. with 2 guys. It'll come out eventually. I'll be shouting about it from the mountaintops when we're starting to promote it. And there's 2 classes. One is essentially somebody who has like a little engine that they've built to harness the coal to like do weird stuff with. It's sort of like a mad scientist, like a crazy guy, mad scientist, backwoods type character. And then the other one is somebody who wields an artifact from the realm of the God War that gives them powers. They are essentially a gunslinger, but with divine or infernal power. What would happen if you ate the coal? Probably nothing good. We have the coal is a magic item in the game itself, and I think that we have some rules for interacting with it. But I think if you ate it, I don't think anything would happen outside of the same things that would happen if you as a person ate coal. I think you would just get sick. Hey, I asked a question during one of the previous streams, will monsters be covered? And welcome back. Yes, I think there's like 50 monsters. So we have at least 3 stat blocks for each of the different alien groups that are coming down. And then we have, I think, 5 or 6 stat blocks for different types of like monsters of the realm that are more normal creatures, like were coyotes and like rock crabs and the angler fish. And then we have a handful of like sort of cosmic monsters like living storms and like a sentient meteorite that is sending out missionaries. And then we also have a couple like big boy stat blocks. Coyote. How do you pronounce it? Did I say it wrong? I don't think so. Coyote. Every now and then I say something in a way that is definitely... Coyote is a way you can pronounce it, depending on where you live in the world. My guess is that Ross and Pure Platinum are either from the very west coast, like California, or they are from the East Coast. That would be my guess. Based on their very quick response to it being coyote. I think a lot of people say coyote. I also think coyote is a pretty reasonable way to pronounce it, depending on where you're from in the world. Are you all just gonna say coyote now? You live in Texas, so you're correct. Texas is kind of its own country. The amount of things that Texas is incorrect on is astounding. I like Texas in some ways, but unfortunately, I don't want to live there. You're from Virginia? Yeah, you're from the East Coast. Exactly. Proving my point. Depends on where in Texas. Speaking of Texas, Tradosio, you're up. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Here, I forgot. Don't bring up Austin. I was gonna say Austin is the most expensive place to live, but Austin is also like the only place that I would want to live if I was gonna live in Texas. Only if you want to. This is the Haunted Soul. Alright, this is a sorcerer subclass called the Haunted Soul. I was kind of surprised at how much you guys were like, actually, that's not how you pronounce that word. There's a lot of people that I feel like have very limited perspectives of the world that raised their hands in that moment. to say, I have not experienced much outside of my own bubble. Or raise their hand to say, I know what is right above other people in a way that sometimes not right, but does make it seem like you think you know what's right. What's up, Tradosio? How's it going, buddy?
It's going all right. You can hear me, right?
I can hear you loud and clear.
I can't hear stream, but I can hear you. That's strange. Anyway.
No, it's good. You don't need to hear stream.
Yeah, I just connected my headphones and it apparently broke all my sound, but we're good. I also can't see chat.
That's okay. They'll come back one day. So what are we looking at here?
We're looking at sorcerer subclass. Like I said, I created a bunch of like origins on how you can get this kind of magic, but it's a little long just because there's got that ghost stat block right in the middle, but other than that, should be good.
Cool, let's take a look. You are a living vessel for a potent supernatural force intertwined with your soul. This spectral being lends you its arcane prowess, guiding you to, to your destiny with otherworldly whispers. As a haunted sorcerer, you decide how you acquired your powers, consult the table. And we have a lovely table full of a bunch of little examples. Y'all are more than welcome to read. We are going to pop ahead, though, to the spell list.
Can you look at number 6 really fast? I think that's probably the one that I would be most interested in playing.
You were once a ghost who possessed an innocent person. After the possession, you lost your memories and now live again in a new body. Interesting. Possession gone wrong.
Yeah.
Depending on the perspective, I suppose. Very cool. As someone from North Carolina living in Boston, no one can pronounce other people's words. Y'all are wrong on like 70% of the words from other locations. Thank you, evil author. Thank you. Now I would like you to go back and go tell every person, maybe get the first person, but go back into the chat and go retroactively beat everyone up for me. All right. Let's see what spells we got. So it's necromancy or enchantment spell list from sorcerer or warlock spell list. We have cause.
There are 3 spell schools because I only gave you 2 classes that you can.
Oh, I don't know if I would do that. I would argue that getting access to another school is probably more stronger than getting access to another class, but I might be wrong there. But that's what my gut tells me.
Typically, it's like wizard who has like the huge spell school or spell list, and I chose 2 that were the sorcerer and warlock have kind of smaller spell lists. So that's kind of my reasoning behind. You can also take transmutation, but if it's a problem, I can play around with.
I don't know if it's a problem. I honestly, I think the move would be to just like look at the spells and be like, how many spells am I getting compared to this versus if I did it the other way, and just make sure it's reasonably the same. Okay. Cause fear, dissonant whispers, blindness, deafness, hold person, blink, speak with the dead, blight, charm monster, dominate person, hold monster. What is the goal of the spell list?
You're just kind of doing ghost things. Like blink is stepping briefly into the ethereal plane. Hold person is kind of like freezing them with fear or possessing them, kind of to like hold still. Dissonant whispers and cause fear. Obviously, you're scary. Dominate person is kind of that possession thing again. Hold monster, same thing.
Okay.
Blight is just a bunch of necrotic damage.
I might pull back on all of the hold creature stuff and try to find some alternatives. If I were you, I would probably lean more into illusion stuff. In fact, I'm kind of surprised that illusion isn't more of a focus of ghost things. I feel like that's a big part of ghosts, is like seeing things that aren't there, but that's just me. Let's see what we get at first level. When you take this origin at first level, you gain proficiency in a skill of your choice from Arcana, Religion, or History. You also have advantage on Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma checks when interacting with undead creatures. Cool, I like all of that. Also, at first level, you get Spectral Affinity. You can choose a spectral affinity that represents the kind of spirit you are most attuned to. Choose one of the following options from Poltergeist, Revenant, or Wrath. I like those options. That's good. That's a good split. Poltergeist, you learn Catapult, which doesn't count against the number of sorcerer spells you know. When you cast this spell, the maximum weight of the object you can target is doubled, and you can add your charisma modifier to the damage dealt. Okay. Revenant, you learn Hex. Doesn't count against them. While you're concentrating on the spell, you know the location of the Hex creature, as long as it's within 100 feet of you. Okay. Wrath, inflict wounds.
It's Wraith.
Wraith, excuse me. Yeah. Whichever doesn't inflict wounds, which doesn't count against the number of sorcerer spells you know. If you're at half your hit points or fewer, when you deal damage with the spell, you gain hit points equal to half the necrotic damage dealt. Huh. I like all of these a lot. I think that the one thing that I would point out is I feel like Poltergeist gets the short end of the stick here. Because while doubling the weight of the object is nice from like a RP perspective, the only thing we're really adding is we're adding, you know, a +3 to +5 up to one target, which I feel like isn't as strong as knowing where the thing is or hit points coming back, but maybe it's fine. But I do like what's happening here.
It also opens up the objects you could target.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
If you don't have a lot of really small things around you, you could be like, oh, it's making it more versatile. It's like, I can choose that heavier rock over there.
Yeah, but I think that versatility is negligible to the point of I don't think it is super relevant.
Fair.
In terms of balancing it. I think it's very relevant in terms of it being interesting. But in terms
would you think that I could boost it by also giving it Mage Hand and saying the Mage Hand can also lift and move double its weight?
I would hesitate against adding too much to it because I like the sort of symmetry of all of them getting a spell, and that spell does one extra thing or does a little bit of an extra thing. So I don't know if adding another cantrip on top of that is going to be the move here. But I mean, something like that could work. Maybe you can allow them to target 2 objects. So that's sort of double casting the spell, which I don't know how I feel about.
I think maybe saying like, if you hit a creature with the spell, you can push them 5 feet.
You could do something like that.
You're kind of like slamming it into them.
Yeah, you could do something like that where you have the ability to knock creatures around with it. That could work too. That could definitely work too.
It's also kind of fills in with you're targeting heavier stuff, so it's able to knock them around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, I see that. I feel like hold person or blindness and deafness we should lose for invisibility also.
Fair. Yeah, fair.
Hey Cinder, you just got resubbed. Can I get on the wheel tonight? The wheel got Data. I don't. No, I'm sorry. Not in the middle of the stream right now. You can do. You're gonna get to, as being a resubbed member, you will get to be participating in the next 4 though, which is fine. I'm sorry, man. Listen, also, I don't know what to tell you. Like, if you see it's happening, you can resub before. You can take care of it beforehand. I closed the form literally the second before stream starts. If money's tight, then don't resub and don't worry about it. What's up?
In the first little feature, I wanted to make sure that each of the options were something that the spirit could do. Sorry, I just took a bite of food.
That's okay.
Like, I wanted to make it thematic with the kind of creature that it is.
Oh, I think you did that. I think that's 100% accomplished. I think that's 100% accomplished. I think that
the Wraith has like the life drain, Revenant. It always knows who its target is,
and Poltergeist are like throwing stuff around. Yep. No, I think you nailed that on the head. I think I nailed that on the head. Yeah, man. A bunch of people were asking about member stuff today. I mean, here's the deal, guys. If you want to be a member, sign up for a member. If you don't want to be a member, I still run every other stream other than Thursday night is related to not member stuff. And I don't want you to become a member if you can't afford it. And if you can afford it, great. But, make sure you get your timing right. I did
Telekinesis.
not. At 6th level, we get the haunt. Would telekinesis be good for a 5th level spell on the spell list? Yeah, that could work. I could see that working for sure.
Yeah.
Let's look at haunt. At 6th level, you are able to reveal the source of your magical might as the haunt. As an action, you can spend 1 or more sorcery points up to an amount equal to your proficiency bonus to manifest the haunt in an unoccupied space of your choice that you can see within 30 feet of you. Each creature within 10 feet of the haunt other than you, when it appears, must make a con saving throw against your spell save or take a d6 necrotic damage for each sorcery point spent. Okay. So it's a little necrotic explosion when you summon it. The haunt is friendly to you and your companions, obeys your commands, see the stat block, blah, 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 blah. It uses your stuff. It uses... In combat, it shares your initiative count, bonus action to do stuff. It manifests for 10 minutes until it is reduced to 0 hit points, until you use this feature to summon it again, or until you die. What is the cost of summoning it?
The sorcery points.
So
You
for
have to
one
spend at
sorcery
least one.
for one sorcery point, I can get this whole guy for 10 minutes.
Yeah. I should probably add more, like, restriction.
It should cost more than that. It
Okay.
should cost more than that. To give you a good thing to balance this off of would be the Shadow Sorcerer, who gets to summon a very, very specific dire wolf that has very specific features, and it costs 3 sorcery points each summoning.
I was looking at the wildfire druid because that's what I based a lot of this wording on, even the explosion innately.
Yeah, but
and they can use that.
But theirs is based on a wild shape.
But the summon also lasts for an hour for each use. And if you're at 6th level,
it doesn't
10
matter.
minutes.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
1 sorcery point for a 10-minute summons is pretty dang strong. Unless that summons, I think, is way briefer or way weaker.
All right. I'll probably make it like
the thing that,
like,
regardless of the
5 year-
mechanics, the thing that you should base it off in terms of balance should probably be the Shadow Sorcerer's Hound. Hound of Ill Omen. Which basically makes a dire wolf, except the dire wolf comes with some extra temporary hit points, and it can walk through walls, and
you can do that twice at level 6 because it's only 3 source points.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so I could make it cost more. Could make it 3, and then you can spend extra to do the necrotic damage.
I think the question is, what do you care about more, that extra necrotic damage or the guy? Because I could also see a good argument for it just costing 3 every time, and it just doing a set amount of necrotic damage, and then summoning him, and not having the necrotic damage grow, or not grow depending on what you cost. Like, it really depends on, I think, where you want the power in this thing to sit. Because if you want the power to sit more in the necrotic damage, then I think that you could still do that, and you just make this guy weaker. We don't really know what this guy does yet, but I mean, even if it's just that it can fly, it has all these resistances, and it's incorporeal, that's pretty strong right off the bat. All right, let's see. It can fly, it's incorporeal, it's got some immunities, it's got a bunch of so it's a bunch of resistances and immunities. It's incorporeal. It has a number of attacks equal to half your proficiency bonus rounded down, so it will have
3 at level 7.
Yeah, so 3 eventually, but most of the time it'll have 1, and then it'll have 2 for a little while. Let's see. It has a weapon attack that does 1d8 plus 4 plus proficiency bonus. Wisdom save, or they are frightened until the end of their next turn. Each creature other than you within 10 feet of the haunt that can hear must make a saving throw or be frightened until the end of its next turn or until it takes damage. Frightened this way is also paralyzed? Holy shit. I mean...
You can only do that once per summon.
Yeah, but the way
they
that...
limit the summoning.
But... That's really strong. Here's what I would say. the ability to spend 3 sorcery points to pick a space and then have all creatures within 10 feet of that space make a saving throw or be paralyzed, which is literally just this ability minus the creature. That alone, pretty strong. That's just a feature of this creature, though. So I think that I would hesitate against the paralyzed here if I were you. When you cast a spell with a range other than self, the haunt can use its reaction to deliver the spell as if it had cast it. I think that's fine.
The same thing as the familiar.
Yeah, this is just way too strong in its current state. This thing is better than the Hound of Ill Omen by several fold. The Haunting Wail alone, if this was literally the only thing it did, I think would potentially still be too strong, let alone it also being a creature with all of the things that come with being a creature. Is there a reason why are you committed to the paralyzed here?
No, I can just remove the whale. I just wanted it to feel kind of like the Banshee.
I think you could do something like that if you want to, but I think that you got to think of something else to do with it, especially if this thing can potentially frighten on every single attack, which is also a lot. Yeah, I feel like if you want to do something like the Haunting Wail, you gotta, like, I would almost build it in such, like, I could also see an argument for doing something with it where it's like the Haunting Wail or whatever this is, it doesn't paralyze, it's like an AoE damage, and you get rid of the AoE damage from the summon, and you make it this like an AoE damage, and then it disappears. Like, it could like explode itself and do something. You don't have to go in that direction at all if you don't want to, but it's just a little too strong in its current iteration. Like, you can't really scale this to any of the other summons due to the nature that it has a 40-foot fly speed, it's incorporeal, the amount of damage resistances, and specifically, more importantly, the amount of condition resistances, is just really strong. So I think you got to tone that back. I see a good argument for this thing only being out for a minute. Even if you make it cost 3 sorcery points instead of 1. Yeah, I think you gotta think about it a little bit less in the context of the wildfires summons and more in the context of comparing it to the...
I was also looking at the summon undead from Tasha's.
But again, that's a spell, it's not a class ability. It's like you can take a little bit from that, but you don't want it to be too much of copying that, because that also, like, that's requiring concentration. Like, there's things that are happening with that make it, I think, not quite as comparable.
Okay.
If I were you, I would decide what aspects of the ghost summoning you are the most excited by, and I would lean into that. So, like, are you the most excited by the ghost being able to go through walls and deliver spells for you? Are you the most excited for the ghost creating an explosion of necrotic energy when it's summoned? Are you the most excited for the ghost to do some sort of horrible wail? Are you most excited for the ghost to frighten people? And whatever the thing is you're the most excited for, I would lean into that. Doing 1d10 per action plus 1 for bonus action isn't that absurd. But if it was more of a, it's mounted so I don't need for argument, that made me feel, I don't know what you're talking about, Julian. Talking about mounting stuff? How do you feel about using the Song of Creation to spawn homebrew items, even if the DM's approval? Oh, I probably wouldn't do that. Song of Creation doesn't let you summon magic items, I think. So I guess if it was homebrewed non-magical item, then it'd be fine. Yeah, that's my main thought on this. I think maybe focus in. The other thing that you could do is you sort of did it with Poltergeist, Revenant, Wrath. You could do that with this, where you could decide what type of haunt you're summoning, and then it could have a different feature depending on which version you summoned. You know, if you summon a Poltergeist, Wrath, or a Wraith, or Revenant, you know, and maybe sort of build it out in that way. So it would be less like it's always the same and it has a lot of things, and more like you can specialize. You pick and you specialize it. Derek, your piece did not come up yet. No. It's amazing what people have made. I know. These people are really, really generous with their creativity. Especially considering how much I just sit here and criticize it. Okay. Overall, though, I like the idea so far. I think that yeah. The more that I think about it, the more that I think I would think about splitting this into different types of ghosts you can summon. At 14th level, we get supernatural magic. 14th level, you can cast See Invisibility at will. Also, as an action, you can spend 6 sorcery points to grant yourself and 3 other willing creatures etherealness for 10 minutes. Once you do so, you can't do so again until you can finish a long rest. All right, I think that's pretty solid. At 18th level, whenever you summon your haunt, you can spend 3 more sorcery points to target a corpse of a humanoid who died within the last day. The haunt possesses the corpse and now controls the body, which gains a number of hit points equal to twice your sorcerer level. The haunt can't be targeted by any attacks, spells, or other effects until turn undead. The haunt retains its intelligence, wisdom, and charisma, and immunity to all the other stuff. It otherwise uses the possessed target stats. The possession lasts until the body drops to 0 hit points, until you end it or it's cast out. Is the intention here that you would, like, if you could cast this on like a dead ogre, you would control an ogre?
Yes, but it only gains the number of hit points equal to twice your sorcerer level, so it's still quite squishy.
Yeah. I like the idea.
The wording is taken directly from possession in the ghost stat block.
No, I like the idea a lot. I think this shouldn't. I think the part that I would change if I were you is 2 things.
And I think ogres are humanoids.
Ogres aren't humanoids. They're giants.
Oh, well then you wouldn't be able to target an ogre.
Okay, so this is what I would say if I were you.
Because it's only humanoids.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I think that that's reasonable. What I would say is I think that this doesn't need to be tied to your haunt. I think this could be like an alternative use of your haunt maybe, but I don't think you should worry about dealing with all of the intricacies of like your haunt uses its intelligence and it can't be I don't think you need to do any of that. I would basically go in the other direction, and I would sort of treat it like 18th level, you can target the corpse of a creature, period, that has died within maybe not the last day, or you could say the last day. And then I would basically allow you to possess it. So it would be the kind of thing where it's like you go blind, blah, 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 and you can like puppeteer it, and maybe you can do that for a certain amount of time, or it has a number of hit points equal to, I keep the hit point thing, but I would extend it past other things. Like, think about it like almost like you are casting possession as sort of like a spell or something like that is the direction that I would go in if I were you. You don't have to do that if you don't want to, or make it so when the haunt goes into the body, you don't have to worry about the haunt's stats anymore. It's like you sort of like, it's like you spend the haunt to summon, to like reanimate the body for a little while. Because I just feel like that extra step of like, it's now a monster, but your haunt also still inside it. I feel like maybe that just feels like a little bit convoluted for no, like I don't think we need those extra steps necessarily. But yeah, I think it's a neat idea. I like it overall. I like it overall. I think the possession is pretty solid. I think supernatural magic is probably the one that I feel the most like, I don't know how I feel about this one. Everything else I like quite a bit. Supernatural magic, I think, feels like flavorfully kind of out of left field.
I wanted to give you the ghost's ability to like see into the ethereal plane, which is just what see visibility does.
Yeah.
And the option to go into the ethereal plane and bring your party along with you, which is what the etherealness spell does.
No, I mean, I understand what it does. I have a hard... Okay, I mean, I get it. I accept it. I guess I just don't normally associate that immediately with, like, ghost stuff. But... Alright. I accept. Alright, I don't really have more thoughts. I think that if I were you, the main things to work on are the 6th level feature and the 18th level feature. and maybe try to put some more like some more spooky stuff in the spell list, and less like body control stuff. I don't know. Those are my main thoughts, though. Questions, concerns, yearnings, aspirations?
No, I think we're good. Have a good stream.
Well, thank you, Tradosia. All right. It's a pretty neat idea. You know what I think? I will say this. I think that it's pretty hard to make a. First of all, let's give some brains. Brains. It's pretty hard to make a pet subclass because there's so many different iterations of the minion summoner. And I think that, especially if you're doing it at higher levels, having it be fairly limited makes a lot of sense. But even then, it's a challenging thing to figure out like where to put those powers. And especially like for this 18th level feature, like I totally understand the logic of tying it to the haunt. But I almost feel like, sort of like with the creation bard, you want to just you don't want to be in a situation where like I don't love the idea with the sorcerers where when you run out of something, you're just out of like out of one thing means out of another thing. Unless the thing you're out of is sorcery points, then I think it's okay. But I like the idea that like, let's say you've used all of your haunt powers. I don't know. I feel like I like the idea that you could still animate somebody. Because it's level 18. You want to be able to do this. Also, I want it to not be limited to humanoids. Because I feel like being able to sort of reanimate, you know, a purple worm for a round, or an ogre or a giant for a round or for a short amount of time. I think that would be pretty cool. No, I understand that that's a power thing, but I think that you can sort of limit it more in that way. Like, if you made the haunting possession a once a day feature and you made it maybe the thing dies after one hit, or maybe after one round, or maybe you really lower how many hit points it has or something. There's a lot of ways you could tamper it down, but I feel like there's a lot of potential that we're missing by not letting us possess non-humanoids, because it's 18th level also. Like, if you wanted to do possession at 6th level or even 14th level, I think there's more of an argument for it to be just humanoids, but I don't know. Because normally I would agree with you. Normally I think we'd be on the exact same page. Oh, I know the way that it's. I know that the way that it's written, it's too strong as is. But I think that if you tone it back a little bit, I think it'll be fine, and I think that it'll be cool. Also, like, let's just think about it like this. Think about it from the narrative perspective, okay? You're being a sorcerer. You're fighting like between demons. Like, you're level 18, okay? So you're like on a spaceship fighting demons and gods and things. Do you want to be able to use your capstone power to possess one of the war band soldiers and have them rejoin and fight alongside you for a round? Or do you want to be able to possess the dragon or the thing that was pulling their, you know, the giant Otalug or whatever? Like, I just feel like it's more cinematic. Maybe it's too strong. I don't know. Sometimes I think too strong is okay. That's where I feel like that one. But yeah, cool. Thank you very much, Tradosio. Very, very cool piece. I think as far as making like a ghost, a ghost sorcerer goes, this is very strong so far. Very strong. And these first level features are great. Okay. All right. That was Tradosio. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll try not to scroll. I apologize. Hi, Marauder. What's up? How's it going, buddy? What are we talking about tonight? We are reviewing D&D Homebrew tonight. Maybe humanoid you could go for longer, but other creatures a shorter time. Oh, that's an interesting idea. I kind of like that. If it's a humanoid, maybe you could do it for 10 minutes or for a minute. But if it's a non-humanoid, maybe you could only do it for a certain number of rounds. That's not a bad idea. I think, who said that? Celestial Infinity? That might be the move right there. Yeah, what? Hello, how's it going? We are reviewing D&D Homebrew tonight. You're here for your etiquette lessons? Yeah. Well, I'm sure you'll step into something sooner than later. Maybe, maybe not. We never know. Are you guys ready? Should we spin the wheel? I think all creatures are 1 minute, but humanoid for 10 minutes are good. Yeah, because it's level 18. Because the truth of the matter is, the only times it's really going to be advantageous to do it to a humanoid is going to be a roleplay situation. Where it's like you need the humanoid to, like, you know, oh, I'm going to make the king say something. And I think then you want that 10 minutes. I love the new sounds. They're so good. Would you make it a save or suck or only dead bodies? Oh, I would make it only... That's a good question. Hey, what's up, Mike Knight? How's it going, buddy? Yeah. Take a second. Jump on your computer. Tradosio, I think that I would make it only dead... My gut says only dead bodies, and it just works. But I think save or suck could do. You know what you could do? You know what you could do? If you wanted to make it a possession where it's like a dominate creature possession, you could also make it so it's save or suck, but like if they succeed, they take some damage. So it could be like on a success, your haunt enters into them and you now puppeteer them. Or if they fail their saving throw, that happens. But if they succeed on their saving throw, they take some amount of necrotic damage as the wraith or whatever the creature, the haunt is, tries to push in. So you could do something like that, I guess. But I like it on the dead personally. But that's just me. That's just me. All right, let's see what Ross has. Tiny item. Charlatans die with added versatility and underlying creepiness. Ooh. What's up, all my lettuce? How's it going? What do you want to see? What do you want to maybe see? I think I would maybe like to see peace amongst the realms, but I also think I would maybe like to see a werewolf if it was nice to me. I also would definitely maybe want to see a vampire if it was at least a little nice. I would also, there's a lot of things I would maybe want to see. I think that I would maybe want to see most magical otherworldly things. You think it's more evocative if it targets a corpse? Yeah, I agree. It also creates a version of limiting in there that I think helps mitigate the power. Ross, I'll grab you. Let's see if you're ready. Hey, Ross, are you ready to join me yet? I wonder.
Yes, I am.
Welcome. How's it going, buddy?
Not too bad. How are you?
I can't complain. So we are looking at a charlatan's die, a new charlatan's die. Yes?
Yes, yeah.
All right, let's take a look. So the old one is whenever you roll a 6-sided die, you can choose what the number is. This is a new one. Perfect disguise. When pressed to another die, the charlatan's die assumes the style and look of that die. Ooh. An investigation check DC 30 will reveal the true appearance. Why so high?
My brain immediately went to some eldritch horror, like it's a fleshy cube of otherworldly power or something.
Okay, because if you're going to make this thing a DC 30, just so you know, DC 30 is like legendary item.
I think that made it more funny to me for being something fairly inconsequential.
Okay, that's fine, but it's I would change either the rarity to match, or I would change the number.
Okay.
Charlatan's trickery. When you roll this 6-sided die, you can choose which number it rolls. Okay, so it's mostly the same. The difference is the changing of the die type.
It doesn't require attunement either. So the thought there was that anyone that rolls this, if they're thinking of a number, gets that roll. So if they're trying to cheat and someone else rolls it, and they're like, oh, and you're reading a 6, they get a 6.
I would maybe change the words then, because if that's the goal of it, then I think that that's what it should do. I don't think you should have control over it. I think it should just subconsciously work that way.
Right, okay. Yeah, just be more explicit, like, yeah, okay.
I like it for the most part. I think that if I were you, if you want to lean into it being some sort of like eldritch, super powerful, cosmic, otherworldly die, I don't think you need to make it do a whole lot more, but I do think you should move it a little bit more away from the charlatan's die. And maybe that's just changing charlatan's trickery. Like it could say, whenever a creature rolls this 6-sided die, the die taps into the eldritch powers of the cosmic realms, sees the future, present, and past, all things at once, and lands on whatever number it determines to be best for that roll for that creature. Some like outlandishly lavish language that essentially leads to the roll will be good for the creature. And it doesn't even necessarily need to be evidently good, right? Like maybe the eldritch thing will be like, oh yeah, if you lose this, then this will happen, and this will happen, and this will happen, so I'm going to make you lose this roll.
Yeah, I can see that.
Because the way that it's currently written, I think that the main action of you choosing it still kind of keeps it very similar to the charlatans. I think a little too similar. I would move it away a little bit.
I was just thinking, like, how do I minorly change this to, like, bump it? Weirdness.
I mean, that's a lot. A DC 30 check to reveal that it's like that it's a secret die is a little bit more than a minor change, I would argue.
Yeah. I think the kind of thing there was that I really like the game Darkest Dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a point where you just start seeing flashes of eldritch horror.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea that someone could nat 20 and fluke see the just flash of eldritch horror in the dice would be funny. So it's not a good motivation, but it's all basically because it would be funny in my mind.
First of all, I think it being funny is excellent motivation. Fantastic motivation. So, okay, then here's what I'm going to say. You need to put more explicit language in here in terms of what revealing the true nature of the die is. Because the way that it's written, there is nothing in here that speaks to anything eldritch or anything. It just seems like a regular magic die. So I would lean into that. Make sure that gets its way into the writing. And then, consider making you have less control over it. Or consider making the revealing of the die more explicit as to like what actually happens,
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like if you want them to see flashes of eldritch horror when they see its true nature, I would write that out.
Okay.
Because otherwise, people aren't going to know to do that. They're just going to be like, oh, the person rolled a 30. They can see that it's it looks different than the other die.
Yeah. I suppose, I came at this with the lens of it being like something that I'm inherently using in my own game. So I didn't really.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Like we all sit very, very specifically in our perspective. And when we do that, because of the way that our brains work, is we fill in all the gaps because we know the gaps. And our brains are really good at problem solving and building patterns. So the key is especially when you're trying to make a new magic item or something like that, is how do you take a step back enough to stop letting your brain make all those assumptions so that everything is on the page that needs to be, so that people don't need to make those assumptions. And then I think the step that you're at with this is like, just get that written a little bit more clearly. Data says DC 25 keeps the stakes high, but it's possible for high-level enemies. I kind of agree. I think making it 25 would make sense. The way that it's written right now, somebody would need to roll a natural 20 and have a plus 10 to see it, which is a little redundant, but also if the goal is it's just a silly, goofy thing, then maybe that's fine. Because it's sort of redundant. It's sort of just saying, like, you're going to fail. You're not going to be able to do this unless you are essentially a CR 20 plus monster and you roll really well?
Yeah, I suppose.
I'm glad you suppose, because it's accurate.
Yeah, it's not what I find. But
all right.
I get that.
It's a fun little goof. I mean, it's the kind of thing where, like, if I was a player and I saw this, I'd be like, that's weird. I don't really know what to do with that. But I think that making it a DC 30 is like, it's a little much, but maybe it's a little much in a way that you like.
I suppose, like, the only other thing here is that I did make the playing card equivalent, which is literally the same except as a playing card, and you can choose the suit and rank the thing.
Yeah, I like that idea too. It's like a card up the sleeve and a little Eldritch card. But again, same thought. I think that you should clarify what happens if creatures see through it. And if you want to keep the DC at 30, you just should know that no monster or player will ever pass that DC, realistically. It is very, very, very circumstantially they might, but again, because the minimum is they would need a +10 to their investigation. That's the minimum. So if anything has less than a +10 to its investigation, it's impossible for it to tell. So, most things it would be impossible for them to tell. But I like it, and I think the playing card is a logical evolution of the die. It's similar vibe.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ross. Fun item. A little Eldritch die. All right, thank you, buddy. Click. It's one of those things where it's like, you have to think about what your goal is. So Ross's goal here, he said, was mostly that he thought it was very funny. So I think if your goal is mostly to be very funny, then I think keeping the DC 30 is fine. But I would encourage making the funny more part of it throughout, which is why I think instead of doing it where you pick the die, the Eldritch entity should pick the die, because it sort of adds to the, like, I mean, it's going to make the die better for you most of the time, but sometimes it might not, because there might be a reason to not. And that's also a little bit silly. But yeah, I like it. Very fun. All right, let's give Ross a round of applause. Brains. 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 James, I looked at your piece earlier tonight. James sent in the ooze barbarian, and my main thought, James, was that in your goal to make this barbarian scale well, you overdid it, and you need to tone it back. And I think that some of the features could be switched around, and some of them could be just be whole heart removed. But I like the idea overall. I love the idea of an ooze barbarian. Anyway, thank you very much, Ross. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. A little bit of a trickstery thing to do. Click, clack. Turtle, did you make a turtle? Turtle, you didn't give me access to view it. I'm going to bring you into the chat and yell at you. Hey, Turtle. Are you here? I'm going to give you... Hey, are you here?
I'll fix it in 2 seconds. Hang on.
All right. I'm going to give you a couple seconds to fix it. I love when people forget to follow instructions.
I'm so sorry.
It's the best way to get me to read a piece. It's a great entry into the work.
Okay, it should work now.
Yeah, it looks like it's working now. One of the benefits of being able to come on stream and talk is we can just do it like that. Okay. Oh, is this in response to the thing I was yelling about?
Yes.
That's amazing. So for folks that don't know, on stream the other night, I made a big deal about how there are no turtles in D&D. And now we have 2 more ones, and that's amazing.
And who better to make them
than the turtle druid? This is true. This is true. So to be fair, this is a pretty accurate description. All right.
Yes.
So we have a sea turtle and a tortoise. Interesting. The tortoise is small. It's got blind sight 10 feet, pretty good. It's got the armor class of a turtle, which I like. It can withdraw in its shell. Until it emerges, it has 3/4 cover, advantage on strength and con saves. While in its shell, it is prone. Its speed is half. I would probably not do the advantage on strength and con saves in its shell. I feel like that doesn't make sense to me because it's not like they're inherently getting stronger. Like, in fact, if anything, they should be failing those because they can't move their limbs. I would probably treat it more like the turtle, where they get a flat bonus. If I were you, that's what I would do. I would make it so they get a +4 to their AC or something like that. And then I would probably have them speed 0, auto-failing dex saves.
Okay. So, I mean, with auto-failing dex saves, part of the reason that I didn't do that is there's a lot of things that are dex saves that it makes sense for them to automatically fail, but there's also a lot of things that are dex saves that I'm like, what? Like a fireball, for example. Like if somebody casts a fireball on top of me and I'm like, completely covered, I'm like in a little house, I feel like I should expect to take less damage from the fireball, not to automatically take as much possible damage because I decided to.
The thing that you have to keep in mind is that you're not in a little house. It's a tortoise. This is a non-magical animal, right? This is just a tortoise, correct?
Yes, it's just a tortoise.
Tortoise shells have no fire. Is bad for a tortoise shell. Like, if you put fire on a tortoise shell, that's just as bad as putting fire anywhere else on a tortoise. They don't have like a body at the other side. If you would smash a tortoise's shell with a hammer, on the other side of that shell is just the inside of its body.
Yes.
So it's sort of the same reason why, like, if you are a knight in armor and you're in a fireball, the armor doesn't protect you against the fireball, unless you have shield and shield mastery, where it's like there's like an extra layer there. So I don't know. I would.
That's fair enough. I hadn't thought about it like that, but that's a good point.
Yeah, and then the other thing that it's not a huge deal, but another reason why I think it's worth thinking about is, by making something a beast, you're making it an option for the druid, which is not the end of the world, but it's one of the reasons why I think it's okay to make beasts have like major weaknesses, especially if they can do some good things. Because the other side of that is like 3/4 cover, the way that this is written, would be +5, meaning that this creature its AC would be 22, which I would argue is probably too high for a tortoise, even in its shell.
Yeah,
like, is a tortoise's shell? Should a tortoise's shell be more resistant to taking damage or blows than heavy armor plus shield? I don't know.
That's also a good point. I don't think so. Not a regular tortoise anyway.
Yeah, so I feel like keeping the armor at 17 is good, but I would probably do shell withdrawal and have that either give them +3 to their AC or +4 to their AC, and have the rest sort of just be in trouble. Data says AC 22 is fine because its HP is 8. You're worried about the burrow speed. This is not the only beast with a burrow speed. I think a burrow speed is with a 5 is mostly fine.
And 5 is the
what is
you can make it.
What is there's a giant badger has a burrow speed, I think.
Yeah.
As someone who possibly owns a legally problematic amount of turtles, I appreciate this homebrew. Thank you. I appreciate it too. Listen, it's a noble thing when somebody is trying to fill a gap. I would also say there's lots of times somebody is saying they're trying to fill a gap, and then I don't feel like it is a gap. So it's nice when somebody's trying to fill a gap and it is a gap, Even without disadvantage, this thing is dying from a fireball anyway. That's true. That's a very good point. It's 8d6, so the minimum damage it could take is 8. So that is a good point.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
All right, let's take a look at sea turtle. Sea turtles are a bit bigger. Very slow on land, swim speed. I think you could give them a 10-foot walking speed. I don't think it needs to be 5 feet. I don't think it needs to be that slow.
I mean, have you ever seen a sea turtle like doing their egg laying thing? They move. They 5 feet per round is 5 feet in 6 seconds is significantly faster than they can actually go in real life.
All right. If you say so. They can hold their breath for 2 hours. Shell withdrawal. Okay, all this stuff sounds good. I would probably, if I were you, I would similarly change this shell thing to fit.
Yeah, it's literally identical.
Yeah. But I like it. I think that they're also, I would also probably make the sea turtle strength a little higher.
Okay. I could see that.
I would maybe make it 15.
15, okay.
Or 14, one of the two. 15 comes, sometimes it's fun to give them an odd number, because then people are like, why'd they give it an odd number? And they're like, oh, they must have been thinking of a reason. And really, you're just like, ha ha ha, fuck you. I just decided it. But I like these a lot.
Yeah, completely random thing. After I made this, I looked up to see other people homebrew on turtles. And I think I was so stupefied by the number of people who gave sea turtles amphibious.
Some people,
that's just not.
Listen,
what
people. Some people want their turtles to stay underwater forever.
But turtles are reptiles. They're not amphibians. They can't breathe water. If it was like a magic turtle, I would be like, yeah, okay, that's fine. Like dragon turtles are amphibious. So that's cool. But it's just a normal, boring, worldly. Not boring. Turtles are amazing, but a normal, mundane turtle cannot breathe underwater. It was like more than half of people gave turtles. I was like, what?
Yeah. Yeah, people are silly. You know that turtles aren't even really reptiles? Did you know
You're gonna have to elaborate, because I did not.
If we're trying to get very biologically accurate here, reptile is a inaccurately broad term, and there's lots of creatures that people would say are reptiles, but they fall into different categories. The three main ones are alligators, crocodiles, and turtles. And it has, I don't remember exactly what it is, but it has to do with their skulls and how many different, and the shapes of their skulls and like the different types of holes they have in their skulls. But turtles, alligators, and crocodiles are sort of in a different category than reptiles in most modern, in the eyes of most modern biologists. But it's one of those things where it's like, the difference is, it's one of those things where like the deeper you go down the rabbit hole, the more you realize like most animal categories are kind of bullshit, and you can find exceptions to most rules. But yeah, most people would argue that turtles are a little bit in a separate category from reptiles.
That does track with the fact that I knew that like turtles, alligators, and crocodiles are all predate dinosaurs.
Yeah, they're a little bit their own thing.
That's really interesting. I learned something new today. Thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you for these turtles. Listen, you're doing good right now. What you just did today, I just want you to know that this is a. Sometimes people make homebrew because they want to have fun. Sometimes they make homebrew as like a creative writing thing. Sometimes they make homebrew because they really want something in their game, whether for themselves or for their monsters or whatever. But this is homebrew for the betterment of humanity. This is what this is. This is homebrew for the greater good. So I appreciate that.
I appreciate that you appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Any thoughts before I hang up on you?
No, just have a good rest of your day.
All right, you too. Bye. That was Turtle Druid with some turtles. What's up, Olivia? What's up, Gangamel? Somebody said that the turtle should have an AC of 13 and then it should do a +5 thing. I disagree with that, because I think the shell is notable here. I think 13 AC makes sense for like lizard folk type people, but if you're doing a true shell, I think it's okay to have a stronger AC. Also, there is no such thing as a fish, because fish is just... Yes, Matt, this is a good point. Yes, we don't get into the ocean that much, but yes. The turtle AC is 17. A turtle's natural armor class is 17. Cinder, my scary story. I told him my storytelling class went really well. Nice! Yes! Anyway, let's give... First of all, yes, but also let's give Turtle a round of applause. Brains. Brian's brains. Thank you, Turtle. Their story scared them. People got a little creeped out. That's good. You're also against mind control. I'm also a little annoyed. You're also annoyed vampires are always evil. Yeah, that's fair. There's a couple things that are kind of... There's a lot of that stuff I feel like you can sort of mitigate in your own game by just ignoring. I don't really pay attention to alignment in the games that I run. Gangamel for the month of October. Yeah, it's Halloween. Don't you notice all the differences? We have spooky lighting. I guess my lighting isn't that spooky tonight. I could be spookier here. We go back to the spooky-ish lighting. And then we have Halloween music. Step 1, level 6 Turtle Shadow Sorcerer. Step 2, summon dog and cast concentration spell. Step 3, go into shell. Step 5, prophet. Exactly. It finally snowed. Oh, I'm jealous. I love the snow. I don't know if we're going to get any snow this year. I don't always get snow. Vander says the rules are guidelines, not set in stone. What is that in reference to? Is that in reference to me saying 13 AC was too low? Or is that in reference to something else? Red dragons can be good. Oh, you're talking about alignment. Yes. Yes, I agree. I agree with that. I agree with that in most situations. Although I also want to say that a lot of the time people will use that as an excuse for not learning best practices. And best practices, I think, are good to think about. Data, you are the most opinionated person here. It's so funny. Shadow Barbarian. I tried to make there be a bit of a loop where you make people unable to see and then mess them up. All right, Sponge. Let's see how much you made a loop and how much that's all you made. You don't want to make so much of a loop that there's not anything else there, you know? Let me grab you. Hey, Sponge Man, what's up? Hey, Sponge Man, what's up?
Not much. How's it going?
It's going well. Tell me about this Shadow Barbarian we're going to be looking at.
So, I kind of wanted to make it like a kind of scary guy, but also kind of like play around with making darkness and stuff.
Okay. Scary guy, play around with making darkness and stuff. Let's see. Barbarians on the path of the Shadow Lurker strike terror into the hearts of their foes, feeding on the fears stirred up by their dark presence. Only the strongest art can truly stand in their way. This is awkward. Change this sentence. I would maybe even just erase the whole thing, actually, because it doesn't really say anything. They are the thing that goes bump in the night, acting as an embodiment of endless possibilities of what lurks beyond the shadows. The Shadow Lurker Barbarian is an unmatched force of nightmarish pain. Maybe you change this middle sentence to, they feed on fear. They feed on the fear that stirs in the hearts of man or something. But yeah, the way that it's worded doesn't work right now, so change it. But everything else is pretty solid. Let's take a look at what Night Terrors is. Do love me throwing good evil creatures. Yeah, you can switch things around if you want. I don't really use alignment in my games. I don't know. At 3rd level, we get 2 features, Night Terrors and Visage of Darkness. Night Terrors. When you choose this path at 3rd level, you become a nightmare cloaked in shadows. You gain proficiency in intimidation, and while in dim light or darkness, you have advantage on intimidation checks. I like that. Additionally, you can draw on the terror of the night to frighten your foes. As an action, choose a creature within 30 feet of you who can hear you. Make a charisma intimidation check contested by the target's wisdom check. If you succeed, the target takes a minus 1d4 penalty to attack rolls and ability checks until the end of your next turn. This action is considered an attack for the purposes of sustaining rage. A creature that succeeds on the check is immune for the next 24 hours. I might drop this second feature and save it for another level, because I can see we're getting a whole other thing, and this first part of just getting advantage on intimidation checks in darkness is already kind of pretty solid. This second part feels like a lot.
Yeah, I like. At first, I was gonna just leave it at the advantage on intimidation in the dark, but then I was like, that feels a little like it was kind of supposed to just be a ribbon feature, so I was like, but yeah.
All right, so yeah, so maybe get rid of it or maybe put it somewhere else. But let's see what the other feature is first. Additionally, at 3rd level, your rage creates a void from which light cannot escape. That's a nice sentence. I like that a lot. While raging, you gain the following benefits. In the area 15 feet around you, light is muted, changing bright to dim, dim to dark. Okay. You can see through natural and magical dim light and darkness within 30 feet of you as if it were bright light. Okay, I probably... Alright, we'll see. I don't know how I feel about getting that at 3rd level. As a bonus action, or as part of the bonus action used to enter a rage, you can create a spear of gathered darkness. It has statistics of a normal spear, but deals psychic damage instead of piercing. On a hit, it creates an area of magical darkness in a 5-foot radius centered on the target that lasts until the end of your next turn. The spear disappears if you create a new one or if your rage ends. When you reach 10th level, you gain a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls with it. So here's what I'm going to point out. Actually, let me keep going. When you hit a creature that cannot see you with a melee weapon attack, it deals an additional 1d4 psychic damage. Okay, so I want to point something out that I think is worth thinking about for the totality of this thing. And I think it should maybe encourage the way that you build this thing out. Of all the classes in Dungeons and Dragons, using darkness or not darkness to hide in or not hide in for the purposes of attacks, being able to see things and not see things, for barbarians, it is the least relevant than for any other class. And that is because of reckless attack. So barbarians at 2nd level have this innate ability where they can always choose to attack with advantage and have other creatures attack with advantage against them. But if you are, which is essentially the same thing as doing all this stuff with darkness. So like the only real advantage we're getting from the darkness here is this final bit of the +1 d4 psychic damage. Everything else we could just get with reckless attacking. So if I were you, I would maybe consider going in a different direction in terms of the magical darkness creation seeing through part. Give this man a speed boost in the dark. If gave 2 pretty strong features, then one of them could be seeing through magical darkness. Yeah, I think that's fine. But again, like I feel like for barbarians, it's like it's one of those things where it's like this mechanically would make so much more sense on a fighter than on a barbarian because of something like reckless attack. So I think that it's worth thinking about if you want to lean into that as a mechanic for this guy or not. That's just like sort of food for thought thing. But overall, being able to rage and make it dark around you and getting to, summon an evil spear, I think is cool. I think flavor-wise, it's all very cool. I think mechanics, you should maybe move away from the radiuses of summoning darkness thing and find something else to sit within. At 6th level, you command your shadow as if it were part of your body. When a huge or smaller creature enters a space within 15 feet of you or starts its turn there, you can use your reaction to launch a strangling tendril made of shadows at them. Make a strength athletics check, contested by the targets, whatever. If you succeed, they become restrained and cannot speak until the end of your next turn. While restrained this way, your attacks against them... This should just be the 3rd level feature. This should be the 3rd level feature.
Okay. Yeah, that would be cool.
This is what I would do if I were you. I would consider dropping the whole spear, making essentially this the 3rd level feature, plus the dim light part, making this Night Terrors thing part of the 6th level feature. And I wouldn't make the Night Terrors thing take up your whole action. I would make it take up a part of your action. So it would be like, it would take up one of your attacks or something like that.
Oh yeah, that would get around to making it need to be a thing for continuing a rage.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I think it would just be like more advantageous so that you could. Like, I think it's, giving someone a -1 d4 penalty to ability checks and attack rolls is good, but it's not as good as an attack. Like, attacking is just better. So I think replacing your attack with it, or maybe even tying it into the Visage of Darkness thing, where it's like if you make Shadow Strangle Visage of Darkness, then it could affect the creature that you could choose. Maybe maybe at 6th level, if the creature you could tie it into that somehow if you wanted to. I also would say that 6th level is also a place where you could start doing stuff where like. That's good. I feel like 6th level would also make sense for giving you better sight in darkness as opposed to at 3rd level. Especially if you want to keep like a bunch of these extra features. But I like the idea so far. But this feels like make this the 3rd level feature and make this damage scale. So make the damage some amount of psychic damage plus half your barbarian level, or some amount of dice and have those dice grow over time. Let's see.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because you don't want... The thing is, it's like, whenever you're getting a feature, like, at 6th level, it's less of a big deal, but it's certainly at 3rd level. If it's a feature that is something that is, like, one of your main damage-dealing features, which I think this would become if you made it your 3rd level feature, you want that as a barbarian to scale somewhat with them. It doesn't need to scale a lot, but you want to scale it, like, at least a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's see. At 10th level, the darkness that surrounds you seeps into the souls of those around you. Don't say
Around, yeah.
You don't say around. You say surrounds and around, but it's close enough that it feels similar. Converting their darkest fears into the sustenance you need. All right, let's see what happens. When you deal psychic damage to a creature within 30 feet of you, you get temporary hit points equal to half your barbarian level. I would not do that in this way. It's too passive, I think. I mean, it's quite good, but I think it's too much all the time. I would probably make this something that you couldn't do forever. Like, it could even be something that increases your damage for that turn, for that instance of damage, and then you gain temporary hit points, but it shouldn't just be a passive all the time on thing.
Yeah, understandable. Yeah.
Especially if you want it to be half your barbarian level as opposed to something more slightly randomized.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. 14th level, Nightmare Maul. That's a good name too. You induce inescapable nightmares on your foes. Once per turn, when you hit with a melee attack, you can flood the target's mind with visions of deepest fears and regrets. Target must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, they take a bunch of psychic damage and have disadvantage on saving throws until the start of your next turn. On a success, they take half damage. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. This is all right. I honestly, I feel like you could switch this. You could switch these two. I feel like Doom Eater could be your 14th level feature, and Nightmare Maul could be your 10th level feature.
I actually had them like switched around for a while, and was like, the like the little bit of temporary hit points thing felt like a kind of lackluster capstone. But
it's not lackluster if you're getting it all the time. If that's like most barbarian capstones are a little lackluster because most are sort of passive things. Like, for example, the wild magic barbarian, you can just roll more. You can like pick which one is happening, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I would do if I were you. I think that I would switch them. Play around with switching them, see how that feels. The other thing that I want to say is I like the 6th level Bane feature, and I'm down for the sort of alternative Bane feature here. But I want to... Maybe it's good. Maybe it's good the way it is. But yeah, all right, just switch those two around. I like this though. It's an interesting one. I think that you should pull away from the darkness, not darkness, and more into the manipulating of shadows and psychic damage thing. and have the darkness be more of an aesthetic and maybe tied to the intimidation.
Sounds like probably a good idea.
Do you have any thoughts, yearnings, aspirations, things I missed, things you want to ask about, things you want to say?
No, I think I'm mostly happy that the sort of the thing that I was the happiest about with this was the names of the features.
Oh yeah, no, they're all great. The vibe here is top notch.
Yeah, I'm really glad that came across. So I think I got everything I could have asked for and more.
Yeah. And it's not even like, the thing is, most of the features, even, they work really well. I just think it's a matter of doing some rearranging. I want to challenge you on something, though, now that I thought about it. Now, this is not something you have to do, and you shouldn't feel like you have to do it. But I am curious what this thing would look like if you leaned more into the darkness stuff and the summoned spear, but it was a fighter subclass. I wonder what that would feel like.
Like when you mentioned that the spear thing would be a better fighter feature, like my brain cogs started going, and I think I might try and cook that up.
So here's what I would do if I were you. If you would decided you want to build a companion subclass that had a similar shadow theme, but for a fighter, I would say don't copy the arcane archer or anything like that, but lean into that idea of like, a lot of your power is this shadowy spear that you summon. I think that would be cool.
Yeah,
that's what I would say.
I like that idea.
All right, cool, man. Cool. Thank you very much. This is a really fun subclass. The flavor is so top notch. Like,
thank you.
Truly good vibe. I think that oftentimes the thing that I almost don't care if something is super overpowered. I'll yell at people if it is because it's fun. But if the vibe is solid, I think it's almost always worth trying to figure it out because it's like a, you can see the end goal,
Yeah.
All right, cool, buddy. Thank you very much. I'm hanging up on you now. Bye.
Bye.
Did I used to stream on Twitch? I streamed on Twitch briefly, like 2 years ago, for a very short period of time. There is a chance I will be going back to it in the future to give it a try to shake things up, but at the moment I will only share about that when I know about it 100% or not, because that would be, I'm sure that would cause some feelings amongst you guys, but I think it'll be good if I try it. I think that if I do start streaming on Twitch, which actually is not an unlikely thing, because I do want to try it out. What I would do is I would keep the way that I do membership stuff the same, so that anybody that was a member on YouTube would still get access to all the membership stuff. And then what I would probably do, if I liked that, is I would probably slowly transition away from those systems and having it be more tied to Patreon. So basically, if you wanted to do member stuff, just doing all of it through Patreon. Probably. I'm not exactly sure. They lifted the multi-stream ban today. Well, they did and they didn't, Bildo. They did and they didn't. It really depends on a couple of details. Is multicasting safe? I know you left because it was unable to. Well, I left for 2 reasons, Data. I left partially because multicasting was not allowed, but I also left because I couldn't get it to work anymore. Trodosio, it's not for, I know that some people have been multicasting. I know that Twitch recently came out and said you can multicast now. I will tell you from somebody who is somewhat more doing this professionally, it is situational. It depends. There are factors that have to do that. There are factors. If you are under contract in any way, that has a pretty big impact on whether or not that is still the case. It is not true for everyone. I thought you left because it was better on YouTube. The main reason why I left was because I had a lot more followers on YouTube. But since then, I have had not a small amount of people who are in the content creator space that I like and want to connect with, that are all doing twitchy things that are a lot easier to connect with on Twitch. And we'll see what we do. You can multi-class, but if you're on Twitch, you have to display Twitch chat and no others. That is an aspect of it. Again, that is not everything. That is not everything. Really depends on, there are lots of different things at play. You clicked the wrong button? Oh boy. Stream on Kick? I don't want to stream on Kick. I feel like Kick is mostly full of people that want to say mean words, you know? I hope that most of you guys would watch on Twitch. There is a not small chance I will be trying to do some stuff on Twitch as early as next week, if I'm being honest. I am just Queen Wanderer on Twitch. Bildo, a lot of political YouTubers I watch have their site so they can personalize and just embeds the YouTube stream. I'm pretty averse to watching streams on Twitch due to the unhinged length of their ads and their inferior player. So I hope there's still a YouTube option for the bozos like you. I think what I'll probably do... I'll have to see if my situation would be one where it's okay for me to multi-stream or not. If it is, then I will. If it's not, what I will do is I would re-upload the VODs onto YouTube so people could watch them at their leisure. And I would keep them unlisted, but I would have a playlist of the of all of them, so you could just go to the playlist. I don't know, man. You guys complain about ads here a lot too. At least on Twitch, if you subscribe, you don't have to deal with the ads. It's the UI Twitch for you. You complain about the ads a ton on Twitch. Yeah, man. Listen, people complain about the ads everywhere. The amount of times you guys complain about the ads as much here as you do there. Click 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 click. Bop 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 bop. You love ads? Great. What do you mean no sound? What are you talking about? Did you not hear the wheel? My haunted item for Sunday's wheel? Wait, but this is where, you know, this isn't Sunday, right? This is the member one. I did a tick, tick, tick. What do you mean no wheel heard? I just heard it. It was super loud. Yeah, thank you, Zionists. Exactly. Oh, haunted item was last Sunday. I see, I see. I'm right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. The ball of the Watchdog. Ooh. Quick question. What's up with the contest on Reddit? You can ask the mods. Bildo is the one that put it together. I don't really know anything about it, but I'll probably take a peek at it at some point. I am not sure what is up with it. You love all the spooky themes? Me too. Spooky is my favorite time of year. Baba, if you want to come on stream, let me know. Oh, I see you. Hey, Baba, what's up?
Hey.
How are you doing tonight?
It's ramping up, busy at work again, so that's always a good thing. Trying to push out a paper before the end of the year.
Oi.
So.
What's the paper on?
It's about
Science?
birds. Yep, science stuff. It's bird flu. Bird flu paper.
It's like the least fun flu to get. I'd rather have lizard
Very
flu
true.
or octopus flu.
Whales can get flu.
Hmm.
Do you know that? Pretty weird.
Wait a minute. Do they sneeze?
I believe the sample that someone found flew in for a whale was collected from blowhole spray, but I'm not sure.
Okay, wait. This is so do creatures that have a blowhole, like whales and dolphins and stuff, do they sneeze out of their blowhole?
I think so, yeah. I think that's pretty much just their nose hole.
That's amazing.
Rotated all the way up to the top.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Have you ever if you think about it, like seeing like a whale's blowhole?
Yeah.
You know that it has that like divider in the middle?
It's basically
like
just the
noses do?
nostrils. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a cool nostril.
Oh my god. Okay.
I would trade up. I would trade up for a blowhole.
I'm good with that one for now. But I want to see a whale or a dolphin sneezing now so much.
Yeah. Probably big ass sneeze.
As someone who's aspiring to get into this line of work, it seems like you prefer YouTube setup. How did Shorts help in setting up all these cool folks coming to talk to you tonight? How do Shorts help? If you're trying to be somebody that builds, if you're trying to be wait, Baba, let's look at Ian. Will you remind me? I'll answer your question in a second. I want to look at Baba's item first, but remind me, okay? Ball of the Watchdog. But I will answer you, Ian. So just give me a second. Calm down, or calm up, or calm to the side. Ball of the Watchdog, rare magic item. This small leather ball is well worn and inscribed with glowing glyphs of bone and squirrels. When you throw the ball, an illusory dog chases it and retrieves it for you. After you spend 5 minutes throwing the ball, a ghost hound is summoned to guard you. The ghost hound uses the direwolf stats, but is resistant to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. The ghost hound can't move beyond 100 feet from you, from where you summoned it, and it disappears after 8 hours. Oh, interesting. The ghost hound protects you and your allies. If the ghost hound sees a creature you are not familiar with approaching you, it howls an alarm. The ghost hound will attack any creature that attacks or affects you and your allies with a harmful spell. I would say harmful spell or ability. The ghost hound follows, or you can even just say attacks or attempts to harm.
Attempts to harm your allies.
Yeah.
That might just be
the move. The ghost hound follows simple commands you give it, no action required. Once the ghost hound has been summoned, it can't be summoned again until the next day at dawn. Okay, so it's basically a 5-minute summoning time, which is throwing the ball. And then you get like
fetch.
a guard. Yeah. Oh, I got you. But it's also like essentially saying this it's a very flavorful way of saying this item takes 5 minutes to activate, which I think is very fun, and I like that a lot. And then you get a dire wolf guard dog for 8 hours. Okay. That's pretty cool. I like that. Question for you. Did you intentionally like is it a ghost dog, or is it why isn't it incorporeal?
I thought about putting in the language for incorporeal, but
Is that just too much?
I don't think you really need it.
Okay.
Just because it would add a lot to this that I don't think would maybe ever come up. Because if it was something that would follow you around on the adventuring day, I think that'd be more important, because then you might be able to send it through a wall or something, or a little gap or something like that. But if it's basically going to guard your camp, then I don't know if it's worth the clutter.
Okay, that's fair. I like it. I like it a lot. I think it's pretty solid. I like that. I feel like it should be summoned from the ball, and it should be sort of like at the end of the catch. You like place the ball somewhere, or you throw the ball, and where it lands is where it summons from. But I don't have a lot of thoughts. I almost want to, because the way that it's written, it's like you don't control it. It just kind of does its thing, right?
It mainly does its thing. You can give it commands and stuff, but
I would maybe change it so it's like I mean, no, it's fine. Giving it commands and stuff like that, I think is fine. I do think there's a good argument for it to require attunement. I think just because, you know, even if it's just 100 feet away from you, I feel like there's still some ways you could do some interesting stuff with it. But I like it, man. I think it's a pretty solid item.
Yeah, if it was going to follow you around, I would 100% make this attunement.
Yeah. Okay. I see that. Yeah, I like it, man. I don't really have a lot of feedback other than I think it would be really fun. I think you could, you know, if I was going to put this item in my game, I would encourage, if I was a dungeon master using it, I would definitely make it like a dog that was like a specific dog with like a name and like, you know, that sort of thing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's meant to like encourage that kind of thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. I like it a lot. Trying to think if there's anything I feel like it really needs to get adjusted or shifted, but I don't think there is. I think it's just solid. Chat, what do you guys think? Is there anything like wild going on that I'm missing here, or is it mostly just solid?
Any chats here?
Let's Valentine's Day. Let's watch party some Naruto with people in Discord. Guys, if I am still a streamer come Valentine's Day, because the way that I live my life right now, it is sort of a question every month as to whether or not I will continue to survive doing this. But if I am still surviving doing this come February, I'm super down for us to do some sort of Valentine's Day something together, either on stream or just in the Discord. Super down. I think it'll be fun. Yeah, do you have any questions? Are there any parts of this thing that you feel like are you're unsure of, or that you feel like might not land, or that you want me to like second eye a little bit?
I was a little worried that Direwolf is a little too powerful for it, but I was thinking of changing it to what's the like a mastiff or something. But
yeah, it could be a mastiff. So. It could just be also a regular wolf. It doesn't need to be a dire wolf.
Yeah.
Like if that's the concern, you could just make it a regular wolf. Dire wolves are what, CR1?
Yeah, it's not at control.
No, I think for a rare once a day item, I think it's fine. I mean, yeah. I think the biggest concern would be that it's like, you know, it's I mean, maybe like I think maybe the solution to that would be to remove the ability for you to give it commands and really just make it like it's a guard dog. It's going to do its thing. So like it will help you and it like wants to help you.
Yeah.
But it's not like you can like figure out, it's not going to be the kind of thing where you can like hide behind a house and do this ritual and then like give it like, and it can like sneak into the house on your behalf or something like that, you know?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
But other than that, I think it's really solid. I like it a lot. And I like the whole vibe. This is such a small part of it, but I do want to point it out just for chat because I feel like it's worth talking about these things when people, are trying to do their own design. This thing has a 5-minute activation timer, and it is really nice that the 5-minute activation timer is so smoothly built into the flavor of the item, where you are playing fetch with the ghost. Like that is so nice. That works so well, and it's such a good example of like the double. You know, getting the mechanics and flavor tying together. Very cool. I know it's like not a huge part of it, but I just wanted to point it out because I like it a lot. Cool, man. I don't really have any more thoughts. It's pretty solid. Do you have any other questions, yearnings, or should I hang up on you?
Well, you shouldn't hang up on me.
I'm gonna be honest. I knew that was coming. At this point, I know you too well. Okay, wait, let me catch up with chat. How about you have it so if you're high enough level, you can blacksmith it or something so you can carry the ball around in your backpack. It'll follow you. You could do something like that. If I was going to do something like that, I wouldn't tie that to the item. I would make it more of like a story thing where it's like the ghost dog becomes more alive, but you could do something like that. I always get so surprised when I see that only 50 people are watching. You definitely deserve a few hundred more. That is very kind of you, Karthik. I appreciate that. I don't believe you, but I appreciate it. Something could be fun for Valentine's Day stream, doing an art contest for monsters. Ask people I like that a lot, Tradosio. I actually want to start doing art streams. I want to start doing more art stuff in general. I was thinking about doing an art contest of some sort for you guys just in general, but I don't, or like an art show where it's like you guys draw some monsters and we show them off just in general. I don't love doing competitions for that just because I don't want it to be like your art's not as good, but maybe chat could vote on them. Or maybe we could do something where you guys make art and then we vote on which piece to like turn into a monster stat block. I think the idea of doing a Valentine's Day stream with Ori would be a lot of fun though. I'll see if she wants to do something like that. Because we could do it together. It could be a dual stream thing. I think it would be a lot of fun. Wait, one of you asked something earlier. Who was it? It was a new guy. Wasn't it Ian? Ian asked something. What did you ask, Ian? Ian, did you ask about starting streaming? Is that what you said? You said, how do I get into streaming? What did you ask me? I'd do another little audio art piece for stream. Hell yeah, dude. I want you to. This time, I wish, you know what I wish? I wish I could be like, here's a library of music that you can use that I know won't get me flagged for copyright. And I guess it's the Epidemic music, but that's like also very limited. But also tabletop audio. That works too, which is a good website. So if you are going to send me an audio drama, just I'll ask you to use the sources that I have access to. If we ever do something on Twitch, we don't have to worry about that because you don't get copyright flagged on Twitch. It's not as big of a deal. But for YouTube, it'll have to be like, use audio from these things or these things. No, you don't. You don't get copyright flagged. Those parts just get muted. Like, you don't lose money. On Twitch, at least. They just auto-mute those parts of the stream. But it's not like the whole stream gets unmonetized. If you do it on YouTube, the whole stream gets demonetized. Like the whole one. Ian Mans, as someone who's aspiring to get into this line of work, it seems like you prefer YouTube setup. Oh, I see. Ian said, as someone who's... okay, so you said, as someone who's aspiring to get into this line of work, it seems like you prefer YouTube setup. How did Shorts help in setting all these cool folks to talk to? Okay, so I do not like YouTube setup more. The back end of YouTube is way more frustrating and way less user-friendly than the back end of Twitch. 1,000,000%. Twitch is so much better for so many things from the creator side of things. Setting up streams on YouTube is tedious. The easiest comparison I could make is it's the difference between the way that a operating software works for a Mac versus a PC. You can do all of the same stuff for the most part on YouTube, but it's so much more intuitive and easy on Twitch. Everything from clips to marking parts of stream to rating channels to having events. It's all just there's a lot more integration for all sorts of stuff on Twitch that just doesn't exist on YouTube. So that's one thing. But to answer your question, the reason why I'm on YouTube and not Twitch, at least for now, was because I have a lot more followers on YouTube and I wasn't really doing anything with Twitch, and I thought, well, maybe I'll try streaming again on YouTube. The reason why I have a lot of followers on YouTube is because I started making a lot of YouTube shorts. That's the only reason why I have a lot of followers on YouTube. And I started making shorts on TikTok about a year ago or 2 years ago, and I made shorts on TikTok for a long time, and then I transitioned over to YouTube. And the reason why shorts are really good for getting discoverability is because it's the same thing. It's TikTok and YouTube Shorts are just a better. They're just designed for discoverability in the way that nothing else is. Like if I'm making a YouTube video, I have to not just be thinking about algorithm, time I post, but I need to be thinking about like thumbnail. I don't have to think about that with Shorts. With Shorts, it's literally like the least amount of work possible to make something in front of as many people. You still have to put work into making it entertaining. And you still have to put work into like building a style. So like I'll give you an example. Let's go to my YouTube channel. Wait, let's Baba. Brains for Baba. Brains. So here, let me go to my YouTube channel for a second. me show you. So if you go to my YouTube channel, so these are all my shorts, okay? Now, I have a very specific style that I do when I make my shorts, and that is that my head bounces around the screen, and I do many different angles. I got this idea from a TikTok creator who doesn't bounce their head in a bunch of different angles, but they just sort of, I noticed that a lot, actually it wasn't even one, I noticed that a bunch of comic book TikTokers would have themselves kind of small to the side, and they would use the green screen and sort of change the green screen background to be what they were talking about. And I was like, cool, I can do that. And I bet I can do something extra too. So I took the idea of your head is just sort of staying in the side and the background moves to like, not just the background moves, but your head moves. So I started making my head come in sideways and upside down and really big and really small. And that was like, oh, this is a good style. And then from then on, I basically made every single video in that style. And the idea for doing that is twofold. One, you start to associate that style with my brand. And you're like, oh, that's Cinder's style of video, which is what I want. I want you to see that sort of video, and I want you to know that this is going to be the way it is. Like, it's the Cinder vibe. There's that. But also, it means that you know you are watching one of my videos the second it starts. The second it starts, you know you're watching one of my videos. Even if you don't really know who I am, you know it's going to be one of my videos because it always starts with my head at a weird angle or my face super close up. And you want, when you're trying to become a content creator, you want to be thinking about branding a lot. Because you're just some random fucking guy. We are all just some random fucking guy. I especially in the D&D space, a bearded, balding white man, I am literally 99% of the D&D population embodied in flesh in front of you. So if I want to stand out, not only do I need to have very unique ideas that are very forward-facing in terms of my personality, but also just like making a unique perspective, I need to establish myself visually in a dramatically different way than all of the other creators that look the same as me. So that's another reason to do the head bouncing around thing. And then the last reason to do the head bouncing around thing is I don't have to worry about good lighting. I don't have to worry about good camera angles. I don't have to worry about any of that. And it allows me to just work in this very specific sort of vibe. So when you're trying to be a content creator, you need to be very conscientious of your limits and be realistic about it. Like, you need to look at yourself in the mirror and you need to be able to acknowledge all of the things that are not going to help you and be realistic about them, and then figure out how to not just survive, but thrive with those limitations in mind. This can be hard to do because you sort of have to do a reality check, which kind of sucks. But if your goal is to be a content creator, you know what? It's actually the exact same thing that we talk about when I talk about fucking homebrew. Like, we all want to imagine that we are going to spend an hour making some homebrew or 2 hours making some homebrew and people are going to be excited to see it. But they're not going to be excited to see it. You have to sell it. You have to sell the idea of it immediately. You have to earn every second of attention that you get. And content creation like shorts or any sort of TikToks, whatever, is exactly the same. Nobody gives a shit. But that is okay. Because that is where everybody starts. So what you need to do is you need to be like, I know nobody gives a shit. What can I bring to the table that's different? And everyone has something like that. Everyone has something like that. So you can look, I think I'm a good example of this. I am not stereotypically attractive. I don't have a particularly unique voice. I have a weird lisp even where my fucking teeth whistle. I don't have a nice camera. I don't have nice lighting. I have no idea what I'm doing. I have no editing chops. But you know what I do have? I have a sense of my style. And because I was willing to be like, these are all my weaknesses, assuming that I have to live with those weaknesses, what else can I do? I figured out a style that worked for that. And you can do the same thing. And that's kind of it. You just have to be realistic about the fact that most of your audience are kind of shallow, mean people until they start to like you. You have to win them over. And if you can win them over, then they will love you forever. And if you use your weaknesses, or not even weaknesses, if you use whatever, if you use parts of your authentic self in the way you sell yourself, then not only will you win them over, they will fucking love you. Because you don't need to be super hot. You don't need to always be right. You don't even need to always be funny. They're going to start to care about you for you, which is like the bigger goal. And I think that I've accomplished that somewhat sometimes. But I also think that it's a struggle. We're all struggling. We're all just trying to make it work. What's up, GM Workshop? How are you doing? I saw you sent me a message about doing something on Sunday, maybe? I think. What did you say? Yeah, I was going to say we could definitely do some Sunday afternoon stuff. Sunday afternoon is a perfect time for me to do stream stuff. I'm super down to do some Sunday stuff. I want to say, though, I acknowledge that you have like a lot of, you need to schedule. So for you, I will go out of my way to not be super flaky and random with it. And I will try to actually be like, okay, here's the date. Let's fucking do something. For folks that don't know GM Workshop is a fantastic streamer, runs some of the more engaging actual plays, and also knows so much about Baldur's Gate 3 that it's silly. And what I want to do, and I've talked to him about this before, I want to do something where we play Baldur's Gate 3 together a little bit, and and I just think funny things. I think there will be funny chemistry when when the way that I like to play Baldur's Gate 3 bumps into the way that you like to play Baldur's Gate 3. I think comedy will emerge. And I think it could be me hopping into and making a guest character in a game that you're playing, or you hopping into and making a guest character in the game that I'm playing. You know, GM Workshop, you know I killed fucking Lazelle the other day? Killed her! Because she tried to kill my team. And I was like, all right, we got to go. And I tried to kill her in a way that it would, I tried to do it not unarmed. I tried to do non-permanent death killer, but the game didn't register it as unconscious. Like I did the non-lethal, everyone was in non-lethal mode. Didn't matter. It lethaled her. Because I didn't think we were going to start fighting, and then we did. And I was like, oh shit, I guess everyone's fighting. Let's go non-lethal. Put her down, but nope, it was lethal. I also killed the dog, but then chat got really upset with me, so I didn't. I unkilled the dog. People didn't like that. Yeah, I'll ping you. I'll ping you a date and time. But generally, Sunday afternoons I could do. I only heard Scratch because everyone was saying that I wouldn't, which is a great way to make me try a thing. But it immediately like created a spiral of events that were just not good, so I just did a quick save or quick load. You killed the dog? Yeah, man, it's a fucking video game and I'm being the Dark Urge. You guys forget that my character is not a good guy. We want them to become a good guy, but they aren't a good guy. Aren't you streaming Sunday afternoons? I usually stream Sunday nights, but if we did this afternoon thing, it could transition into a night. You know, we could do some homebrewing with or hanging or something with GM Workshop, whether it's Baldur's Gate or whatever, and then we could transition into homebrew review afterwards. Is what I would want to do. There are limits. Alfira can eat it, but Scratch and the owlbear are sacrosanct. I haven't actually seen the owlbear yet. I've heard of it several times, but I haven't bumped into it. I know that there's an owlbear and an owlbear cub, but I haven't seen them yet. I don't know where they are. I don't know where anything is, my guy. To give you a sense of how I play the game, I had somebody wearing boots that they weren't proficient in for like half a session before somebody pointed out that it was making it so they couldn't do a bunch of their abilities, because I forgot that boots were tied to that. I made it to the goblin camp, so weirdly don't think you'll see the owlbear. All right, then I guess I won't see an owlbear. Yeah, I killed all the goblins. I think the solution is just to kill everybody forever. Random question: what's the deal with the crabs? You'll have to ask chat. This is a thing that my chat has gotten really into, and I don't know. I think they think that I think what it is they think that on like a primordial level, if we take like our DNA and like go back to our ancient ancestors, I think that chat thinks I'm closer to crab than anything else, maybe due to the fact that I have 8 pairs of legs and 2 pincers and mandibles and a hard shell. That's what I think it comes from. It's Tumblr? They're Tumblrians? It's a Tumblr joke? Really? Oh, that makes me like it so much less. Come on, guys, get fucking original. Chat, you need to start... Okay, if it's genuinely Tumblr, then you guys need to pick another emoji. And I'm gonna get real fucking strict about it. You'll have to pick another emoji. Yeah, guys, so chat, you can figure out what you want the new emoji to be. I thought it was Brian, too, yeah. It's a Tumblr meme? Oh, wait, I forgot the sounds. Matt Thorne. I did play the sound data. Did you not hear it? Another spell, this time it's a 2nd level Blackout curtain. Wall spells can be tricky to word. I'm slightly worried about it. Simply too weak. You guys know what they say about weak? They say Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Matt's in the chat. Oh, I know. You think I don't know? I know so many things. I know at least 4 things. I don't know if I know so many things. Every now and then I'll bump into... GM Workshop has amazing shorts about Baldur's Gate 3. Every now and then I'll watch one of them and I'll be like, if I knew how to play this game better, I would try to do one of these things. But it's like, I barely make it through it. I don't know. I'm all over the place. Hey, Matt, what's up?
Hi.
How's it going, buddy? Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks.
So we are looking at Blackout Curtain, a 2nd level illusion spell, also a ritual. Very nice, very nice. Oh, my stomach made a weird noise. I don't know if you guys heard that on camera. 1 action, range 60 feet, concentration 10 minutes. An illusory curtain forms a wall at a point you can choose within range. You can make the wall up to 30 feet long and 20 feet high, or a ringed wall of 10 feet and in diameter and 20 feet high. The wall is opaque and lasts for the duration. Light and illusions treat the wall as if it was real, but can't pass through it. So is the idea it's just an illusion of a wall?
Not even that. It's literally like a curtain.
So it's an illusion of a curtain.
Yeah, like a blackout curtain, like a black curtain that you can just put up.
I feel like it... Okay, I want to suggest 2 things. Because the way that it's written right now, it's not really that different from Silent Image or Major Image. It's just different because it's bigger. Because, like, you could essentially use... like, any illusion spell functions in this way. Where you create a thing and it looks like it's not there.
Even the last sentence?
Yeah, for sure. Like, if I cast Silent Image of a wall in front of a fire, the light does not pass through that illusion.
Yeah, sure, light, but also illusions just physically can't pass through it.
But where are you imagining that coming into play?
There aren't many. I just thought like this was a cool thing that didn't exist. And first I had some sort of like idea, like maybe if an attack passes through the wall, then it like grants either immunity or resistance to radiant damage. But I thought like, no, that's too much and too complicated.
Yeah, I also just don't see that.
For example, all kinds of like disguise self. Someone in disguise self couldn't pass through it, like at least not without getting rid of the illusion first. It's one thing.
So it's sort of like an illusion spell to.
It also works kind of like darkness, but like very like two-dimensionally, like splitting the battlefield in a sense.
Well, it doesn't. I mean, is it supposed to work? Technically, the way that illusions work is that once a character, usually the way illusions work is that once a character can tell what it is, they can see through it. It becomes non-opaque. That's usually how illusions work. I guess maybe that's not all illusions, but that's usually a part of them.
That's true, usually. But like I said, I'm not sure if it's strong enough. Probably not.
Well, I think that it depends on. I mean, it's sort of what it does. Is the only thing that it does is it blocks line of sight. That's literally what it does.
Yeah, mostly that.
I think it might be okay. I think that again, you don't need to get rid. You can just get rid of the part of light can't pass through it. That's all illusions. And I feel like the illusions treated as if it were real. I just don't agree. Like I just don't. My question. I totally get a spell being very niche, but I still feel like it needs to have a point to that nicheness, and I don't see what the point is. Like there's not like the specifics of like a disguised self creature not being able to walk through it is so random. Like I feel like it doesn't tie into anything. So I feel like if you want this blackout curtain to do something very, very niche and specific, I think you totally can. But I think that the illusions treating it as a wall is just sort of, it just feels random to me. So I would probably drop that part and try to think a little bit about more what specifically this could do that isn't, I don't know, that has more of a singular goal in mind. As opposed to like, because the way that illusions interact with it is like not going to affect, like, I don't know, disguise self is the only one that would have any impact on creatures. And then everything else is kind of just negligible. You know? Matt, hello?
Yeah, I'm just thinking of like what I could do instead.
I mean, it's not the end of the world to make a spell that has a 30-foot long, 20-foot high blocking line of sight. Like, that's a very, I mean, from a perspective of like that compared to like fog, cloud, or darkness, that's pretty strong. Because the downside of fog and darkness is that it's not that controlled. This is very controlled, you know? You could cast it, yeah. You could, the way that it's written, you could cast, like, if there's archers on a wall, you could just cast it in front of the wall, and now they're, if they want to be able to shoot you, they have to climb off the wall. You know what I mean? Like it's not bad if it being that. It's still pretty good.
Yeah.
It's just a line of sight blocker.
Actually, kind of aware of that. What if I just remove the part about light?
I think you could
remove like the illusion thing, just as like a very niche thing, kind of similar to how like Moonbeam has that very niche like shapeshifter thing.
Yeah, I think that could work.
There are other spells like that.
Yeah, I think that could work. I also think that you could, depending on what you want it to be used for, I could also, and chat might disagree with me here, I could see an argument for it being maybe a little bit less than 10 minutes and it not being concentration. Which is a little weird for an illusion spell.
Why did I make it concentration?
But I feel like that's not unreasonable for it to not be, because it's not really doing anything. I mean, blocking line of sight is huge, but it's not like it takes 5 feet of movement to get across it, right? So very little. So I feel like it would be okay if maybe it didn't require concentration. I would maybe play around with that. The other thing that you could play around with is you could maybe make them have like more control over
no concentration.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, if 10 minutes no concentration might not be the end of the world either. But what I was going to say is the other thing is, like, right now it's 30 feet long, 20 feet high. You could also sort of make it like Wall of Stone, where instead of it being a specific shape, you have a certain amount of 10 foot by 10 foot panels that you could like build it into different shapes. That's another thing that you could do if you wanted.
I could. I feel like this is just like so much. simpler and like cleaner.
Yeah. All right, then keep it like that. But I don't think it's bad. I feel like it's a pretty. I don't know, Chad. Am I being crazy? I feel like it's pretty decent. What do you guys? Oh, chat's just having their old fucking crazy person conversation. Just a reminder: blindness, darkness is a 2nd level spell as well. Yeah, but you can't use 5 feet of movement to avoid blindness, deafness. Like the fact that it doesn't move, I think, is pretty big here.
This is pretty much, in some senses, this can be pretty much all ranged attacks have disadvantage.
Yeah, it's really
spell.
it's really situational,
Or,
but that's illusion, and all illusion spells are
Or
that
pretty
way.
much, or anything that, oh, I don't want people to see what we're doing, or I don't want this specific spell to be counterspelled, or so let's block that.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's pretty solid. I could see a lot of players really enjoying it as a spell. I think I could see a lot of players coming up with some interesting ways to use it. Yeah, I think it's pretty solid. And it is weak for a wall spell, but wall spells are usually much higher level, so I think it's fine.
Yeah.
It's also like it doesn't actually block any. It literally only blocks sight. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Tina likes it a lot. All right, cool. Any questions, thoughts, yearnings, things that you feel like I missed or that you want to?
Not really. Should I get rid of the ritual tag? Probably.
Maybe if you make it only last 1 minute, I would say yeah, probably.
Yeah, because like a 1 minute duration ritual is just kind of clunky.
That's just silly. Yeah, I agree. All right, cool. Thank you, man.
Yes.
Really fun spell. I like it a lot. I have not right now, but I had a wizard player, a couple months ago, a year ago, who would fucking love this spell. He was all about this kind of stuff. All right, cool. Thank you, buddy. Click. I'm hanging up on you. That was Matt. What level do you have to be to cast a 2nd level spell? You have to be 3rd level if you are a full caster. How many rounds is 1 minute of combat? 10. It's not bad. I don't think it'd be chosen considering alternatives, but not quite good, honestly. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's pretty unique. I also think that maybe if you changed what the illusory curtains were so you could make them look like a wall, I think it could help too. 10 rounds. Just join the Discord. Welcome, Caleb Parker. You know nothing. Tina, that's about as much as I know. Yeah, 10 rounds, that could be super useful. All right, let's hear it from Matt, guys. Brains. 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 Click. All right. Click. Did I answer that content creator question well? I hope I did. I do think that anybody that feels like they want to be one should certainly try if they want to. The other thing that I would say about trying to be a content creator is that if you see somebody mimicking your style or copying what you're doing, so long as they're not copying it word for word, you shouldn't worry too much. As long as they're not like reposting your videos. Is that, I don't know. I don't see that as an issue. I think that a lot of people get really bothered by that. I don't think it matters. Morning, Snotty. Hey, doubt you remembered, but I'm my party's bard. I'm currently writing a song IRL for my characters to perform. First of all, dab man, I remember everything. It's mainly poetry, but I just wondered how you felt about the idea of an actual song. I think if you want to do a song as a bard, I think that's a wonderful idea. I think that I wouldn't make it super long. I wouldn't worry about making it too long. You don't want to be like, hey guys, I wrote you this song and make them sit and watch you for like 10 minutes. That would be tedious. I think if the song can be a minute or two and no more than that, it's just going to be good. Like, think about Scanlan Shortholt Shorthalt from Critical Role. He sang a lot, but none of his songs were ever that long. It's a lot to make people just sit and watch you sing a song. I definitely keep reading the house rules and at Olivia after I'm done. The house rules are pretty straightforward. It's basically like, don't be hateful, don't be dumb, don't at me, make sure you're posting things in the right places, and if you have anything NSFW in either your name or your picture, change it, or don't post stuff that's NSFW. And if you're like, I don't know if this is NSFW, and then the answer is it is, and don't post it. Try to keep shit kind of PG-13. You can curse and stuff. I just don't want people getting weird. Hey Cinder, how much do you let mold earth do? I can't really figure out what it does. What do you mean? I let it move soil. It can move 5 feet of cubic dirt. It can't be used to hurt people. It can make areas rough or not rough. And I let it do all those things. 5 feet at a time. You yes, Data. You a little bit. You can curse a little. You can curse a little bit. In your campaign, you used to do that a lot. The thing that I feel like Mold Earth is best at, if you don't have anything else to do, is you can use it to make cover. You can like build up a 5-foot wall and hide behind it, which is pretty good. The hole is, yes, less useful because you can't like knock people in a hole. What if I pull 5 feet of earth out from under a creature? That is something that I would not let you do, probably, because I'm pretty sure it can't adversely affect a creature. I think it's pretty explicit. We could look. But I think that's pretty explicit in how it works. You choose a portion of dirt or stone you can see within range that fits into a 5-foot cube. You can make it, you can excavate it and deposit 5 feet away. This movement doesn't have enough force to cause damage. You cause shapes. If the dirt or stone is targets on the ground, it can become difficult terrain. Maybe you could move dirt out from somebody, but it wouldn't really do anything other than knock them. It wouldn't do anything. They would just go down 5. So I guess maybe you could, but I don't know. I would be hesitant to do that. Mold Earth shouldn't be more powerful than any other cantrip. It does what it says. It's your favorite spell. I like combining Mold Earth with Minor Image, 2 cantrips to make a secret pit. Yes, I agree with that. But 5 feet falling isn't the biggest deal in the world. I'd argue dirt stood upon is no longer loose dirt. Oh, that's not a bad idea, Databank. I hear that. The biggest limitation of Mold Earth is the DM's interpretation of what counts as dirt. That's probably true. Create cover, I think, is the easiest, most immediate solution for it. Traps, yeah, or making areas of difficult terrain, or clearing a path. I was playing a character with Mold Earth, and I was using it so our party could like navigate very muddy swamp. Man, when did they change the sounds? They've gotten so much. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like the sounds have gotten so much better lately. Don't you? If you remove 5 feet out from someone else, you're just giving them cover? Kind of. Not a bad way to think about it. Your DM is liberal with it. He doesn't want to give you a TPK, so he lets you like use it like a shovel. All right, that's cool. I like that. The sounds aren't annoying as they were before. Yeah, that's good. Vander, if you want to come on stream, you're more than welcome to, but no pressure if you don't. I saw you in the chat. This is a high-level boss. It's a fiend derived from a fallen lineage of divine beings. Being one of 9 leaders of this new fiend faction, it is extremely powerful and meant to be more of a puzzle to defeat rather than a straight fight. It excels in open areas and darkness, but becomes manageable when confined and exposed to magical light sources. Interesting. Being exposed to magical light sources as a weakness is kind of fun, just because that will make it so some of those spells that people never use, like dancing lights, end up becoming kind of useful. Hey, what does the Sunday theme even mean? Can I submit liches? Databank, what do you think the theme of Halloween means? Or rather, what do you think it even means? Ask yourself that question, and then decide an answer. And then that's probably the answer. Although I could tell you my thoughts, but I would say, what do you think it means? Witches and zombies with little else? Really? Is that Halloween to you? Is Halloween just witches and zombies? All right. That's fairly limited, I think. I think there's a lot more to Halloween than witches and zombies. Dylan, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. If you're not a fan of Halloween, then I'm sorry. I'm a huge fan of it. I apologize that you don't like it. That makes me sad. Dylan, thank you for the 5 gifted. Very cool. Very cool. High fives. High fives. High fives. I would say the theme could be autumn. The theme could be orange. The theme could be monsters, ghosts, costumes, masks, festivals. It could be harvest. It could be change. It could be, there's a lot of things Halloween are. Spirits, zombies, witches, things you don't like, all that stuff. Goosebumps, good bumps. Your costume is inflation and you love it? There you go. Dylan, thank you. Much high five. Jamie Lee Curtis and several other sequels. Yep, I feel like that's pretty good too. That's a pretty solid explanation of Halloween. Data, if you don't have any ideas for Halloween and you don't like the theme, then don't post something this Sunday. And wait till next week when there is no theme and you can post whatever you want. This is called Scion, Sovereign of Fell Flame. Maybe with the illusion of curtain, they could have a wall texture painted on them. Sure. I know. I'm looking through my backlog. All right, cool. Oh yeah, together we will find the One Piece eventually. This is a CR27 monster. So a CR27 monster is about as close to a god as you can get. The closest thing to in the recent games, the only things that are in the Tarrasque is CR30, but the other things that are CR30 are like the aspect of Bahamut and the aspect of Tiamat, which are essentially the physical manifestations of gods on Earth. So this is very close to a god power in terms of a monster. Very few languages for a CR27. That's true. That's true. All right, let's see. It's got a bunch of hit points. It's got a bunch of armor. A lot of this stuff doesn't matter. We're at levels where it's nonsense. 1, 2. It's got a bunch of saving throws. It's got a bunch of skills. It's got a bunch of resistances and immunities. It has true sight to a range of 120 feet. Legendary resistances, magic resistance, devil sight. Let's see what spells it has. Fireball at will, Spirit Guardians at will, Wall of Fire at will. I might not do Wall of Fire and Fireball. I feel like that's too obvious. Also, like, it feels very Pit Fiendy. I might lean into more spells that are fire spells that are less the main ones, although I guess Fireball at will is very classic. Like, how are you not going to get Fireball, you know? Firestorm, Incendiary Cloud, Divine Word once each day. Okay. What does this thing actually do? Like, let's get into the meat of this thing actually does. Why is there a whole secondary stat block? Oh, it's just a bunch of stat blocks. Okay. What am I supposed to be looking at? Which monster am I looking at? I don't know which one you want me to look at, so I hope I'm looking at the right one. Divine Word is super complicated. That's a good point. I might actually cut Divine Word out. I feel like Divine Word is one of those spells that doesn't really make sense for a monster to get. Like, you as the dungeon master should just decide how this conversation goes behind how this... Let me make sure I'm remembering what Divine Word does, actually. I might be misremembering. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a little tedious, all of this hit pointy stuff. It's a little tedious. Yeah, quite complicated, not super complicated. It's a little tedious, but it's fine. I think it's fine. I don't know. I think it's fine. It's a tedious feature to use for sure, though. This thing has volcanic prints. Its attacks are magical. They deal extra damage. Okay, that's fine. A magical aura of intense heat surrounds in a 10-foot radius. At the start of each of his turns, any creatures in the aura take this much damage. Okay. I might change this to whenever a creature enters within 10 feet of it or starts their turn within 10 feet of it, this happens. Not have it be at the start of the monster's turn. Bonus action? Where do you see a bonus action? Is Divine Word a bonus action? Oh, it is. I didn't know that. And then it has Divine Reawakening. If it's dropped to 0, okay, so it has Mythic action. Okay, so it's got the Mythic action. And then it has some attacks. It makes 3 attacks with his Sentinel. The Stalwart Edge. He can substitute his Pyroclastic Emission. Am I looking at the right monster? I'm not seeing anything about area here. I'm not seeing anything about area or light sources. Am I looking at the right one? I have no idea. Vander was in the chat earlier, but they're not here now. No, he's not in the Discord. I have Discord open. You got a membership. Cool. Don't waste it. Don't spend it all in one place. They probably meant the night one. Oh my god. Oh, this is so annoying. Who sent me this? Vander? Vander, you didn't fucking name which one to look at. I don't know which one I'm supposed to look at. Okay, I guess we'll look at the night one. I don't want to look at... We're like halfway through one already. Alright, we're skipping all this part. Sorry. Let's jump into the other part. It can't be targeted by divination magic. In dim light or darkness, it has an AC of 25 and advantage. This is okay. This is like some shadow dragon-y stuff. It's got some spells. It's got some fucking mythic action. It's got attacks. This doesn't have anything to do with light either. They unveil their ability to enforce the presence of night upon the world. They create an area of magical darkness that's 300 feet. This darkness prevents... This is just magical darkness. I don't think this is the right one to look at. I don't know which one is the right one to look at. Alright, we're going back to the top. Because I don't know which one I'm supposed to look at. So we're just going to look at the top one. Healing monsters make you yawn. If it's part of the unique mechanic that can be stopped somehow, then it's cool. But it feels like a waste of time. Otherwise, snotty. Mythic actions and creatures having like mythic modes. The point, there is a very specific intention. And the intention of this one-time heal is not to be like you're harder to kill. It essentially is an alternative way of writing the monsters having different phases. So a better way to think about mythic stuff like this is not healing, but it's like you're giving the monster tiered phases. All right, so let's see. This guy can superheat the ground around them in a 100-foot radius. It's considered difficult terrain. Each creature in the area has to make a DC 24 dex save or takes a bunch of fire damage. The effects last for 1 hour. And they cause more damage to creatures standing on the area at the end of their turn. Okay, cool. Confined to areas of darkness? I don't know where it said that. But again, I'm going to be honest. Vander didn't tell me which one to look at, so I don't know what to... Where are you seeing confined to areas of darkness? In his comment? Yeah, but it's not in the stat block of the monster, so it doesn't matter. Should we go? Okay, chat, you decide. Should we look at them? I don't want to be the one that has to deal with the fucking backlash of someone being upset that they didn't properly format their piece or explain to me what to look at. Do we finish looking at the night one or do we finish looking at the fire one? Chat, you decide. Because I'm not taking responsibility for this miscommunication. Look at the night one. Fire. Whichever one's further along. I like the fire, but submit to chat. Night, the night one. All right, fine. We'll finish looking at the night one. But you know what? Your punishment for not paying attention to how to format things and making us do that is I'm not looking at all this stuff up here. I'm just going to assume, hopefully you'll figure this shit out. 5,000 foot telepathy is silly. If you're going to be doing distances like that, you just say a mile. 1 mile. Okay. 300 feet of magical darkness, I think, is okay. It's gonna be one of those things where it's like, I don't know if it's gonna be fun. It's going to be, like, there's a strong vibe to that, but it's going to be, I don't know if it's gonna be fun as an actual mechanic in-game to use. Like, the volcano one that we looked at before, at least there's a little bit of momentum there. There's the initial big explosion, and then the burn afterwards. This is just like, I guess everyone's blind in 300 feet. I don't know. I don't know if that's super particular. Night wind? Sure. Undetectable. It can't be targeted by divination magic or whatever. Yep, that's fine. Night wind. While in dim light or darkness at an AC of... Yeah, I looked at this part already. Legendary actions, it attacks. Use its night haunting action. Targets one creature can see. Wisdom save. Or psychic damage. Immediately uses reaction to move as far away as its speed allows them. I would not say as far away as their speed allows them. I would say... immediately moves away equal to their movement speed. Because technically, their speed allows them to move 0 if it's not their turn. Yeah, Night Haunting is just Dissonant Whispers. I would maybe change this to Dissonant Whispers, because it's literally what it is. Like, that's a really good point. Who said that? Data? Yeah, this is just Dissonant Whispers. You should just change this to Dissonant Whispers. This is just Dissonant Whispers. This is just casting spells. And then it gets mythic actions. It can teleport in darkness. All creatures currently in the space of darkness must make a saving throw, be paralyzed. So here's what I'm going to say. I think my main feedback for this piece overall is I like it having magical... If it's CR 26... I feel like we need bigger showstopper moves, at least bigger showstopper moves that might feel a little bit more evocative and exciting, and either give more of a big threat instead of slowing stuff down. All of the big showstopper moves this monster has, they just slow things down. Either nobody can see, or nobody can move, or people are running away. Those are the 3 things this can make happen. I feel like those 3 things in combination will not lead to an exciting fight. They will lead to things being slowed down. I would probably spend a little bit of time figuring out ways that you could make this more of an active thing. So, like, maybe... you can create areas of darkness that can lash out and attack creatures. Maybe you can make characters' shadows come to life and start battling them. Things like that. I don't know. It's just something that is a little bit more of a back and a forth, as opposed to just the power to make it so everybody can't see and the power to make it so nobody can do anything. Because that's the 2 main things this thing has right now. Those are my main thoughts about this. I feel like... And I'm going to also say, guys, I don't know if this feels like a puzzle to solve either. Somebody said they want this to feel like a puzzle to solve, where in a confined space, it's harder to kill. But, like, I don't know how I feel about it in that way. I guess because in a confined space, it's harder to find. It's easier to find it, like if it's like a hallway. But this doesn't feel like a puzzle to solve. This kind of just feels like a monster that's going to slow everybody down. I think the spells are fine. I don't think they're super exciting, but I never think any spells are super exciting, so I don't think that matters. But I think that we need some more uniqueness to the attacks. I think Night Haunting, if you're going to make it Dissonant Whispers, just make it Dissonant Whispers. And I think Darkness Take Thee and I think Sleep Demon need to be a little bit more distinct in terms of what they do and do more than just slow things down. Those are my thoughts. Yeah, I don't really have much more to say other than that. I think that you should push making this more of a dynamic combat encounter and less of a slow things down combat encounter. And those are my main thoughts. Also, I feel like giving this thing darkness at will is kind of redundant if it has darkness takes thee, even though this is only once. I don't know. I would just like a lot of these features I would just build into the core mechanics of it, you know? I don't think it needs to, I don't know. Anyway, those are my thoughts. Thank you very much, Vander, for sharing. Let's give Vander some brains. Brains. Do I ever give my secondary thoughts? What do you mean by my secondary thoughts? Was that a pun on me saying something that I say a lot? Do I say those are my initial thoughts a lot? Probably. Sometimes I give secondary thoughts, but not often. Dun, 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 dun. Next is Dude Bro. Hey Cinder, I never made a homebrew monster, so I decided to try it. It's based on the enemies from BioShock. They're called Splicers. I have played a little bit of BioShock 1. Semi-familiar with the Splicer. Did you tell me which one you want me to look at? You didn't? Alright, well then we're going to look at the Thug. HBD? What does HDB stand for? Hit the bong. No, it's hard, dude, bro. I know what it is. Not hit da bong. That's inappropriate. Yeah, no, it's their first time making a monster. Isn't that exciting? Isn't it nice to step out of our comfort zones a little bit? I do want to say, okay, Vander, I'm going back to you for 1 second. I think the vibes of your piece were there, but we need to think about it more from a mechanics perspective and less from a vibes perspective to get it so it's more of a dynamic encounter. Okay, that's all I'm done saying. Happy birthday. True, 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 true. Hide behind, sure. Oh. 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 Oh, oh, it's magic. You know. Why are you sad? Don't be sad. This is the Thug Splicer. Every single Splicer began as a relatively ordinary citizen until they were twisted beyond recognition by magic potions. Due to the magical nature, mutation, they have abilities beyond their body can traditionally do. You don't need to say this sentence. This sentence means nothing. You say this sentence in this sentence. Get this whole sentence out of there. Some Splicers are so deluded they cannot truly perceive the environment around them, while others are gripped by a sense of paranoia, lust, rage. Okay, cool. You're not on the candle page? What candle page? What the fuck are you talking about? You can be sad, Olivia. I'm not trying to dismiss feelings. I just don't know what you were sad about. You're not on the channel? What the... What? Oh, I don't understand what you're... Marauders, I don't understand what you're complaining about. I give you too much attention, I think. I need to figure out how to give you less attention. Okay, this is the Thug Splicer. CR 16, 42 hit points. Make sure you're doing all this fucking math correctly. It's got lightning immunity, resistance to bludgeoning, just bludgeoning. I always think it's interesting when people have resistance to some of the damage types, but not others. I like that. You understand? What do you understand? Because I don't understand. You didn't pay for the sub? Wait, what does that mean? The only if you get gifted a membership, you still get all the member benefits. I think. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure you do. You get access to the member wheel and stuff. I'm not adding. How would I add you to it right now? You can participate in the next one. Becoming a member, though, gives you a whole month of being a member, so you get lots of time to do all the stuff. You're a dyslexic librarian. Oh man, that's an interesting thing to be. Oh. Oh, yeah, then maybe that won't happen. I didn't even know that was a thing. So maybe that doesn't happen with gifted memberships. I have no idea how that works. Pounce! The Splicer can dash as a bonus action. I would not call this Pounce, because pouncing is an ability in D&D already. It's a thing that tigers can do, and it does something different than this. So I wouldn't call this Pounce. I would probably call this something like Skitter, or Shuffle, or Quick. One track mind. The Thug Splicer has advantage on saving throws against being charmed. Okay. It's pack tactics. That's fine. Reckless attack. That's fine. Multi-attack is it's got claws and club. Reaction resilient. The Thug Splicer can reduce damage taken to it. By a hit die plus strength modifier. I would rewrite this and I would say, when the Thug Splicer is hit with a weapon attack, it can reduce the damage die by 1d4 plus 4. I would just say it like that. Pretty straightforward little guy, honestly. It's pretty, most of its features, here's what I'll say. There is nothing mechanically wrong with this, but I will also say that there isn't really anything mechanically distinct or unique about it. I noticed the lightning immunity, but I wish there was a little bit of something else related to lightning maybe later on. And if I remember correctly from Splicers in BioShock, don't they all always have like an element of elemental stuff going on? Maybe? I don't remember, but I feel like there's a piece of the puzzle that's missing here. Maybe? I'm not sure. I want to see a little bit more lightning stuff. Like maybe like when it gets hit as a reaction, it can reduce damage and blast back a little lightning damage or something like that. Splicers are basically just a guy with a wrench, so it's hard to make a stat block. Oh, okay, then I misremember what splicers are. I thought splicing had to do with, like, taking that stuff that lets you shoot lightning and bees and stuff. Some are more just physical enhancements, but there's plenty that have elemental effects. Okay, so if that's the case, maybe get rid of the lightning immunity here, because it kind of throws it for a loop. But it's a pretty, I mean, what you've basically built is an incredibly fast monster. Because this thing essentially can go 80 feet every turn and then attack 3 times with advantage, which is a lot. Yeah, those are my thoughts on that one. And this one kind of just looks like a spellcaster, so I'm not going to super worry about that. It has a teleport ability. So this seems just sort of like a pretty standard spellcaster, which I guess is fine. If you're going to be building a monster and you wanted to give it spells, I would argue that this is not the way you should do it anymore. This is sort of the old version of building spells. Like if you look at any of the spellcasting humanoids in like Volo's Guide to Everything, or in like the Monster Manual. This is how they're written. But if you look at any of the newer ones, it's more aligned to how Vander's monster was written, where they have at will spells, 3 times a day spells, once a day spells, etc. This is too D&D to evoke Bioshock. Yeah, honestly, I kind of agree. This just feels like a wizard. Or a sorcerer. This just feels like a sorcerer. Something valuable I learned from Cinder was that even if it's a low CR, you aren't going to add any unique mechanics. Then it's just a mashup of other existing mechanics which don't require homebrew. I kind of agree with that. I said it once, so I might agree with it. I think that there are times it makes sense, right? Like I would argue that the Thug Splicer getting reckless attack, I think makes sense. I'm here for it. I agree with that. But you should always be asking yourself the question of what can I give this thing to make it unique? And you might look at some monsters that Wizards of the Coast or other companies have made, and you might look at some and be like, this doesn't do anything unique. But you should use that as you should use that as inspiration. That is not a, they didn't do it, so I don't have to. That's the opposite. It should be, they didn't do it, so let me see what I can do. You know what I mean? Focus on teleport, matches Mystic, but I'm pretty sure Mystic also uses a gun. Yeah, so maybe if instead of casting spells like this, what if they had they had a better attack and they could teleport every turn? Something like that. Phil, thank you for the 10. What's the name of the world in your upcoming book? The world does not have a specific title, but the title of the book is going to be Wastes and Wilds. And I could even show you a little bit of something for it. Do you guys want to see a little preview of something? I could show you something here. I'll show you something for it. I gotta find the fucking Discord comment. Let's see. See if I can find some of the art. One second. I want to show you these. We have like a little symbol that this is the this is what the symbol. There's a little title symbol, Wastes and Wild. Pretty cool, pretty cool, pretty cool. So it's gonna sort of be like, a good way to think about the vibe of it is it's like Old West plus Eldritch, and the vibe of the setting and sort of the goal of it that we're going to be pushing forward is this idea of like the desert is dangerous and you are trying to survive. Yeah, Weird West with a little bit more of an alien vibe to it. All right, let's give Dude Bro a round of applause. Brains. Data says, will it be an audiobook? It's not a story. It's like a compendium. It's like a D&D world setting book. It's a D&D book. It's not like a storybook. So I don't think we're going to do an audiobook. I will reach out to the team and I will ask them how much / what they are comfortable with me sharing as we get closer to the Kickstarter. And as we get closer to it, I shall share things. I will tell you right now. The minimum of what it's going to include is 2 brand new classes. One that is built on, it's almost like an alternative wild magic character, except instead of the wild magic coming from you casting spells, it's like sort of controlled wild magic within a machine that you have that can sort of capture it. And that machine takes on different shapes depending on the subclass. One of the machines is sort of like a like a big gas mask that you wear that like you breathe in the cosmic fumes and you become like the crazy gas mask punchy monster man. One is one where you turn it into like a jetpack and you sort of with a rocketeer fly and / explode, fly your way around. One is a one that is sort of like a diving suit that you wear that allows you some extra planar features. And then the other class is called the God Slinger. And the God Slinger is a class where you get a special item that is essentially a weapon. That's a weapon, duh. It's essentially a gun that can transform into different shapes of guns. And it is about getting special moves and abilities and features that activate when you shift forms. So the idea is you have it in a rifle form, and then you shift it into a different form, and depending on the form you shift it into, you get movement speed increases, other utility features, other things. So the play style of it is intended to be you're constantly shifting it into different forms as you shoot and sort of weave through the battlefield. And these subclasses are based on what your magical god slinging weapon comes from. And that's dependent on, it's going to be, and they're all different ethereal type things. So there's a celestial one, a abyssal one, and a Feywild one. And it's essentially this world's version of like the gunslinger. That's like the marshal or like the scary guy with a gun that comes to town. One of the things that you can do with that subclass is you can use your Godslinger save DC in place of like certain types of charisma checks. The idea being that like the presence of this crazy gun that is sort of a part of you is sort of as much a part of the way your presence sits in a room as your charisma. And then, so there's the two classes. Then there is at least one subclass for every class. So 12 subclasses minimum, but I forget if we're having more than that. And then there's like 50-ish monsters. And then there are a handful of magic items. And then there are unique vehicles, because a lot of this is about traveling and there's a lot of aliens. So there's like alien tech that gets involved. So there's a system for vehicles, and a handful of different types of Mad Max style vehicles. And they don't have hit points. They work different. It's like a different system for using vehicles that I think works really well and is very fun. But it doesn't use hit points or AC or anything like that. And then there is some locations, some adventure plot hook stuff, all that kind of stuff. And then there is a deck of cards with a system for that uses the deck of cards as if you're playing poker to build encounters. So you can sort of play cards in a way that is how you build encounters or adventures, which I think will be pretty. So yeah, that's it. That's what it's going to be. And I think it'll be pretty cool. And I will be shouting about it from the mountaintops when we get closer to it. Yeah, we listen, we bit off more than we could chew. Here's what I'll say. Once we got pretty much most of the way done the content side of things, we realized that we should have a bigger team. That's the main thing that we realized. It was like, oh, if you want to do a piece this big, you kind of need a bigger team. But it's okay. All right, it is our French friend's turn. Kilk undo today. How does building encounters if you're playing poker? Poker is just you get a hand, you win, you lose, unless to bluff the other guy. The way that... Okay, so... we basically built a unique set of tarot cards. So we took the deck of cards. So the deck of cards has 4 suits. Hearts, clubs, spades, and the other one. What did I forget? Diamonds. So we associated each one of those suits to a different element of the themes of the world. And then for so like all of the diamond cards are sort of tied to magic. All of the spades cards are kind of tied to death. all of the clubs cards are kind of tied to work and like labor. And I forget what all the hearts cards are tied to right now. But then each one of those cards, we came up with a phrase and like an image that is tied to it. So like, you know, like the Ace of Spades is like the wandering gravedigger, or I forget what they are. But then so each card has sort of like a phrase or a sentence that's sort of like associated with it, that has like a vibe. And then there is a game that we play. There's basically a game that allows you to build hands that you can put down to like build encounters, and we designed it in such a way that you can play it one player, so you can like just use it as like a fun way to sort of like brainstorm encounter ideas. But there is a multiplayer version where you basically go in a circle and you're sort of choosing whether or not to keep your hand, to fold your hand, to switch cards out. And the whole thing is you don't really know how they're going to affect things at that moment. So there's an element of like, okay, I see that the Queen of Spades is in this is the conflict position as opposed to this is the helping position. So I'm going to switch it. So it's like that's how it works. So you're basically building an encounter through playing a hand of poker, where the winner of that starts to dictate what's happening. I hope that makes sense. It's a little bit confusing because it's not exactly poker, but it's one of those things where it's like, if you have the cards in front of you, it makes sense. Or even just like the little explanation. You're working D6 a.m. Oof. Tarot cards meets poker is a good way to think about it. All right, if you don't like poker, then, you don't have to do it. Like I said, it's a pretty small part of the thing. Poker is not for everybody, but I would also say a lot of people don't like cowboys. A lot of people don't like D&D. This compendium is not going to be for everyone. Our goal for this compendium was to make it as stylized as possible. We wanted it to feel very specific and big, so that like the things that were in it felt like they were a part of that world, so that if you wanted to run a game in that world, it would be very easy to do. Let's see. You homeworked? What'd you miss? I talked a little bit about the book that I'm working on with some people. Yeah, I mean, maybe you missed part of the conversation, but I just talked about it for like 10 minutes. But yeah, it's like cowboy, it's like Wild West meets Eldridge post-apocalypse. It's a good way to think about it. Like, imagine if there used to be a big society and then Eldridge apocalypse happened and now it's Wild West built out of the remnants of it. Let's see. Kilkaan said, I wanted to make a soul flying fish homebrew because I think they're neat. Here is a monster / mount. I might make a subclass and a race with the same theme later. Cool. Yeah, I think it'll be pretty good. We want it to be kind of tough. Inhospitable world, with lots of forces of nastiness pushing in all directions. Welcome home, Tradosio. You would love playing that? Very cool. Yeah, I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be cool. Yeah, except I will say that it's not a game world with a lot of guns. Like, the idea is it's like cowboys and stuff, but most guns, weapons, tech, like alien tech are essentially magic items. So there might be like one guy with like an alien laser gun, but that guy is like able to essentially become like a pretty well-known like criminal in the region because nobody wants to fuck with him because he's got the laser gun. One of the NPCs that we came up with is like essentially a corrupt sheriff that has like a little bit of alien tech. No, there's guns, but again, it's mostly through alien tech. Or the Godslinger subclass. Or the Godslinger class. And a handful of subclasses. But it's not like everybody has rifles, everybody has pistols. It's more like everybody has more magic. You guys are being so silly in the chat. There it is again. Let's take a look. This is the Exoset. Above and beyond the water, these massive flying fish are unforgiving predators. With their colorful enlarged fins, they glide through the sky and devour unsuspecting sailors. So it's a flying fish. A huge flying fish. Okay. 13 armor. Make sure you're doing all the math right here. It's pretty low hit points for a huge creature. I guess that's fine. Maybe it's very airy. You know, it's mostly like fins and like a bird. It takes up a lot of space, but it's kind of, you know, it's not very dense. You're getting Fran Bao flashbacks. I don't know what that means. When I cowboy, now I think that druid from the one shot you DM'd, his voice was incredible. Yeah, that guy was great. He's a friend of the show. I mean, it does have to fly, so it makes sense. Yeah, I agree. And look, if you look at, like, you know, a lot of this thing's body is taken up by bony little articulates. Also, I really like that you included this art. It's very cool. High noon? Yeah. One day, guys, I'm going to be honest with you for a second. Let's be real here. I can't promise I can make it happen. I can't promise to you or to myself I can make it happen. But I can vocalize something and aspire for it to happen. But I want to meet Matthew Mercer. And I would like to have more than a 10-minute conversation with him. I would like to have... This is the goal. This is the goal for Matthew Mercer. The goal is for me to sit in a room with him where it is not a content creator situation and to hang out and or have a conversation. That's the goal. I don't want to play... I don't think we're going to play D&D. I don't even necessarily want to talk about D&D. I mean, I kind of want to talk about D&D. But that's the goal. The goal is to talk to Matthew Mercer in a situation where I am not beset on all sides. And that he looks at me and says, "You're the guy I'm going to talk to right now." And then we lock eyes. And we slowly walk towards each other. And when we get very close to each other, inch away, where it's like I can feel the air coming out of his nostrils, we just sort of stand. And then we make eye contact. And while we stand that close together, we just slowly start to nod at each other. And then that slowly turns into us crying. And then the tears end. And then the tears fall. And when they hit the ground, they mix together. And then we scoop them up. And we put them into little cups. And then we put a little bit of sugar in those cups. And we go and we feed hummingbirds with the sugar water of our collective emotion tears. And then the hummingbirds turn into golden dragons. And then we get to ride the golden dragons. And they become our friends. And they take us on an adventure where we get to help them solve a mystery. And then we go home. And maybe we become casual email and or phone correspondence. That's the goal. I feel like that's pretty reasonable, right? Is there a website where you can, like, make D&D stuff this format? Yeah, there's a bunch of them. The easiest websites to use are TetraCube for monster stat blocks. There's a couple other ones for monster stat blocks, but also GM Binder or also the Homebrewery. Those are all good websites. Homebrewery is probably the best one these days. It's harder to use than the other ones because you get into, like, CSS type shenanigans, but there's whole... You know, if you want to make stuff that looks like this, you can. It's pretty reasonable to do. And there's all subreddits and stuff to help people with that formatting. I think you got a gifted membership today from either Dylan or Tradosio. Those were the membership gifters today. My memory serves correctly. I'm just describing a... Olivia, did you not hear what I said when I started this? I said, this is what I want. Yeah, I was literally describing my dream. This is my dream for meeting Matthew Mercer. I feel like it's a reasonable dream. We make eye contact, we smile, we nod, we get closer together until we can feel each other's breath. We start to cry. We collect the tears, we put them into little cups. We use the cups, we mix them with sugar, we put them out. Hummingbirds come, hummingbirds drink from them, then they turn into golden dragons, and then we go riding on golden dragons, and then we go on an adventure, and then we maintain a friendly, casual phone correspondence. That's the dream. It would make a great video, but I don't want to make a video for it. I just want to have the experience. If my piece comes up, you can make a copy and edit it to your I'm not going to do that. That's your choice. I'm not going to edit your piece for you or reformat it for you. I'm going to review it, and then you can do that if you want to. You were doing homework again, but then I just started to scream. Yeah, I was just clarifying what you said. I will settle for smelling his hair. That's the creepiest fucking thing I've ever heard. I don't want to smell anybody's hair. Unless they're my love. Oh, you were talking to the person that asked about formatting. Sus? Oh yeah, major sus. They were talking about you creating stuff? Oh, I see, yeah. The thing is, you have to understand that I'm very selfish and self-centered. So when you guys are in the comments, I usually assume every comment is directly related to me. It's not always directly related to me, and I acknowledge that. And I sometimes might even make a mistake. But we try. We grow. I can time myself out for 5 minutes, but I feel like you guys wouldn't like that. Let's see what this thing gets for its abilities. What's wrong with a fine hair? Nothing's wrong with fine hair. I think smelling people's hair is often not appropriate. I also think that it's creepy sounding. He isn't my love? What are you saying? Gina, did you just get here? Wait, Gina, did you... Gina. Okay. Gina, how much of what I just said did you hear? I really hope none of it. Oh my god. You heard none of what I just said, right? You just got here? You didn't hear me talking about any of what I was hoping for? Oh, please. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. I said something that would be so embarrassing to say in front of you. Okay, thank God. No. Yeah, you came here for that. Yeah, smelling people's hair is not appropriate. Okay, you missed the part that it was gonna make me. Calm down, Cinder. Chill the fuck out. Also, Gina, happy birthday, guys! It's Gina's birthday. Wait. Guys, everybody in the chat, let's give Gina a big happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Gina. Happy birthday to you. That's what I wanted to say. Okay, I'm going to say what I talked about, and then we're never going to mention it again. And chat, you guys are not going to... No, it wasn't exactly a... It wasn't a rant. It wasn't a rant. It is what you missed, though, yes. I talked about a situation that I thought would be a very reasonable a situation to hope for. And I just wouldn't want to... I felt like... I get self-conscious talking about Critical Role shit in front of you, Gina. I can't help it. It feels weird. I'm sorry. I am what I am. But here's what... I'll tell you what I said. I'll tell you what I said very briefly. All I said was that I felt like a very reasonable way for me to meet Matthew Mercer. This is all I said. This is all I said. Was I thought a very reasonable way to meet Matthew Mercer would be that I would see him from across a room. We would slowly walk towards each other, nodding, until we were close enough that we could sort of feel each other's breath a little bit. And then we would just stare at each other in the eyes, and then we would both start to cry. Why are we crying? It doesn't matter. We're going to collect the tears. We put them in a little cup. We put sugar in that cup. We mix it up. We hold the cups into the air. And then hummingbirds come. And then hummingbirds drink from the cups. Okay? And then they turn into dragons. Golden dragons specifically. Because Bahamut has hummingbird golden dragon pets. And they would be the 7 golden dragons of Bahamut. Of course they would. And then we would ride the golden dragons around. Going on an adventure. And then at the end of it, he and I would maintain sort of a casual phone correspondence. That's all. I felt like that was a pretty reasonable thing to talk about. All right, now we're not going to mention it anymore, and we're going to move on. We're going to look at this lovely, beautiful piece of fish homebrew. And everybody in the chat that said that that was an unrealistic dream, you don't have faith in Bahamut. That's all I'm going to say. If the Platinum Dragon is around, they are going to be wandering places. They're going to have their little hummingbird dragons. They're going to see the power of moments. They're going to zip their little hummingbirds in there. Bahamut, the Platinum Dragon, the god of the dragons, the good guy, the opposite end of the spectrum to Tiamat. Bahamut. Bahamut is a giant dragon god, and he often disguises himself as a little old man wandering the earth, and he has little hummingbirds that fly around him. And each of those hummingbirds is actually a polymorphed or a shape-changed ancient gold dragon. So it's like, you see this little old man and a bunch of birds, and he's like, hello there, who would like to hear a story about some ice cream and perhaps a yearning for adventure? And people are like, oh, you old man, you're so goofy, we'll hear your story. But really, they're not talking to some old man who's surrounded by birds inexplicably. They're talking to a god of the dragons and 7 ancient gold dragons. It's so cool. They could be finches, whatever, man. Flavor's flavor. Quiet. Everybody calm down. You want ice cream? Yeah. I think if you manifest it, it'll happen. I'm going to try. Look, chat, everybody. First of all, Gina, happy birthday. Second of all, I feel like at this point, I have said to you guys, I don't know, 1,000 times that I would very much like to meet some of these people in a way that I think would be very fun, but I also would be very nervous, and I also wouldn't want to do a bad impression. Maybe one day it will happen. We'll see. But I am not expecting it or counting on it or anything. I'm not, because I don't think it's realistic, and I don't want to get my expectations up, and I feel like these people are crazy busy in a way that is just different than I have any understanding of. Which is why the only way that it's going to happen is if we do that whole crazy thing where we look at each other, we walk across the room, tears in the cups, get the hummingbirds, get on the dragons, fly around. Because that, you know what I mean? Who has time for anything else? No, I'm not saying, Olivia, I'm not saying that celebrities aren't just people. I know they're just people. But what they are is they are the busiest people in the world sometimes. That's what it is. It's less that they're just people. Like, there are people that I really, really admire that I would be nervous to talk to, but I could make happen because they're not as busy. It's real. That's what it comes down to. Is it's just busyness. Like, I think that, like, I'll give you an example. I know that oftentimes at like these big, at like PAX or things like that, there's like big creators there. You know, there'll be people from Critical Role or people from Dimension 20 or stuff. Everybody wants to talk to them at these events. Every single person. So like, even at those things, it's like, if you're trying to talk to them, you are one of 1,000 people that is trying to talk to them. So not only are you, if you have any sense of like awareness, going to be rushing because you don't want to take up that much of their time because everyone has a lot of time, but like it's just like overwhelming, right? I disagree, Saucer Bomb. I think cons are for communication. Certainly, at least in my position, cons are for communication. It's just that you have to be realistic about how much time people can spend on that communication. And I think if you are trying to talk to people that are in a celebrity status, whether it's one of them or whether it's, you know, anybody that does voice acting at those sorts of cons or what, it's just a lot. Like, it's just like they don't have time, which is why I don't want to meet these people at cons. I want to meet them on an adventure where we feed hummingbirds that turn into dragons, etc. It's madness. Yeah, I haven't actually been to a con before in a way that I would notice it, but all the people that I follow, like whenever I talk to, not I don't talk to, but whenever I see streamer type people talk about cons, they all talk about them like it's just like a whirlwind. They just don't have time. How does it feel to be the other side of parasocial relationship? I have been on both sides myself. It's fine, I guess. I don't really think about it too much. Sometimes I think I'm more parasocial than I am. But I think that at this point in my life, I'm more parasocial with my audience than I'm parasocial with other people that I admire. What's up, Beluga boy? I think that my parasocial now is me trying to figure out how to make sure I'm doing a good job of fostering community, but also making sure that I'm also keeping up boundaries in ways that make me feel like I'm still comfortable. That's what most of my parasocial is now. Because a lot of you are wonderful people that I love and want to feel safe, but I also want to keep at a respectable distance. I do a good job of that? That's very kind of you to say. I don't know if I do a good job. I think I do an okay job of it. I think I do a good job of it in that I'm good at just, like, not... Like, here's what I'll say. I'm not in any... No, the only time that people are, in my DMs are them being like, hey, how do I homebrew this? And me being like, post it in the Discord. So that's, like, pretty good. I feel like that's the most important part. Is that, like, if people send me DMs... If it's like a technical question where it's like, I don't know how to submit something, I'll usually answer it. If it's like a question like, look at my homebrew, I'll either ignore it or send them to the Discord. And if it's anything else, I will just ignore it. And I feel pretty good about that. I was hoping to sneak in my homebrew after you completed the wheel, but I don't think we'll finish the homebrew tonight. I'm not sure if we're going to. You never No, but you're a mod and you're helping me with stuff. It's different. It's different. Very true. What did Olivia say? Like, I don't know you. Why do you have opinions about me? Yeah, having people just know things about you and you have no idea who they are is very strange. It is super strange. I'm experiencing a lot of that myself and seen it play out in a lot of others. It's wild. It's super wild. Luckily, knock on tabletop, at least for me, I haven't experienced it enough to the point where people are like disagreeing with like choices I make. Mostly the way that I experience it right now is people disagreeing with like opinions I have, which I think is much less parasocial. But I haven't had situations of people being like disagreeable with like life choices I've made yet. I think that's when it becomes more of a thing. But I don't know. Considering that you've doubled in subs in the past handful of months, it's perfectly reasonable. Have I doubled? I don't know if I've doubled. But I accept it. I never DM Cinder unless he tells me to. I don't know if you've ever DM'd me or not. I think you have. I think a bunch of you have. I try to answer them when people do, unless they're obnoxious or just asking me for something that feels like they're asking me for something. It's like, give me this. I mentioned Cinder a long time ago about advice for video uploading. Did I answer you? I don't remember. When I was walking around college several years ago, it was wild to have people know me when I didn't know them. I'd say that's weird, though, because I'm not a content creator. When I was in college, I had that situation also, where I did not have, I had people who knew who I was, so I didn't know who they was. But that was because I rolled with a crew, and the crew that I rolled with was a very well-known organization. That was an organization. It was we were a known crew of friends on campus in a way that people knew who people. We were silly boys. We were a bunch of silly, goofy gusses. But it led to people being like, hey! And me being like, I was a goth loner type guy who just did art. People just told stories about you a lot. That's cool. It was sort of a gang, but it was a positive gang. It was, I would call it the hookah and I don't give a fuck gang. And we would smoke a lot of hookah and very actively do things that were not, I don't know, made it seem like we didn't give a fuck. And it was fun. I'm here. I forget there was a stream today. Welcome, Prince Quincy. When I did comedy, people knew me because I was a comic, but also because I was the loudest laugher in the city. That's so funny. That this is very Cinder. Yeah, I know. Dude, when I was in college, there was one of two ways that nights happened. Well, if it was a normal night, assuming there wasn't like an event or a party or something. Either it was me in my house, either me and my roommate were watching old Spider-Man cartoons or recording a radio show, or there were 15 people in our room and we were smoking hookah till 5 a.m. And those were the three activities that we basically did most nights. It was like we're recording something, or we're watching Spider-Man or something equivalent to Spider-Man, where there's way too many people in our room, and we're very, very anxious about the hookah knocking over. Party hero. We were mostly playing the Wii. We played a lot of Wii. We played Super Smash on the Wii pretty religiously. But not so much as a roommates, but as a floor. A whole floor got really into Smash on the Wii, and everyone had a different character that was like their character, and it was very fun because you would like kind of know who you were going to be fighting against depending on who was playing, because everyone had like a one character. So I have a different go-to Smash character for the original one than I do for the one on the Wii. But the one on my main Smash character in general, which was the Smash on the Wii, is Ike. Ike was my main character for the Wii. If we're talking for Smash for the N64, it was Pikachu. Saucer Bomb, 3 months, let's fucking go. Yeah, yeet, cringe ideas for magic items for your group? Cringe ideas? What do you mean cringe? How would you want them to be cringe? That's why we're friends, because we both like Pikachu? Maybe. Ike was great, though. I fucking loved Ike. Yeah, we like Ike. Yeah, we like Ike. You know what? Ike was the best. You know what Ike's catchphrase is? Ike's catchphrase is, I fight for my friends. I loved it. All right, let's look at this. Let's look at this fucking fish for a second, but we can keep talking about other nonsense, too. Aerial Menace. If the Exoset swims at least 40 feet before jumping out of the water, it gains a 30-foot fly speed until the end of its next turn. It can move horizontally 2 feet for every 1 feet it falls. This is doing two things at the same time, and I think that's worth acknowledging here. Is it getting a fly speed, or is it getting a glide? I wouldn't do both. Unless the intention here is, like, it can fly for 2 turns straight up, and then it can do this until it hits the water again. I know that's how the Hadozi glides, but the Hadozi doesn't get a 30-foot fly speed beforehand. Your main character was yeah. Your main catchphrase was yeah. All right, fair. Yeah, that's a good catchphrase. Mario Kart Wii is going to be your favorite. Is always your favorite Nintendo game. I was never good at it. So many times I'd have to gone to a guy's house because he promised you games. Never trust a guy to go to his house for games. Funny Games. You ever see that movie? It's a really lighthearted, happy-go-lucky film. I wasn't even good at Smash. I was also very good at recovery, though. Teching was easy. I don't know what any of that means. I was mostly Ike. I mostly hit people with a sword. And that was mostly what I did. And it was pretty good. You guys haven't watched One Piece? It's pretty good. It's a pretty short show. You don't need to watch. It's pretty easy. It's pretty fast to get through if you just stick to the original. I just wouldn't watch the spin-off anime or the spin-off manga. Just watch the 8-episode original. It's pretty solid. So if you're trying to make this ability where if it moves at least 40 feet before jumping out into the air, the way that I would probably word this is, instead of giving it a 30-foot fly speed, what I probably would do is describe it as, I would probably give it a certain amount of distance of flight that it immediately gets. Like, if it swims at least 40 feet before breaching the water, it can immediately fly up to 60 feet in any direction or something like that. And then, until it hits the water, it has this feature. I would probably make it something like that. Probably. Cringe, like you're not sure if you should use it. As soon as I laid my eyes on blank, a shudder went through my spine. Because cringe to me means like awkward. Do you mean like cursed item? Like an item that might be bad? Or do you mean cringe like it makes you like hit on girls in a creepy way? Like a cringe item, like, awkward, but like, how would you make an item awkward? I feel like this is one of those things where it's all about intention more than it's about what the thing does. So I'm not sure how an item would be awkward. I'm sure I can think of how a player could be awkward using an item, but like the Hat of Disguise, for example, is not an awkward item, but it could be very awkward in how you use it. The Bag of Beans is a random item, but I don't think it's awkward. I think it's random. super edgy. But again, I feel like it all comes down to intention and how it's used. I don't think it's going to be cringy, but a meat book isn't. What is a meat book? That's not cringy. It might be creepy. Is the word you're looking for creepy, Saucer Bomb? Not cringy? If it's a ribbon feature on an item that makes you cringe, how would that work? It's a cursed item that reads your old fan fiction out loud. Yeah, that's pretty cringy. Cringe tends to be genuine that misses the mark. Or I would say cringe is an attempt at seeming genuine when you aren't being genuine. You can't cringe on purpose. Yeah, cringing on purpose is just... Yeah, I mean, cringing on purpose is cringe. That's the irony of it, though. Yeah, I'm not sure how you would make a cringe item where the goal is cringe. I would say, I don't know if that's a good... Because cringe is genuinely not something I would want in my games, like, at all. I don't think. I feel like it's like cringe is like funny from a player I don't know. Cringe moments can happen, but like item of cringe, I don't think that would work. I don't know how I would do that. I think any item could be a cringy item. It can breathe air and water. I don't think it needs to be able to do that. I think it should just breathe water. You can make cringe on purpose. It's not hard. Just have you talk to an attractive woman. Oof. Well, that's the problem, Databank, is that all women are pretty attractive. So that you can't talk to any women. And then there's the whole element of, like, at the end of the day, you know, you don't want to cut yourself off from that much of the population. There's a whole lot of thoughtful folks out there. You just have to decide. Here's what you have to do. Okay, wait, let me finish reading this item, and then I actually can give you some advice if you feel like you don't know how to talk to people because you're like, oh, I'm flustered, because I have some thoughts on that. Let me read what Swallow does, though. It's a melee attack, +5 to hit, does a bunch of damage, and the target is grappled. Until the grappled ends, the target is restrained, and it can't swallow another creature. So, if you want to give this thing a swallow, you need to build it like a swallow. So, the way that swallow works in D&D is usually... It's like a 2-element part. So here, let's look at the giant frog. The giant frog has a bite, and that bite grapples and restrains. And then they can bite a creature that they already have grappled, aka one that already got bit once, and then they can swallow it. And then you need all of these mechanics for swallowing. So what do you need? You need to describe what conditions the character is under while they're swallowed, meaning do they have cover? Are they blinded, restrained, etc.? Are they taking any damage throughout it? And then separate from that, what can they do to get out? Can they use an action to try to get out? Can it be like a certain, if they deal a certain amount of damage to the creature that swallowed them, does the creature throw them up? So that's what you need to get in. You need to get in all of that stuff here. All of that stuff here. And then you're good to go. But I like the idea a lot of a big flying fish that shoots out of the water, grabs you off a boat. Like, I feel like the way that I imagine this is that there's like a boat, and then this thing flies out of the water across the top of the boat, swallows a sailor, and then dives with them. And I think that's pretty cool, and I like that a lot. So very fun looking piece. Let's give Kelka-On a round of applause. I really like this creature. I know it took us 20 minutes to talk about it, or a million years to talk about, but I really like it. Okay, now I'm going to say something and it's going to blow your fucking mind. I'm going to say something that's going to blow your mind. And it's so stupid. The way you talk to people the way you get comfortable talking to people that you are flustered to talk to, whether they are somebody that you are attracted to, usually this ends up being like attractive person stuff. Like, I am attracted to this person. You kind of have to go into the conversation from the headspace of, I am not getting anything from this person. I am not going to get anything from this person. And I don't care. That's kind of what you have to do. You have to sort of like if you're talking to somebody that you find super attractive, somebody that's like a bomb, like kaboom, my goodness, have the conversation with them as if there is no way in a million years you're going to hook up with them. Just decide that. Just decide to yourself. Maybe that decision won't be true after a little while. You don't know, but that's the way you decide. You just talk to them and you just decide. You don't need to talk to them like you're your sister. Maybe your sister's a fucking bitch. No, I'm just kidding. Cinder, that was so rude. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. I have 2 sisters and I love them both. But I don't think you need to talk to them like you're your sister. But I think you need to talk to them like you're not going to hook up with them, and you just know that. And then you just move on from that. And especially if you're somebody that is genuinely nervous talking to people that you're attracted to, that's the safe bet. Because you're going to chill the fuck out a little bit. And if they want to hook up with you, they'll make it known. And you don't need to be the one to make it known. Certainly not in the first conversation. And if you are somebody that is like, what if I don't want to close the door on that, then I would say chill the fuck out. People have a lot going for them that has nothing to do with whether or not you're going to make out. There are whole types of relationships you can have that are not make out relationships. Most of them end up being a lot more long lasting and more satisfying and fun also. That cringiness that you have inside of you will fade over time. But if you're not talking to people, it's almost going to be the opposite. Like, I mean, I can think of so many situations where I had a crush on somebody in like middle school or high school where my crush on them made me afraid to talk to them because I felt like I needed to like be ready. And then I just never talked to them. And my interest in them and or obsession in certain circumstances started to just get bigger and bigger and bigger. And they became less of a person to me and more of like an idea of a person. And I started to get infatuated with this idea of them that they weren't. And that would potentially lead to like issues where it was like, if I even did ever start to like talk to them, it would be off, because it would be like I would sort of in my head be talking to this person that I thought they were and not the person like that they actually were, So that's why it's the best to just go into it being like, the way I feel about you right now, other than I'm excited to meet a new person, is irrelevant. And I should not act on it or even really worry about it. I will also say that if you can get comfortable in that space of not treating people differently, depending on how much you're like, boom, everybody's going to want to talk to you more. Everybody's going to want to talk to you more. Olivia is saying, flirt with everyone all the time. I don't think that that's good advice. That might be a way that you want to live your life, but I would argue that I think that that can create very uncomfortable situations for all sorts of people. And I would not suggest doing it. I think that that can be bad in too many ways. Oh, it's not advice? You're just saying it? Okay. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's not just men, it can get everybody in trouble. It doesn't set good boundaries or good expectations, in my experience. It's important to remember that it takes practice to get into that mode with someone and you're attracted to, so keep trying. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'll give you an example. Like it's literally the same as exercise. It's exactly the same as exercise. Like, there's no way you're going to be amazing at running and doing push-ups immediately. You have to decide, I am going to do this thing that I suck at because I want to get better at it. That first day of running and push-ups is going to be hard. Probably the 30th day of it is going to be hard. But if you give yourself the boundaries of, I'm going to do this, then you can do it. It's just hard. The exact same thing for talking to people. If you give yourself the boundaries of, I am going to not talk to this person based off of the way they look. I am not going to talk to this person based off of the way that I feel physically about them. I am just cutting that out of the equation, and I'm going to talk to them just like based on the words that come out of their head. It's still going to be awkward, but you're going to get better at it. You're going to get better at it. You know? Because if you don't, you're just going to start to build up this false sense in your head, and it's going to become a bigger and a bigger mountain to climb. Why do you only attract ace women? Fab? I don't know what fab means. You probably don't. I think you'd be surprised how many people take a little bit of interest in other people. But you just gotta, you know, nobody, listen. Everybody's people. I think that just because you have a lot of experiences in one direction, it usually doesn't mean that that is something that is a forever pattern. It usually just means it is a thing that is happening for a little bit. Anyway. Hey, it's Snotty. Let's see what Snotty brought us. The surprise to celebs too. I know, Gina. I know. And if the day comes where I do meet a celeb of some renown, because if I'm being honest, I'm friends with a couple celebrities. So I do understand the nature of being a normal person around them. I think I'll be fine. I think the idea of talking to a celebrity is way less of a big deal than talking to somebody that you have a huge crush on. For me, personally. But I also think that at this point in life, I'm probably be pretty chill with both. You know, you just don't want people to be fucking weirdos. I know I'm friends with somebody who's I'm friends with two people that are much bigger celebrities than I am. I think I'll be fine too, Gina. I think I'll be fine too. To be completely honest, Gina, I'll share this last thing with you, even though I do get self-conscious talking about it with you. I think the biggest disappointment I'll have to meeting someone like Matthew Mercer, or the biggest worry I'll have, would be the fact that there's a tiny chance that the dragons of Bahamut might not come and fly us around on an adventure. We might just have to rely on having normal human interaction, which is fine, but it is a little bit of a disappointment. Like, at the end of the day, if I'm meeting some, like, D&D celebs, I want to go flying with some dragons with them, you know? And I understand that that's an unrealistic expectation, but it is what I want. If I have to put myself in a box of flying around with the dragons, I'm happy to put myself in that box. But I'm open to new experiences. Listen, maybe if some planetars come, or a coatl, or maybe a rock. Listen, to be fair, I'll fly around with any ancient magical beast. I'm not limiting myself to dragons. Chat, did I tell you guys about the idea of a celebrity stream I really want to do? Have I told you guys about this before? Let me grab Snotty's piece. The third of my necromancy spells for my edgy cleric. Let's take a look. I don't remember if I told you guys about my idea for a celebrity guest show. I think I did. It's good to be flexible. I know, Gina, that's why I do my stretches. I can almost get my foot to my head. The only thing that I know is that if you were to meet Matthew Mercer, you can't tell us what you do. I mean, listen, if I end up meeting any celebrity at an event that I feel like there's a noteworthy story, we'll probably share it, at least what parts of it are appropriate. But if the dragon stuff happens, I might not tell you. I might have to keep that secret. Tradosio says, can I ask if you think I'm awkward in call? I don't think I am, but I also try not to step on toes. I don't think so. I don't think any of you guys are that awkward. I think there's, to be very honest, I think that no one that has called in has been awkward. There have been people that have been called in that have been nervous and needed to sort of figure out what they wanted to say and how they wanted to say it. But I think to me, that's not awkward. That's just like, I don't know. It's just like you're not used to public speaking. I don't think that's awkward. I think that's pretty normal. Awkward would be people trying to people trying to like sell stuff to me, people trying to shill stuff, people trying to like begging me to like invite them into my D&D games, or that sort of stuff. Like that would be awkward. People being like nervous to talk isn't awkward. That's just being people. So no, I don't think so. Gina, you're too positive. Gina, if you ever decide you want to go full force into content creation, you got to figure out how to make people a little bit afraid of you. Otherwise, you're going to lose some power. You got to make people have a little bit of fear in their hearts until you have a team around you to protect you. Once you have a team around you, then you don't have to do that as much. But when you don't have a team around you, you have to make people really only want to talk to you if they're really sure they want to talk to you. You guys are silly. You're afraid of Gina? That's okay. You don't have to be. She's pretty chill. I'll have you on speed dial and I'll get you online to yell for me. Yeah. Well, okay. I'll be honest. If you don't tell me who's on the other line, if you just set the stage, I will yell at anyone. I'm very comfortable yelling, especially if I don't know who I'm talking to. Gina cast summon Cinder. All right, let's take a look at this spell. Consume. 1 action, 30 feet, instantaneous. Conjure Cinder, 9th level. I prefer summon other than conjure. Conjure sounds weird. I should be summoned, not conjured. Or I should be like, I should be like, I should be, beseeched. Beseech might be the word. Beseech. Manifest. Yeah, manifest is good too. Consume. You rip the life force from a creature you can see within range. It must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or take 3d6 necrotic damage. You gain temporary hit points equal to half the damage dealt. These hit points last for 1 minute. You can target 1 additional creature for each slot above the second. Huh. What do we think, chat? Wait, can we homebrew that together? Sure. We can, I guess. But you have to be thoughtful about how you use it. Yes, we can, Gina, we can. But on one condition, One condition. I know you're in some actual plays and stuff coming up. The next time that you are in an actual play that makes space for meta, makes space for silly, where it's like there can be an element of a wink and a nod to the world outside our own. You know, like it's not like just D&D and fantasy world, but it's like jokey D&D where they might make reference to Starbucks or whatever. You have to use it in that game. So I'm not saying you have to use it in a game that wouldn't fit. Don't use it in a game that wouldn't fit. But if there's a game that it would be appropriate to do something so silly, you have to use it. And give me a little bit of a heads up so I can be ready to take the call. And then you know what it'll be? Oh my god, it'll be like, oh my god, you know what it'll actually be? It'll be like fucking who's like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? That's what it'll be. Oh, I love it. Guys, how do we feel about this spell? I feel like it's pretty solid. I like it. I think it's a pretty straightforward spell. You're opening to placing a debuff on the target. Any suggestions? You could make it so the target couldn't gain life while you had those temporary hit points. So it could be like you deal 3d6 damage to a creature. You gain temporary hit points equal to half the damage dealt. While you have those hit points, the creature cannot regain hit points through magical means or whatever. I also agree with... Who said that? Was that Tradosio? Yeah, phone a friend. Exactly. I think it should be a spell attack, not a saving throw. Maybe. But I like it. I think it's good. Save or suck at second level should only be status effects. Prince Quincy, I don't know why you feel that way. Why do you feel that way? Spell attacks, we don't have enough as is. I agree. I feel like this feels like a spell attack. What's going on? What's going on is we're looking at a pretty decent second level spell. Honestly, I think it's 99% of the way there. This feels like a Pathfinder spell? Okay. Yeah, I think it's mostly good, Snotty. I wish I had more thoughts, other than I think it's ready. Tradosio said they would make it 3d8. I think that could work. Cool art? Yeah, the art is cool. I think the target, an additional creature, should require one of those every 2 levels up. Oh, you know what? That's actually a good point. I might have it scale differently. I might have it just have the die go up and not do the additional target. I agree with that. I agree with that. Especially if we give it a debuff. Yeah, so maybe make it d8s, give it a debuff, and then make this scale up with the dice, not with the targets. What I'm saying is, if it's a crit and you get all the damage back as temporary hit points, it's making crit so good. This is true. You can't sleep, so you're watching my stream. I hope that it is somewhat entertaining, and I hope that you can listen to it in the background, and that my dulcimer tones, is it dulcimer or dulcet? My dulcet tones can bring you some peace. I don't know if they will, but I hope they can. My cat crawled into my lap and collapsed immediately. He's already asleep. Hi. Well, I talked to somebody else's cat earlier on stream. If your cat's asleep, I won't talk to them now. But as mentioned earlier, I do speak all languages. So if anyone does have any pets they want me to communicate with, I'm more than happy to do that. A dulcet is a dulcimer-like creature. Is 3d8 and a debuff still balanced for level 2? I think so, as long as the debuff isn't crazy. I mean, a creature not being able to gain hit points is not the end. Like, so many creatures don't gain hit points. I feel like it'll be situational. All right, Olivia, I need to sleep. I will leave soon, so no more yelling. Okay, I won't yell your name anymore. I'm sorry. Maybe at a higher level it can be sustained for additional damage. Well, I think that the whole thing is, if you're gaining temporary hit points based on the damage, if the damage increases, the likelihood of you having the hit points for longer will increase anyway. Like, a minute, your combat's not going to last. Combat rarely lasts 10 rounds. So, like, this is probably going to be the whole round. So it's more likely that you're going to lose the hit points from getting damage than you are going to lose them from the minute. So I sort of feel like the damage going up, making the hit points go up, is going to make it last longer anyway. If you're in a situation where the minute goes past, you got bigger fish to fry than it not gaining hit points, you know? I would just make it scale a D8 per level. Yeah, I think so. You saw someone say don't half the temp HP. Thoughts? No, definitely half the temp HP. That's the only reason why it's balanced. If the temp HP being present are the catalyst of the debuff, then they can't be that high. Yeah, definitely half the temp HP. 7 temp HP off 3d8. I think that's totally reasonable. Second level spell, totally reasonable. I said don't half the temp HP, but that's if it's not a debuff. Yeah, I agree with that. I think I could see that. Cool. Snotty, any final questions before we say goodbye to this spell? It's a pretty straightforward spell, but I feel like it's mostly solid, my guy. And keep it 3d6. Yeah, if you don't have the temp HP, I would say no debuff and keep it 3d6. I agree with that. But I think it's more interesting to have the temp HP and to do some sort of debuff, like you can't heal or whatever. Cool. All right, guys, let's give a round of applause to Snotty. Brains. Oh, Data, don't be creepy. Data, what are you trying to make some weird pun there? Didn't land. It's Vampiric Touch at 1 level lower, but no ability to repeat each turn with temp HP. Goes away. Not bad. ATC. What you're doing, Data, is you're being intellectually dishonest. Which is fine, I suppose. Yeah, okay, fine, because you know I'm fucking right. It's like that guy who I kept having to time out because they were like, I know it's inappropriate, but it doesn't have to be interpreted that way, but I guess I did imply that. It's like, yeah, you fucking did, so it is. Intention. I hate when people are being intellectually dishonest to try to argue. I didn't say it wasn't funny, I just said it was cringy and inappropriate. Just because I think something's cringy doesn't mean you have to think it's cringy. I will say that here's what I'll say. Any sort of sexual joke, if it's too vulgar, for me, I find it very cringy. And depending on who's saying it, I find it very cringy. That's where I am. I think that there's plenty of sexual innuendo jokes that are not cringy, but as soon as you're like, if you're going to be making a joke about getting head from brain, the opposite is like, you can't say the inappropriate thing as the joke. You have to think of some other thing that's the innuendo. The other thing that's the innuendo. Otherwise, it just comes off as fucking cringe. In my opinion. This is called an overcharged wand. Later, Matakoi. Later, Matoi. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Can cringe be fun sometimes, like dad jokes? I would say that dad jokes aren't cringy. Cringe to me is not dad jokes. I would say that they're sometimes a little awkward. Dad jokes don't make me uncomfortable. I just think they're like, okay. But they're different, like, like that's awkward. I don't know what to fucking say. They're just like, okay. They're like eye-rolly. Eye-rolly cringe is good. True cringe is not good. And you might be like, how do I tell the difference? How do I learn the difference? And I would say the best way to learn the difference is to be brutally honest with the way you interpret people's reactions to the jokes you make. That's what it is. You have to be really open to the feedback and the way it's given. And if people don't laugh at something you say, or it gets real quiet afterwards, it probably was fucking cringe. A lot of stuff in life, whether it's humor or content creation, or talking to people of the fairer sex, whatever that sex is to you, comes down to trying to step out of your own perspective, out of what you want to be happening. Try not to see things from the perspective of what you are hoping they are, and try to genuinely see them from what they are. And you can pretty quickly start to be able to read people very well if you genuinely take a step out of yourself and look at them and the way they respond to your presence and the things you say. And if you allow yourself to humble yourself in that way, where you're like not just seeking validation, you're seeking genuine feedback from the way that you act in the world, then all of those reactions you get are feedback, and you can learn from that feedback. And you will be surprised how quickly you learn when to shut the fuck up, and when something works, and what sort of people want to talk to you and what sort of people don't want to talk to you. And I would even argue like the way they want to talk to you. Like, even if, I'll give you an example. Look at this item in a second. I'll give you an example. Let's say you go to a party. This has happened to me many times because I went to very liberal artsy schools. I grew up in very liberal artsy situations. I always went to sleepaway camps and was part of big theater companies. So the world that I grew up in, the friends that I have, and the way that I'm used to living is a lot of people are very flirtatious. People are very touchy-feely. There's a lot of people putting their hand on your arm or squeezing your shoulder or like giving you a hug and a peck on the cheek. Like, that is a very normal thing in my friend group. It's less consistently cuddly now that we're like old and gross, but it's pretty normal. So if you enter into a situation like that, and there's somebody that you're like, I like that person, and they're doing all of those things towards you, they're being a little touchy, they're being talking very close, you need to realize if they're doing that with everyone or they're just doing that with you. Because if they're doing that with everyone, it's likely that that's just how they are, and it's not really because they are trying to get closer to you. It's the way they try to get closer with everyone, or the way they interact with everyone. But if you notice them acting towards you in that sort of way, but not acting towards others in that way, then it becomes a little bit more of a reasonable thing to think to yourself, maybe there's something here. But like, that requires a certain amount of cognitive awareness where you can step back from feeling like just, oh, I'm excited this person's giving me attention, to be like, wait a minute. Let's take a barometer of the room. Is this just the way the room is? Because sometimes it's just the way the room is. I will also say that that is a Pandora's box if you start to really pay attention to the way people act, because you will notice the cool things in that, but you will also notice the sad things in that. You will notice when people are being left out. You will notice when people feel uncomfortable. You will notice when people feel unheard, which is hard to deal with and a little sad. It's like ignorance is bliss, that sort of thing. You'll just notice that there's a lot more quiet sadness in large groups if you start to pay attention for that sort of thing. And there's not always something you can do about it. Sometimes you just have to bear witness to it, which is hard. The other thing that you'll notice, which can be a little bit sad, if you're very emotionally devoted to a certain mode or whatever, is that you're going to notice when people are interested in people that aren't you, and they're not interested in you. Which is just something that happens in life. It's not a sexual thing. It's not a romance thing. It can be, but there are just people that don't give a shit about talking to you, and they want to talk to the person next to you. And that's just life. And you're going to notice that a lot more too. So it's a double-edged sword. You sort of have to decide, do you want to be better at navigating those social situations, but also more bluntly aware of the way people feel about you and each other, or not? Personally, I would rather lean into the more socially aware thing, but I will also say that I am very, very old, and I don't give a shit most of the time. I think that if you are younger than I am, and you haven't lived as many moons and suns and births and deaths, then it can be hard to notice people less interested in you. But maybe if you start noticing it, you get better at it. I don't know. Anyway, this is the Overcharge Wand, brought to us by Derek. When you deal damage to it's an uncommon wand, PL3, Platinum Lemur 3. Not giving a shit is actually a fantastic step to being happy. It is, but it is also very hard to do. As a friend group therapist, I can relate insanely to that. Sometimes I feel yucky about how well I read them. Yeah, I would say, unless you're an actual therapist, it's unhealthy to start to feel like you have to be the friend therapist. I would do my best to step out of that role if I were you. I have felt like I was in that role before, and I think that feeling like I was in that role gave me a false sense of myself. That was not a healthy sense of myself to have. What is PL3? Do you want the real answer or the joke answer? The joke answer is it's some word that starts with a P and then some word that starts with an L, whatever ones I think of, and then I kind of yell at Derek whenever he tries to describe what it actually is, because it's actually something. But I think this is something that's very specific for the way that he organizes his magic items and his system. I don't remember what it is, though. Stop being a friend therapist. Start being a friend BBEG. Oh my god, I like that attitude. P Lingerer, yes, power level. It's power level. It's power level. It is power level, I think. I think it is power level. And I think it has to do with, I think it is power level. I think that's actually correct. I think it is power level. Or, I don't think it's player level. I think it's power level. Even as an actual therapist, not great habit to get into if you can help it. Yeah. I guess what I mean is, I feel like if you see yourself as the group therapist, that might be an issue, because my thought process is the people that I know that see themselves as a group therapist of the friend group I would argue that the rest of the friend group largely doesn't see them as a group therapist. And sometimes that dissonance between the way they see themselves and the way other people see them can lead to conflict. That's what I'm saying. Your power level is over 9,000. I wish I knew more about Yu-Gi-Oh! So much. Is that a Yu-Gi-Oh! Reference or is that a Dragon Ball reference? I felt like that was a Yu-Gi-Oh! Reference, but it might be a Dragon Ball reference. Dragon Ball? Oh, yeah. See, I know so little about anything. Guys, I don't watch Dragon Ball. I watched Dragon Ball a little bit when I was young, and it was fine. I watched Pokemon more, and then I watched Digimon more. You guys remember the Digimon soundtrack? Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the champions. Change into digital monsters to change the digital world. That's how the song went. When you deal damage to a creature with a spell while holding this wand, you can add force damage equal to your spellcasting modifier to the damage dealt to one creature. I think this is annoying, but I think you say one creature affected by the spell. If you use this feature more than once in a minute, it has the potential to overheat. Each time you use it after the first, you must succeed on a spellcasting ability check with a DC equal to 10 plus 2 times the numbers you've used it in the last minute. On a failed check, the wand disintegrates into nothing. So here's what I would say, Derek. I think this is a fine mechanic. I wouldn't write it out this way. I would write it out similarly to how, like, the barbarians constitution thing that they get at level 9 or 10 works, or whatever level they get it at. So I would say a DC equal to 10 plus 2 for each additional use, as opposed to 2 times the number of uses. It's like a minor language change, but I think that that's how I would change it. Databank says this needs charges. I could see an argument for it needing charges. The way that it's written right now, you would still probably use it you could probably still use it pretty regularly. So yeah, I could see it having charges. I think that this system is intended for it not to need charges. But I think in order to make this system be more impactful, the DC maybe needs to scale more dramatically. And maybe instead of it being 1 minute, it's 10 minutes. Dragon Ball was fun, but it's dated. This item seems fine, but honestly feels too easy to break. Not in a powerful sense, but in a self-destructing sense. Maybe I would do it. I would have the DC 10, and I would have the DC go up by 5 each time. And then once it didn't work, the wand didn't work for 24 hours. Or something like that. Or maybe the wand didn't work for an hour. But something like that is what I would do. I also think that a way that you could balance it is you could make it a leveled spell also, I think would help quite a bit here. Yeah, I agree, Prince Quincy. Maybe it doesn't disintegrate, it just locks up. +5 is good, but if it doesn't work for 24 hours, you'd have to change the rarity. You've always been a Sailor Moon girly. I wish I remembered the song. I loved Tuxedo Mask. I wanted to be Tuxedo Mask. He was so cool. Or watch Dragon Ball Z abridged. No, I have no interest in watching Dragon Ball anything. Yeah, I think that it's an interest, like it's not, like, it's a little bit of a, I guess there's a lot of I have a couple feelings about it. One, I don't know if I feel about force damage being the overcharge. If I was going to do overcharge here, I probably would basically make it so, like, one of the die you rolled, you didn't roll, it was just maxed, maybe. I feel like overcharge, I feel like, I don't know how I feel about overcharging a wand, just allowing it to do, oh, I remember, okay, it goes, when in love by daylight, when in love by daylight, always something for a real fight, this is the thing called Sailor Moon, right? Okay, I remember it now, Thank you, Gina. Yeah, listen, it's a pretty standard item. I think it's cool. I think maybe the force damage feels a little odd doing force damage on top of things that don't do force damage. I don't know if overcharge would want to represent as force damage, but I think it could work. But I think, yeah, I feel like this setup feels a little odd. Okay, those are my thoughts. I hope that is somewhat helpful. Thank you, Derek. Let's give Derek a round of applause. Derek. Brains. Round of applause for Derek. Brains. Matthew, what's up, my guy? What's up, Matty P? All anime is bad. Ooh, coming in with hot takes. Guys, Matty P, Matthew Perkins, is also a D&D content creator, YouTuber. He deserves a lot more attention than he gets. You should all go follow him. He makes very, very useful, helpful content and videos and all sorts of cool stuff. And he's also an Australian. He's one of my Australians. Good day, as they say. Matty P is one of the first content creators that spoke to me and gave me advice on being a content creator. Back like 2 years ago or a year and a half ago or whatever, when I decided I want to do this sort of thing, he was one of the first people to like genuinely like give me the time of day. And we had like meetings. He like checked in with me. It was like incredibly helpful. And I'm going to be honest, I think it was a big part of the difference between me starting doing this and not. He gave me the confidence to feel like it was something I could try to do. It was very nice. Yeah, man, I remember. We talked for a super long time. You gave me advice at the wazoo. Yeah. Maddie, I saw some clips from you at PAX Australia also. You made me laugh. There were some TikToks I saw that you were on stage and you were being a goof. I think I saw it. It was reposted. It was either reposted by Rob or by Dead Aussie Gamer or one of those. One of your people. One of the people in your little crew had some clips posted on Instagram. You're proud of your avian heritage? Are you a bird? Let's see what Sprag has for us. Oops, I fucked up. Can I post your birthday message to my story later? Your noises reminded me. Gina, yes. But here's what I'm gonna say. Yes. No, you can post the whole thing. Whatever you want. I don't remember which part you want to post. You mean like the message I sent you on Discord or on Messenger? Or do you mean something I said on the stream? Yeah, post it. Please. I'm not embarrassed by myself being silly. It's what I do for a living. I actually think that I am at my best, honestly. Yeah, the one I texted you for sure. Not the one where my audio wasn't connected, because that one sucked. Because my phone was trying to connect to my headphones, which were across the room. That's what was happening. Anyway, it doesn't matter. No, you whatever you want, Gina. It's all yours. Do with it what you will. It is yours to use. I will say that I am at my most comfortable when I am in a position where I can be making loud noises and singing and doing silly stuff. I'm more comfortable with that than I am here in this position as like reviewer teacher mode. If I could somehow position myself so that I could draw the same amount of eyes and attention, but I could just be silly all the time, I would much rather do that. This is a ranger subclass that makes use of a gliding mechanic to gain limited form of flight. I made this as a challenge for myself to see if I could develop an aerial combat option that isn't totally overpowered at low levels. Interesting. You know, flight is not the most overpowered thing in D&D. I feel like people used to make a much bigger deal out of it than they do now. But let's take a look. Will you tell me if you do? If you post it? Okay, no, Gina, this is what I was going to say. If you post it as a story, I want you to share with me if you get any responses to it. That's what I was going to say. I want to know what the responses are, if you get any. That's all I ask. You know why, Gina? Because I'm self-centered. Because the world revolves around me. Because all I care about is the way people feel about me. I don't know how true that is, but I feel like if I say it enough, it combats it in case it is true. Please sing the Team Rocket song. I don't remember how it goes. If you say the first lines of it, I might remember it, but I genuinely don't remember. I didn't remember the Sailor Moon song, though, until Gina typed it up, so I might remember it. I'm the oldest sibling, so I had a lot of children's shows playing in my house way after I was children. Are the words really Team Rocket, Team Rocket? Then I'm not going to be able to sing it, because I don't know what... I need more if it's... I'll see. But the world does revolve around me? I don't know about that. Maybe it does. I would be okay with it if it did. For a while, at least. Prepare for trouble and make it double to protect the world from devastation, to unite all people within the nation, to denounce evils, true love, and fear. Prepare for trouble. I don't... Is there a tune to this song, or are they just chanting it? I feel like I remember them yelling these lines, not singing them. Did they yell these lines? They just said them, right? There's not a song. It's more like a chant. Yeah, it's a chant. It's a cadence. Okay, I'll try. Give me a second. Let me scroll up. Okay, who wrote it all out? It looks like Snotty wrote it all out. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna read here it is. Prepare for trouble and make it double to protect the world from devastation, to unite all people across the nation, to denounce hate and evil. Prepare for trouble. Team Rocket. And then they do like a symbol where they all look like an R. I don't know. That was that. I hope that was okay. Good night, Gina. You're wonderful. I hope your birthday was really nice. All right, let's take a look at this thing. So I'm going to point something out here right away. If you want to build a thing around flying, I don't think you should give it the fly spell. If you're going to be doing this whole system of alternative flight, why give it the fly spell? Give it something different. You know? A common fantasy of ground-dwelling creatures is to take to the skies, an act of absolute freedom. You are one such dreamer, and have practiced in aeromancy, the magic of manipulating air and wind to achieve this goal. With the aid of a piece of specialized gliding equipment, the skies are now gleefully yours to explore. Okay. Hey, Cinder, discovered your content on your YouTube shorts. I discovered your content on my YouTube shorts. Bonzo, how's it going? Welcome. I wonder what other children's shows I remember the theme song of. I remember the theme song of Arthur. All right, let's look at these third level features. We got glider and updraft at third level. Glider. You have constructed or found or inherited a gliding apparatus which can keep you aloft with the aid of aeromancy, allowing you to glide through the skies. The glider has an appearance of your choice, blah, blah, blah. Okay. At any time while you're in the air or more than 10 feet off the ground, I would just say more than 10 feet off the ground because that includes in the air. You can use your reaction to deploy the glider and begin gliding until you reach the ground. Or you become incapacitated. If you stop gliding while in the air, you fall. Your glider can support little more than your own weight. You cannot glide while grappled, while carrying more than your body weight, or while wearing heavy armor. Gliding imparts the following properties. I think that... I feel like... I don't know how I feel about it being a reaction. I guess that's fine. I said reach, but reaction. But I feel like in general with a reaction, there needs to be something that triggers it. I think you might need to think about the language of that a little bit. Every day when I'm walking down the street, and the people that you meet have an original point of view. And I say, hey, hey, what a wonderful time of day. Hey, where we can learn to dance and play. Hey, and get along with each other. You gotta listen to your heart, listen to the beat, listen to the rhythm of your street. Open up your eyes, open up your ears, get together and make things better by working together. It's a simple message, and it comes from the heart. Oh, believe in yourself, believe in yourself, That's the way to start it. I said, hey, hey. Anyway, that's Arthur. That's the theme song to Arthur. One of the best television shows ever made. Why is it called Aeromancy now? That term hasn't come up yet. They mentioned the Aeromancy up here a couple times. Although I do think you could maybe include it in the... I would maybe call this Aeromancy magic to sort of set the stage. Singing Arthur over this weird creepy music is very funny. Let's see. What does it get? So you get the following properties while you're gliding. You don't take fall damage. I would say fall damage is reduced to 0. At the start of each of your turns, you descend 10 feet. On your turn, you can move any direction up to your walking speed, but cannot ascend. You ignore this property if you have a fly speed. Normal range of your ranged attack weapons is increased by your elevation when firing downward. I don't think you should do this. I would just pick a number and let it be that number, or I would just not do this, take it all out. I would probably cut this whole part out, actually. After making an attack, you drop 5 feet unless you have a fly speed. Okay, this is pretty interesting. I like this. I like this idea. It's kind of fun. I think it's pretty solid. The Marauders, you're showing your age. You don't know who Bob Marley is? Are you serious? Do you really not know who Bob Marley is? Like one of the most famous musicians of all time? You never heard of Bob Marley? Redemption song? Three Little Birds? Rebel music? No? Is This Love? Go look up Bob Marley and just listen to it's fantastic. It's some of the best music ever. Go look it up. No Woman, No Cry? Yeah. Ziggy Marley sang the theme to Arthur? Really? Wait, is that true? I did not know that. That's so cool. Alpha. Listen, Alpha Amino. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm here for it. Before anyone says it, Red Wine is not from Bob Marley. I don't think anybody's going to say it except for you. I think this glider mechanic of if you fall more than 10 feet, you can essentially fly and slowly descend is pretty solid. I like it a lot. I think you don't need the extra weapon range thing. I think it's fine to not have it. And I know you're like, but I want them to be able to shoot things as far away, and they're going to be farther away because they're higher up. I don't think that matters. I think it's okay if you can't shoot things as far away because you're too high up. I would allow, I think that space is reasonable. Updraft. As a bonus action, you can call on elemental wind to launch yourself up into the air. When you do so, you ascend a number of feet equal to 10 times your ranger level. You can halt your ascent at any time. 10 times your ranger level, I think, is too much. I would maybe say 10 times your proficiency bonus. You can use this bonus action a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier and gain all uses when you finish a long rest. You can also use it by expending a spell slot of first level or higher. I like this a lot. I think this is great. I think the distance you can ascend is too high. 10 times your ranger level is too high. But I like it. I like the feature a lot. And I think both of these mechanics work together really nicely. Chat, there is one thing that is missing here. Can anybody tell me what it is? Well, I'm going to fill up my water bottle. Chat, there's a really core component to Rangers at 3rd level that is missing here. Can anyone tell me what it is? Guess it. What's missing, chat? Who was the first? Yeah, Dragon has said it first. There's no extra damage mechanic. Every single rogue, not every single rogue, every single ranger gets a thing at 3rd level that allows it to deal a little bit of extra damage. So what I would say, wait, see where it says after making an attack, while from the glider you fall 5 feet? I would add on to this feature once per turn when you attack a creature from the gliding position. you deal an extra 1d6 damage to that creature. Something like that. Just tie it into the making attacks from the glider, and I think you're fine. And it should be 1d6 per turn. Once per 1d6 once per turn. And then at level 10 or 11 or whatever level it is, it should increase to 2d6. Maybe this is pedantic, but I would place Updraft before Glider, because the first thing I thought when reading this was it would be cool to get air without falling. Yeah, I agree. I actually agree a lot. I think Updraft being first makes a lot of sense here. This would be fun with the Grung. Yeah, the jump height. I really like these 2 third-level features a lot. I think the ability to just launch yourself straight up is just a cool mechanic in general. And the launch up and glider is very fun. I agree. I think it sounds very cool. I like it a lot. I'm a big fan. Overall, I think so far, super interesting. Just needs a little bit of damage. And drop this range shenanigans. At 7th level, we get 2 features also. We get Volatant Strikes. Volatant? Is Volatant a word? Volatant. Flying or moving about rapidly. Capable of flying. Alright, there you go. You can use bursts of wind magic to propel your weapon strikes or projectiles. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, that creature takes an extra 1d6 damage from the weapon type and must make a strength... Okay, so here's what you're going to do. Get rid of this whole feature entirely, because we just added it to the 3rd level. If you want to keep the pushback, you can keep the pushback, but get rid of everything else. Thanks to your adventures through the sky, you can now see better above. While gliding, you have advantage on wisdom, perception, and wisdom survival checks to survey and perceive areas or tracks of creatures. Here's what I'm going to say. I would probably completely get rid of this feature, because you're going to tie it into the 3rd level feature. And for this 7th level feature, I would maybe say something like, you could make it like this, or you could make it something like, if you spend a minute surveying an area, you have advantage on these checks within a mile or something like that. The idea being that you're like, you know, sort of doing a little bit of recon. The ability to knock creatures away, I think, is fine. You're starting to get really close to, like, the Swarm Keeper there, which I feel like might not be the move. So, I don't know. I would just get rid of this whole feature. And then I think you keep this feature. And then I think you get something else. And I don't know what the something else should be, but I think you get something else. Because all this extra damage stuff should be coming in at 3rd level. And the knockback is... I don't know. It just feels like a little too much. Just feels... It feels too Swarm Keeper-y for whatever reason. I don't know. That's sort of what they get. And I think 7th level, it would make sense to get something a little different. I could also see at 7th level maybe getting some sort of like... What if you could get, like, a grapple, where you could, like, launch something that would connect your glider to something, so you could, like, trail it? I think that would be cool. I'm doing a one-shot campaign with my boys where we fight max-level demon boss. How do I contribute as a ranger? You fucking blast it. What kind of ranger are you? At 11th level, we get soaring. You have leveraged your Aeromancy to achieve true... albeit temporary flight. You already don't get that. Yeah, you definitely are getting rid of the fly spell here. Get rid of it entirely. Yeah, sharpshooter. I feel like you only use volatant if it's a chemical that has that property, like expirant or depressant. But I don't think it's a real... It is a real word. I literally just looked it up. It's a real word. You're confusing volatant for volatile, which is what Snotty was thinking, and I agree with Snotty there. Could you theoretically grapple someone while gliding? Oh, you know what? That's maybe the move. Well, depending on what else we get at 11th level, I could very easily see the 7th level being the ability to, like, throw down a line that could carry stuff. I think that could make a lot of sense, Snotty. I feel like that's the move. At 11th level, while you're under the effects of the fly spell, you can utilize elemental wind to gain additional benefits of flight. Don't do that. That's not a good move. You can take the disengage action as a bonus action. You can use the strike thing on each attack you make, not once per turn. Whenever you start casting fly, the target only yourself, you can modify it so it doesn't require... I'm going to be honest, you're going to fucking hate me. I'm going to say get rid of this whole fucking feature. You just built this awesome mechanic around this glide thing, and then you just made a reason not to use it. Your 11th level feature shouldn't be a reason not to use your fucking 3rd level feature. So, get rid of this. If you want to make this an improvement of glider or updraft or whatever volatant strike, do that. But this is not the way. You're going to just rebuild this from the ground up. Because, I don't know, I'm going to say that I think it's a bad move to make your 11th level feature dependent on you casting the fly spell. I think you get rid of the fly spell, you make this to something brand fucking new. Aerial dominance. If you roll initiative and have no uses of updraft remaining, you gain 1. I like that. Additionally, whenever you use updraft, you can launch yourself in any direction of your choice, not just upward. You gain advantage on all attacks until the end of your turn. This is too much. Here's what I would say. I would say keep the you get a free use of it. Keep the you launch yourself in any direction of your choice. Get rid of the advantage on attacks. And then you're going to rewrite 11th and you're going to be solid. The 11th level ranger features are usually intended to be pretty strong. So it's okay for it to be pretty strong. It should be pretty strong. The 11th level could maybe be where you could like grapple enemies and fly like a rocket and fling them or something, you know, but this is not the way. This is not the way. Get rid of the fly mechanic entirely. Just let this be a glider as a glider. We don't need to fly. Maybe you could make it so you get some extra, I don't know, whatever, some extra distance, or you can keep yourself aloft for longer, or maybe you don't lose elevation whenever you fire your weapon or whatever. But yeah, those are my thoughts. I think overall it's a pretty cool idea. The 3rd level features, the core features are cool. I think it sort of starts to lose its shape towards the end, but I think the core idea is solid, and I'm a fan. I think it's pretty cool. Glide at 3, carrying capacity at 7, maybe like a dragon leap. I feel like the Ranger 15 are some of the weakest capstones there are. It depends on the Ranger, but yeah, they're usually not that hectic. Usually Ranger's strongest feature is their 11th level feature, not their capstone. Their capstone usually is more, it's usually good, but not super crazy. Was the doc posted? I don't know. I'll post it right now, though. Boom. Thanks for the feedback. I'll have to think about the later levels. Hey, Spag, I didn't know you were here. Did you want to come on stream? No, it looks like you didn't. Spag, do you have any questions for me? If you have any specific questions, let me know. You can launch yourself into the air and transfer all the falling damage onto an enemy. That you could do something like that. That could be a weird direction to go on. Only if you want to. Only if you want to. I would say if you don't have a specific question to ask me, then you don't need to come online. You have a specific question to ask me? Let me see. Are you in the Discord? I don't see you, so maybe you don't. Never mind? Okay, cool. Yeah, I really like this idea, though. I think this would be a lot of fun to play. I love the updraft and glider combo. I think that what I would do, honestly, I think that, yeah, you get rid of this, you tie it into the 3rd level, and then in the same way that this is some not direct, you need at least a couple features that aren't directly tied to the glider. So I think you replace this with something not directly tied to the glider, and then maybe you make the 11th level feature something that is good for the glider, but is maybe just good in general. Like, it doesn't need to be tied to the glider. Maybe at 11th level is where you start being able to knock creatures around with all of your attacks and stuff. So you can just do that while you're gliding or not gliding. I don't know. That's what I would do if I were you. Play around with that. I would say this shouldn't be required on the glider, and this shouldn't be required for the glider. Cool. Thank you very much, Spag. Very, very fun piece. Very fun piece. Let's give them a round of applause. Brains. Click. Maybe add in aerial combat maneuvers. You could do that if you wanted to. That could be a move. Maybe like, you know, you get some, but there's not a, I mean, I don't, you'd have to play around with how you wanted to do them. I could say maybe you could do an aerial combat maneuver where you could like dive bomb, where you could intentionally lose all of your elevation to do like a really big hit on something below you. That could be cool. Yeah, it was pretty solid. I think it's another one. It's sort of similar to the Shadow Barbarian that we looked at earlier. It's one of those pieces where it's like the vibe is so strong that I feel like there's a lot of different directions you could go with it. And as long as you maintain the vibe, you're going to be good. This is a half-polished draft of a rogue subclass you've been tinking with. Goal is to evoke some sort of romanticized big, thick, scary goon. You see it's like a thug, like the thug ranger, the thug rogue. Let's take a look. All right, let me grab you. I see you in the chat. Hey, Quincy, what's up? How's it going?
Can you hear me?
I can. How are you doing?
I am doing wunderbar. It is almost 2 in the morning for me. But
me too. I think we're probably on the same time zone.
Cool.
Should we take a look at your piece?
Yeah.
All right, so this is the Greaser Rogue. Your roguish training has taught you how to depend on your physique and how to exploit strength in numbers. Greasers are often seen as bouncers, mobsters, mercenaries, and spies, using their raw bulk to bully foes and protect allies. Tunnel snakes for life, exactly. At 3rd level, you get Mighty Build and Enhanced Unarmed Attacks. Let's see. Mighty Build. You count as one size or larger for determining your carrying capacity, weight, and stuff you can lift and mess around with. You don't need to say additionally if you're writing these in bullet points. You only need to say additionally if you're writing it in full sentences. Or if you're writing it in paragraphs. If you are at or below half your maximum hit points, you can use a bonus action to expend 1 hit die and gain hit points equal to the roll plus your con modifier. Cool, that's pretty strong. Furthermore, you gain a number of maximum hit points equal to your level and gain additional hit points whenever you level up. Oh wait, I feel like now we're getting into maybe too much. I would maybe not do both of these. I would maybe either just do the extra hit points or the extra hit die recovery. I wouldn't do both. Let's see what else we get.
That's understandable.
It's just a little bit. It feels like it's too much, and they basically do the same thing. They do very different things, but they accomplish the same vision. Enhanced unarmed strikes. Yes.
Just to walk you through like my thought process. Basically, what I thought was, well, if I'm gonna make a rogue that's trying to be a lot, because a lot of rogues usually end up defaulting to being ranged attackers because fighting from range is safer and also easier to hide in so that you can get sneak attacks off more often.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm gonna make a rogue that encourages you to, throw hands, face to face, then they would a little extra tankiness helps facilitate that.
Oh, I agree with that logic. I just think you're overdoing the extra tankiness.
Yeah, I can see what you mean with the extra max health plus
it's just,
the option.
I mean, it's literally they both do the same thing. This one gives you more hit points. This one gives you more hit points. They do the exact same thing, so you don't need both. Especially considering we're getting a bunch of other features. You begin to grow increasingly comfortable using your bare hands to batter your enemies. You gain the following when you're unarmed. You can use Dex instead of Strength for the attack and damage rolls of your unarmed strikes. You roll a D6 in place of a normal one. This increases to a D8 at 5, a D10 at 11, and a D12 at 17. Does this scale faster than monks?
Technically, this scales 1 die size higher than monks. It scales at the same pace that monks do, but 1 tick faster.
So I would say that this probably shouldn't scale, or if it does scale, it should scale 1 time, because you are already scaling because of your sneak attack is your scaling. Like, We don't need extra scaling
So
on top
maybe
of that
just have
scaling.
it. So maybe just have it go up to D8 at 11th level and leave it at that.
I would maybe even just make it a D8 to start, and that's what it is, or a D6. Actually, no, because then it would be into multi-classing. I would make it a D6 and probably just leave it at that. And then the way that you would make it scale is probably at 9th level, you would make it so it started to count as magical for the purpose of overcoming magical stuff.
That's a really good catch, actually. I didn't think about
Yeah, you want it to be
magical resistance.
Yeah, you want to do that at 9 for sure. But at 9, so at 9 you just give them 2 features because your sneak attack is going to scale. The other thing that you could potentially do is, I would say, yeah, I don't know if I feel like the other way that you could make it scale is instead of having it be something that is the die gets not higher, maybe there is an element. Okay, yeah, I'll link it. I'm sorry, guys, I forgot. Is maybe allow you to bonus at higher levels, allow you to bonus action punch again. So because
I did consider that, but
because if the goal is we want to stay up close, so much of a rogue's mechanics are using its bonus action to get away. So I think it might be advantageous to think of a way to encourage a rogue to use its bonus action. So, like, for example, like you did the bonus action hit die thing here. That's perfect. So maybe doing something more with that at a higher levels would be something to think about. But I don't know if you need it.
I will say that I did consider like allowing for a bonus action punch, but 2 things stopped me. Number 1, I thought that might be taking a little too much off of like the unarmed attack template that like the monk uses, where they can by default without using key points just like throw a punch using a bonus action. And second, since rogues can only trigger sneak attack once per turn, you would having an extra attack off of your bonus action isn't necessarily useful unless you're actively using your action to not attack.
I would say the main usefulness of it is it increases your chance to hit sneak attack by 50%. If you miss something with the first attack,
that's a good point.
And you have a second attack.
It does give you insurance.
Yeah.
Your main attack.
Yeah, there are like the psionic, for example, like the psychic, the soul knife. The only real reason why their 3rd level feature is good is because it gives you a bonus action attack. That's like the main thing that it does. So don't put your nose up to the bonus action. But what I would say, maybe instead of doing extra attack, maybe do something where the unarmed attack you could use your bonus action to make the unarmed attack grapple them, and then you could be using your acrobatics or athletics to maintain the grapple as opposed to just the athletics. So I feel like what does a bouncery guy do? They're gonna grapple for sure. You know, it's like it makes a good. Snotty Man says, "Am I missing something? How is sneak attack activated in this subclass?"
I did.
I'm muting you for a second because you're having a hard time talking over me. So the way that sneak attack works with this subclass is that this feature right here, your unarmed attacks are capable of sneak attack. Okay, I'm unmuting you because now you can talk again. What'd you say?
I lost my train of thought. Sorry.
All right, that's fine. But yeah, this is how the sneak attack works. It just says you can do it. This is all you need. You could even that's truly all you need. Just that. Boom. At 9th level, we get vicious sneak attack. Starting at 9th level, your roguish training teaches you how to abuse someone dropping their guard. I would say take advantage of someone dropping their guard. When you have advantage on an attack roll and an ally is within 5 feet of your target, you deal extra damage to that target equal to half your sneak attack die rounded up. This is a fine feature for your 17th level feature. It is not a fine feature for 9th level. Generally speaking, rogues don't get a damage bonus like this until either 17th level or at a dramatic cost. So, like, for example, the Phantom Rogue has the ability to deal half of its sneak attack damage to another creature within a certain radius of it, but it is limited to, like, very limited charges. So being able to just do this on every time, I think, is too much.
I can understand that. I took that feature in consideration, and the reason that I decided to go through with it was because I thought, at least I feel, that the extra damage is demanding. Like
It's not that demanding. It's not demanding. It's not demanding at all. You're a rogue. You're going to get advantage on attacks all the time. Getting advantage on attacks is arguably the easiest thing to do in D&D, even if you're not using flanking. Having an ally within 5 feet of your target, also shockingly easy to do. You might think it's demanding. It's really not. It's super easy.
Mm.
That is just an incorrect assumption you're making.
All right. Then, yeah, that's just on me. I guess that I've...
Yeah, you don't listen.
That's just on me.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. When we're reviewing this thing, you do not need to feel obligated to defend your position. I am telling you my feedback, and you are hearing it. And if you want to share thoughts, you can, but you don't need to defend your thoughts because I'm saying my things with quite confidence, I would say. And I would say your role is to decide that if I misunderstood something, please explain it. But otherwise, I would say it's to clarify something if I misunderstand it, or to decide if I'm bullshitting or not. And if you think I'm bullshitting, you don't need to listen to me. That's fine. But yeah, this is very easy to trigger, and it's a lot of extra damage every single round forever. Unrelenting we get at 13th level. Like, I feel like it would make a lot more sense at 9th level to be like, your unarmed strikes count as magical for the purposes of overcoming stuff, and then doing something weird with grappling, I feel like would make more sense. Or just something else totally different. At 13th, like something else to help fill out the vibe, right? Like maybe we get something to do with intimidation, or maybe we get something to do, there's more to being a thug than just your sneak attack. So maybe 9th level is where you sort of start to tie in that, because pretty much everything right now is very combat oriented that we're getting with this guy. So this could be a good level to maybe get something less combat oriented. Unrelenting at 13th. Starting at 13th level, you become keenly aware of the cracks in your enemy's guard and savor in smashing them open. Whenever you see a creature within 60 feet of you take damage that you did not cause. I don't think you need to put this in parentheses. I think I would just keep it. I would say whenever you see, and I would say instead of saying you didn't cause, I would say that you weren't the source of. Maybe. You gain advantage on your next attack against it until the end of your next turn. I think you could just say until... I would switch the language of that if you were going to make it until that. I would say, maybe you could keep it that way, actually. Additionally, whenever you successfully hit a creature... the next attack made against that creature has advantage. I feel like we're just doing too much of the same thing. Like, what is... If the goal is to take advantage of a creature's weakness, I see how advantage could tie into that. My challenge for you would be, can you come up with something else? Because I feel like it's just kind of... It doesn't feel... It's not very flavorful.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean. I might have... I probably did go a little too much on like combat centric features and not like other more.
Oh no, I mean I think it's fine to have your 13th level feature be super combat focused, but the main thing that it really does is it's just a very easy way to get advantage on attack roll. And then also to make somebody else have advantage. It's essentially a really easy way to give you and someone else advantage on attack rolls. And is that the best move here? I feel like, I'm not sure. I think it's worth thinking about a little bit, though, if this is the best move here. Especially if you do want to keep the 9th level feature as some sort of damaging thing, because then these things kind of really just feel like they're doing different things, but it's a similar thing. It's kind of similar to the hit points versus hit points thing. Like, they're pushing in, they're doing different things, but they're doing the vibe they're creating, and the gameplay that they're enhancing is the exact same part of the game. So I would encourage you to diversify the abilities a little bit more. And I feel like Unrelenting... Man, yeah, I don't know. I feel like, if anything, maybe something a little bit more defensive at this level. Like, by 13th level, the only defensive tool we have to help us keep us in combat are these things here at 3rd level. Maybe something to make us be able to push back against certain types of forces. I don't know. That's sort of where my head goes around it. And then let's see what we get for 17th level, Backbreak. At 17th level, you learn how to use your body to break your foes. Gain the ability to grapple as a bonus action. Additionally, I feel like we could get grapple as a bonus action way earlier. Additionally, you can use an action against a grappled or incapacitated creature that is at most one size larger than you. To force them to make a dex saving throw. If they succeed, they automatically pass each future saves from you against this feature for 24 hours. Is this a magical thing? I feel like that I don't see the logic of that if it's not magical. If they fail, they take damage equal to a roll of each of their hit die without adding their constitution modifier. And if this damage reduces them to 100 hit points or fewer, they become overwhelmed and crippled with pain. What? This is a lot. What is the goal here? What do you want this piece? What do you want this part to do?
This capstone is meant to be like a sort of a super move of sorts. And if it helps evoke any, and if it helps evoke the, and it helps evoke it any better, try and think of it as you like grabbing somebody and doing the old backbreaker.
Yeah, I'm thinking
like Bane against
I was
Batman.
thinking of Bane. Yeah, but why did you build it off of this mechanic? This seems really confusing. Why is it based on their hit die?
Mostly,
that means a smaller creature is going to take less damage. I feel like there's not logic in that. I feel like that's a confusing. I wouldn't use that system if I were you. I would not. This honestly would be a place probably where you would want to tie it into your sneak attack damage plus more. Like you could potentially do here essentially what you want to do with vicious sneak attack. That's where I would put something like this in. Let me see what happens with crippling pain.
Oh, you mean like a special attack that gains extra?
Yeah, like it's basically
even
like
more dice. Yeah,
so it's like you deal this attack deals damage equal to your sneak attack plus an extra 3d6 or something. While the target is affected by this crippling pain, any speed it has can be no higher than 0. The way that you would write that is say its movement speed becomes 10. The target also has disadvantage on attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws, other than Constitution saving throws. Why? Why leave cons out? Finally,
it has to do with like the last line. It don't make sense.
Finally, if the target tries to cast a spell, it must first succeed on a con saving throw, or the casting fails and the spell is wasted. A target suffering this pain can make a con saving throw at the end of each of its turns. On a success, the pain ends. Once you use this on a creature, and they fail to save against you, can't use this feature again until you finish a long rest. I just feel like this does too much, to be honest. Like, if I were you, I think you need to ask yourself a question. Are you trying to do a move that does a shit ton of damage, or are you trying to do a move that is debilitating? Now, I understand the logic of the reality of the universe is that both should happen at the same time. But I feel like, let's just think about how many things this thing does, okay? This ability does damage, plus disadvantage on attack rolls, plus disadvantage on ability checks, plus disadvantage on all saving throws, except one saving throw, plus it makes spells stuff happen weird. It's like doing like 4 different things. I think it's just doing too much. I would break it up into different features if I were you. And honestly, if I were you, I would probably take the whole idea of Backbreaker. I would keep the debilitating parts, not keep the extra damage, and I would make that the 13th level feature. I would give you this kind of thing way earlier. I would maybe make it a little bit less strong, but I would make this the 13th level feature, and then I would make the 17th level feature adding a bunch of extra damage to stuff. That's the way that I would do it. It just seems like it's a lot for 17th level. It's a lot to wait. It's a long time to wait to get to do something like that. Like most games will never get to 17th level. So if like, and it also, I think it kind of overshoots it jumps the shark a little bit in terms of what rogues get at 17th level. Most rogues at 17th level get essentially the equivalent of either a potential other chance of sneak attack or consistent extra damage. That's usually what they get at 17th level. This doesn't need to be either of those things, but it's too much of too many things. So that's what I would do. I think overall it's a pretty fun subclass. I really like the I think that a lot of it works quite well. I think we need a little bit more stuff tied into you manhandling people, whether that's you grappling, shoving, knocking people down. I feel like that's a pretty big side of being like a ruffian that we don't really touch at all. And I think the backbreaker, if I were you, I would try to pull in earlier. I would try to make that something that we get at 13.
Yeah, just like water it down and make it usable for the 13th feature.
Yeah, that's what I would do if I were you. And then maybe at 17th level, you could make it, like, especially if you tie some, like, grapple type mechanics in earlier, you could make the 17th level something like, you know, you deal extra sneak attack damage to creatures that are grappled, and maybe there's no size limit to creatures you can grapple. So by 17th level, you could grapple like a fucking dragon or something like that. Because, you know, you're going to be like super, you know, you're going to be fighting like gods and stuff by the time you get to there.
Yeah.
So cool. I like it a lot. It's a very fun idea for a subclass. I've seen a handful of people do different types of ruffian builds, sometimes as a rogue, sometimes as a fighter. And I think this one is pretty straightforward. I think it's pretty straightforward. The other thing that I think you could potentially do is instead of this 9th level feature, or instead of 13th, you could take the idea that you have with Backbreaker and turn it into like types of moves. So like maybe there is one type of strike you could do that makes people not be able to cast spells well, or another strike you could do that debilitates people's movement, or another type of strike you could do, you know what I mean? Like you could sort of break it up into like special moves, and that way you would have more than one use for it. It wouldn't just be like a once a day thing. It could be like a multiple times
Proficiency bonus, long rest.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on
uses across your
exactly.
options.
I mean, it could be even more than that depending on what it is, right? If the power itself isn't that crazy strong, calm down, zombies, not yet. If the power itself isn't that crazy strong, it could be every time, right? Like it could be like whenever you hit a creature with a sneak attack, you can choose to do have one of these 3 things affect them. It just depends on how powerful you make those things.
I will say, for Backbreaker, just so you have an idea of like where I took the whole wall of text debuff from, I took inspiration from a spell for its effect. Powered Pain.
Yeah. No, I know. That's why you have this weird out of place 100 hit points thing going on. I spotted it. Because the only spells or abilities that have anything to do with that are the power word ones. But yeah. But again, like I don't know if that's the move. Like if that's what you want to do, if you want it to be based on power word pain, then you should literally make it power word pain. It should be that like at 17th level, if you hit a grappled creature with your sneak attack, you
subject them to power word pain.
You can cast power word pain on them. Yeah, exactly.
That would be a more elegant way of doing it, I suppose.
But yeah, it's a pretty solid little subclass. Do you have any questions, comments, concerns, yearnings, aspirations, things I missed, things you felt you would like to, things you want to discuss more, ask about, etc.?
I think I'm pretty good. I really appreciate the input that I got.
Cool.
And and at least what I can vaguely gather is that I feel like this is pretty close to being like where I want it to be.
Yeah, it's very solid.
All it needs is to have some of its features moved around a little, tweaked up and down. And
I think a little bit of movement for sure, a little bit of tweaking for sure. The most important thing is get that fucking your attacks count as magical. That's important. Like from like a basic level.
That's a huge oversight. I'm honestly kind of shocked that I didn't catch that myself.
It's okay.
But yeah, it's been a pleasure being on the stream again.
Cool, man. I appreciate having you. Thank you very much for hopping in. I appreciate it. And thanks for sharing the piece. Very cool piece. Oh, you definitely... Okay, this is an annoying thing, and you don't need to listen. But if you're going to call it a greaser, I feel like there are opportunities for more puns in the titles that you should lean into. That's the other thing I was going to say.
I was kind of inclined to do like funny like mobster type references on like the name for the class features, but I had a moment of weakness and I stopped myself.
Okay, that's fair. But if you decide to change your mind about that, it's totally a reasonable thing to do. Yeah. Okay, cool. See you, buddy. Thank you again. Bye. Click. All right, that was Quincy. Let's give Quincy a round of applause for their Greaser rogue, very fun looking rogue. I think it would be pretty fun to play. Brains, 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 brains. Click. Good night, Marauders. You said you wanted to know what song I'll play at the end. I answered to that last time. I have to answer it every time. Clickety 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 clickety. That's so stupid. I did. The song is called Don't Think About It by a band called Sleepaway Camp. I need to show off my scythe that my friend made for me in a campaign once. That's cool. Yeah, very nice, Rogue. Taking a break from my regular writing project in favor of a fun fighter subclass. Ooh, I love a good fun fighter subclass. I tried to make it friendly both to strength and dex. Nice. The beam damage is supposed to evoke magic missile. I hope they hit the mark with these two. I hope you like it. All right, let's take a look. Man, homebrewery is quite complicated. I told you should go on Reddit and look up how to do stuff on it. Makes it a lot easier. You also don't need to use homebrewery. You can just... I have a template that I posted on my Discord. I don't remember where it is. Somebody will be able to tell you where it is. That uses all the fonts and formats of the professional Wizards of the Coast stuff that you can make look quite nice if you don't want to have to deal with homebrewery. You just want like a decent looking document. But you know, some people want more. One second, I have to plug my phone in. Alrighty. Hooah! Hiya, Tofi, Ofi, Ofi. Hiya, Tofi. Okie dokie. Let's take a minute to show appreciation and support for the chair that gives the stream behind the scenes. Hey. Actually, this chair kind of sucks. I need a new one. But shh, don't tell it. This chair, you guys can't see it, but this chair is missing an arm. The arm broke off. And just, I've never got a new one. This is called the Super Soldier Fighter subclass. Here it is in the chat if you guys want. Creating a perfect soldier has been the pursuit of armies since the dawn of time. Tinkerers of all kinds have tried to push this goal beyond the normal limits of training. Illithid masters have experimented on their thralls. Rewrite this flavor text. Don't jump into fucking illithids and stuff unless we're doing psychic stuff. I would. Some mad artificers have tried installing hardware into their bodies, whatever the source of your enhanced form. You or someone is creating a warrior to surpass any other. I would spend a little bit more time talking about what it means to be a super soldier and less about the ways that it's made. Because it makes me feel like we're jumping right into like illithid shit, which is not what I think the goal of this is. Let's see. Tinkering with the hardware and then bionic enhancements. At third level, you gain proficiency with the Arcana skill. Additionally, you have advantage on intelligence checks related to advanced tech, their origin, function, and getting it to work. This is one of those features where if you were going to... This is sort of a campaign-specific one. I think that it's actually, I think it's kind of fine to put into a thing, but you might want to put a caveat, like a parentheses, to give some examples to a dungeon master of like what they might interpret as advanced tech in their game, depending on their game world. And also at third level, your body is outfitted with gadgets that allow you to be faster and stronger than regular humanoids and enable you to create extra effects. You learn either prestidigitation or thaumaturgy. Cool. In addition, you gain a non-magical +1 bonus to all attack roll. Huh. Strange. I don't know if that's enough. You know what I would... Can I tell you what I think you should do? This is what I think you should do. If you want to keep it sort of simple like this, I probably would make it so... This is what I would do. This is a weird direction to go in, but if it sort of seems like the way you're building it, so I'm going to suggest it anyway. If you want the core mechanic of this thing to be you just get a bonus, getting just the bonus is not enough. It's not super interesting. But you've built this thing up as like you're a super soldier. You have like changing out parts and stuff. So what if it's the kind of thing where like over an hour or over some amount of time, you can give yourself a +1 bonus to something. So you could give a +1 bonus to strength related things or intelligence related things or wisdom related things or whatever. So like if you want that +1 bonus to be to attacks, then you make it strength or dex related, depending on what you are. If you want that +1 bonus to be for investigation, you make it intelligence. I don't know. Like make it like a modular thing that you could move around. That's what I would suggest. Because I feel like it needs a little bit more oomph right now. I don't think this has nearly enough oomph at 3rd level. Let's see what we get at 7th level. At 7th level, special serums allow you to control perfect control over your body as a bonus action taken at the start of your turn. I would switch that around. At the start of your turn, you can use your bonus action to take a special serum, giving you the following effects. Your speed is halved. Attack rolls against you are made with advantage. Your attacks are made with disadvantage. Wait, what is... Well, these are all bad. Okay, so your speed is halved. You have disadvantage on attacks. Attacks have advantage on you. You have disadvantage stuff. You're vulnerable to all damage. What happens, though? These effects last until the start of your next turn, at which point you enter a state of heightened metabolism. Your speed is doubled. You can take the attack action as a bonus action. This bonus action gives you the benefits of your extra attack feature as usual. Made with this bonus attack, dealing extra... What? What does that mean? So you essentially double... Okay, I see what's happening here. So this is literally doubling your attack output and making it do extra damage and giving you a shit ton of temporary hit points. I see. So you're basically making you super vulnerable to make you super strong later. Here's what I'm going to suggest. Completely get rid of the super vulnerable. Just completely remove this part and make all of this less intense. And then I think you're good. Completely remove the downside. Don't double your speed. Give you a little speed bonus. Don't give you a million extra attacks. That's crazy. Just make your attacks do a little extra damage that turn. Just take this last part. And instead of doing temporary hit points equal to 4 times your con modifier, make it 2 times your con modifier. Make this feature last, maybe a round, not a minute, or maybe make it last a number of rounds. But the other thing that I would say is this is weirdly similar to a samurai with fighting spirit also. And I feel like the way that yours is differentiated from the samurai gets this fighting spirit. They get advantage on all attacks on their turn, and they get a bunch of temporary hit points. They can do this 2 times per long rest. So I would build this something similar to that. I would make this like a 2 times per long rest thing, and I would give you some powers. But I think you got to make sure to make those powers dramatically different from the samurai. So I think the speed increase, the extra damage, I think that works well. I would maybe not do the temporary hit points. I wouldn't do the bonus extra and a million extra attacks. And I would completely remove all of these downsides. This is the sort of thing works well in a video game. Yeah, I agree. I don't think this works well in D&D. I also want to say that this could potentially be your 3rd level feature, and this, this part could potentially be a higher level feature. At 10th level, we get augmented body. You install a mechanical arm that allows you to deliver strikes that are stronger and faster than those lesser beings. I wouldn't use that language. Just say stronger and faster. Your unarmed strikes deal a bunch of damage and knock target back 10 feet. There should be some sort of saving throw here, probably. At 15th level, the damage increases to a D8. We're getting this at 10th level. I don't feel like we need to do a damage increase. I feel like we could just say, when you hit a creature with a melee attack, you can do something to knock them back. I don't think you need to do necessarily a lot more than that. As a bonus action, you can use the bonus action to do unarmed strikes. I think that we are a fighter. We are already doing a bunch of attacks. We don't need to be doing more and more extra attacks. Here's what I'm going to say. This feature, if I were you, I would probably rebuild. I'm going to say that I don't think this feature fits because now we're at 10th level and we still don't really have any flavorful features at all other than prestidigitation. So I feel like this 10th level feature, I would move or at the 7th, or make the 10th level, make the 7th level feature the 10th level feature and make the 7th level feature, but either the 7th or the 10th level feature needs to be more roleplay, utility, that sort of thing. It could be, you can cast See Invisibility, or you can cast Detect Magic, or you can cast Detect Evil and Good. Like, maybe you get different types of vision that you can cycle between. Something like that. Something that ties a little bit more holistically to the super soldier, as opposed to specifically, you just do more damage and hit more. I think I called the Winter Soldier concept. This is definitely a little bit of a Winter Soldier ability, but it's sort of a little too late in the game to get it. I feel like if we're going for a Winter Soldier, you have a robot arm. I would make that a core part of the 3rd level and build it up from there. I feel like at this point I would go into, you can detect things better, you can sense things better, you can move in different ways, something like that. And then at 10th level, we also get Precision Beam. Oh, we get something else at 10th level. As a bonus action, you can fire a beam in a 30-foot line. Make sure you say 30-foot by 5-foot line. Any creatures in the line automatically take 1d4 plus 1 piercing force damage. Once per turn, you can use the beam with no action cost when you use your unarmed strike, providing you are not wielding... I'm going to just say get rid of all this stuff. Alternatively, you can use the weapon to shoot a projectile out of the sky. Another creature... When another creature makes a ranged weapon attack, you can use your reaction to make a ranged weapon attack with your beam. If your roll exceeds the roll that triggered your reach, you cause the attack to miss. What does that mean? What does that mean? When another creature makes a ranged attack, you can use your reaction to make a ranged weapon attack with your beam. What kind of roll is that? It's a saving throw, so it's not an attack roll item. It's not even in anything. So there's no attack. Okay, here's what I'm going to say. I feel like this doesn't make sense. I don't understand what it's trying to do. I would just cut this whole part out. I would take Precision Beam. I would maybe move it to 15th level. You could maybe keep it at 10th level, but I don't think you need a lot more other than it at 10th level, if that's what we're getting. Or maybe it's we get it in addition to metabolism, but I don't I feel like the magic missile is not the move here. I feel like what makes magic missile good is its its versatility. This is not versatile. This is a 30-foot line. I think you should just make it a big fucking beam. Make it a saving throw. Make them take, full damage on a failure, half damage on a success, and make you be able to do this once per short rest. Once per short rest, you can shoot a giant laser beam. I would make it that. And I feel like the idea of using it to deflect attacks, you're just doing too much. Like, we are already getting 2 10th level features. We don't need this 10th level feature to do multiple things. So I would cut that part out, and I would make the beam bigger. I don't know why it needs to be a little beam. I think it should be a big beam. Advanced setting. At 15th level, you learn to intensify your energy beam in 2 ways. You can set to stun, or... Okay, so it looks like I'm not even going to read through all of these because I genuinely think you just need to rebuild that whole mechanic. So if you want to do the beam also stun, you can make the beam also stun. But why are we getting 2 features about shooting a laser beam? I don't know. I just wasn't seeing that in the flavor of this thing as a super soldier. Like, suddenly we're really a cyborg. I would probably not tie 2 of your core class features to a laser beam. I feel like you make one of them a laser beam. So maybe at 10th level... you get a laser beam. You can choose to either make a stunning laser beam that does some sort of stunning mechanic, or you do a melting laser beam that kind of melts stuff a little bit. But not have this be this tiered thing. I would just make it a one and done thing also. Once per short rest, you can, or once per long rest if you want to make it stronger, you can shoot a laser beam. You can shoot either a stunning laser beam or a disillusion laser beam. I wouldn't make it these 2 separate features and all these different things though. I would that's what I would do. Get rid of all of this and just make this the 10th level feature. At 18th level, you learn to control your metabolism to a minute degree and imperceptibly lower metabolism over time. When you use metabolism manipulation, you gain the benefits without... okay, so you're just going to rebuild your whole 18th level feature because it's based off of this core idea of a weakness and a benefit thing, which I think just doesn't work. So, you're going to have to do a lot of rebuilding here, but I think that's fine. The third level feature doesn't do enough. I would maybe tie this into the third level feature. 7th level, I would probably just make something brand new. 10th level, I would make your laser arm. No, 10th level, I might also just make something brand new. Either 10th or 15th level, you make your laser arm, you make it do a couple different things. 18th level, I think you can give us other things. Come up with something new. How else can we represent yourself being super powerful? Maybe, you know, you always make strength, dexterity, and constitution checks and saving throws with advantage. Maybe you, something like that. I don't know. Maybe whenever you make a strength or dexterity check, if you roll a 10 or lower, or 9 or lower, you can treat the roll as a 10. You know, something like that. Something that sort of just makes you, like, super heightened all the time. I mean, those could kind of work in lower level features, too. I like the idea of a super soldier. I just think we need a little bit more earlier. This downside-upside mechanic really doesn't work for me. And this is way too powerful, just in general. This is, like, even if you did the downside-upside, this is stupidly too powerful. It's like... you're doubling your attack output, and you're dealing a bunch of... it's just way crazy too much other stuff. And I don't think we need 2 powers about the beam. If we need 2 powers about the beam, we need the beam to come in earlier, and we need it to be more of a core part of the class. Okay, those are my thoughts. Those are my feelings. Thank you very much for sharing, Aton. I think it's a pretty fun subclass. I think you definitely have some things to build out if you want to. And if you want to keep working on it, I would encourage you to... tie as much of the 7th level and 3rd level together. And if you want to do the laser arm shit, you got to get that in earlier too. And I would offer I would offer more alternative sort of like enhancements as opposed to laser. And those are my thoughts. Thank you very much. Let's give Aton a big round of applause. Brains, brains, brains. Brains, 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 brains. Click. Alrighty. Friends, I think I got it. I think I got it in me for one more. I think I got one more in me. Milky Boy, didn't I look at yours already? I thought I looked at yours already. I think I have enough energy for one more in me. And if it's really long, I don't know if I have enough energy for one more. So we're going to do one more. We're going to power through it. If it's really short, I might have the energy for 2 more. I don't like... I want to try to get through as many as I can through these. Shane is up next. I made this item for a former player who wanted to play a bard and be able to use ranged weapon attacks while playing the lute. Like the DOS lute as the base, and gave it a few extra things. Hope you like. Okay, let's take a look. Excuse me. So this first part is just the DOS lute, so we're going to ignore all that, I guess, right? This thing, I feel like... why does this thing have the 9th level spell Mass Heal? I would not put a 9th level spell on. Oh, this is like a lot stronger than the DOS loot. What other spells did you give it? You gave it a lot. Get this Mass Heal out of here. Don't give it a 9th level spell. That's silly. Where's the new feature you gave it? You can play the instrument while casting a spell, causing any of its targets to be charmed on a failed save, thereby imposing disadvantage on the save. This effect applies only if the spell has somatic or material components. This is a very confusing way to basically say creatures have disadvantage on saving throws on the saving throws they made against spells cast from the lute, which is what this is saying. Or you would say creatures that are not immune to the charmed effect have disadvantage on saving throws from spells cast on this lute. Upon playing the right notes of the lute, what does that mean? A small needle-like dart will shoot from the lute stock, dealing 3d6 piercing damage with a maximum range of 120 feet and stunning the target for 1 round on a crit. You need to say what they're rolling. How do we know what they're rolling? So if you want to write, here's what you would say for this feature. First of all, don't give them mass heal. Get that out of here. Second of all, this is a really convoluted way of saying the creatures have disadvantage on saving throws against this spells cast from the lute. Here's what I would say. While wielding the lute, you gain a special attack that you can make. This attack uses your spellcasting modifier and has a range of 120 feet. When you hit with this attack, it deals 3d6 piercing damage, and on a crit, the target is stunned until the end of their next turn. Or the target is stunned until the start of your next turn. You need to put where it is. 1 round means nothing. 1 round is not how to time how effects last. But yeah, I mean, is it a legendary item? I don't think so. It's basically a loot. The only reason why this is the only reason why this is, I mean, I guess it kind of is. What the fuck? I guess it kind of is legendary because of all the disadvantage. But like, let's be real. Which of these spells are you going to cast on somebody that require saving throws? Fly? No. Invisibility? No. Levitate? Maybe. But the protection spells, so it's really only animal friendship and levitate that have any impact with this feature. So realistically, I would probably get rid of this whole feature unless you're going to be doing more spells that do like things that require saving throws. And, you know, I would make this say that it's an action to do this. But yeah, those are my thoughts. I don't have a lot more. I would say that it doesn't feel... It's weird how it's legendary. I don't know. I feel like it's like... That's not quite enough to be legendary if you balance out the things in the way that I just told you to. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, Shane. Round of applause. I don't have a lot more to say about it. It's pretty straightforward. Brains. Thank you, Chandler, for hanging out. Thank you, Chandler, for hanging out. Alrighty. I think I have time for one more. That was really fast. Alright, Lex's Buildo. A warlock subclass, the mighty Blocksy. I have no idea what that is a reference to. So if it's supposed to be a reference, I understand. I do not. Oh, you made me? Oh my god. Buildo, I'm gonna say something right now, and you don't need to... I don't know if I like when people make things based on me, but I know that I judge them really aggressively. So you have to be comfortable with that if you want me to review it. I'm happy to review it, but like it's up to 1 million. I'm not reading the flavor text. It's too late at night. I'm just assuming that you need to fix it. Fix the flavor text. This sentence is too long. This sentence is too long. There you go. There's your flavor text. Bane, Command, Gift of Gab, Zone of Truth, Fast Friends, Catnap, Motivational Speech, Compulsion, Dominate Beast, Dominate Person, Gas, Modify Memory. I don't know. We'll see. No strong feelings about those yet. I feel like there's a little bit more manipulation here than I like to imagine that I have, but we'll see. This has been done ad nauseum. This is true. It has. Cinder's Gaze. At first level, your patron grants your power to subdue others' will. You can cast Charm Person once without spending a spell slot. You regain the ability to do so when you finish a long rest. That is an incredibly boring first level feature. That's nothing. That is less than a feat. That is completely not unique. We want our subclass features to feel unique. The only thing, this is literally just the spell. You can cast spells. So whenever we're giving a spellcaster subclass features, I'm not reading the 14th level till I get there. Whenever you give a subclass features, you need to make sure those features are unique. But also, especially if you're building something that is just a spellcaster, you need to make sure that you are making the things that you're giving it unique in some way. If you're going to cast something as simple as Charm Person, it needs to be unique. This is nothing. This is literally just a free casting of a spell. So this needs a total rework, I think. Manipulative Presence. At 6th level, your mastery, even if this wasn't a CinderBlocksally thing, I would have similar feedback. I might not say it so aggressively, but I would have similar feedback. Manipulative Presence. At 6th level, your mastery over others' thoughts grows stronger. You gain the ability to cast Suggestion without expending a spell slot. Are all of these just spells? I'm going to be really annoyed. They are. You can cast Mass Suggestion. All right, we're not reading anymore. Let's go to the 14th level. At 14th level, you become the Ultimate Vessel. You can cast Dominate Monster once without expending a spell slot. My God, dude. Don't make a subclass around me and make it fucking boring. Don't do that. Additionally, when you cast a spell that charms creatures, you can choose a number of creatures equal to Charisma modifier. Chosen creatures do not have immunity to charm. You get, what is that? What does that have to do with anything? So you can just make not charm, non-immune creatures affected by it, I guess. This subclass brings the sinister nature of CinderBlocksally to your game, presenting advanced control. Players can explore. Nah, I think you missed the mark, my guy. I love you. You're wonderful. I appreciate you. But this, I think, is a pretty great example of missing the mark. Not only do all of the subclass features just let you cast a spell, which is, like, in my opinion, I'm going to be honest, shockingly boring. Like, not just, it's embarrassingly too dull, if I'm being honest. I think it misses the mark. I would say it has just about nothing right other than the art. And I would say that for anyone watching at home, whether or not you make Homebrew based off of me or something else, if you find yourself making Homebrew where every single feature is literally just a spell, that's a failure. That means that's a back to the drawing board, friendos. All right, so we're going to end it on kind of a sour note, I guess. Actually, we only have 2 left. Let's just fucking finish it. We have Gangamel and the other one. We're just going to finish it. I don't want to end on one that pisses me off. Realistically, I think I spent too much time on it as is. I should have spent less time on it. I probably should have spent about 10 seconds on it. All right, let's go. We're going to read the rest. No, it's not getting brains. It was a piece that was based on me that missed the mark. It doesn't get a round of applause. You guys know this. You know that making something based on me equals hard mode. It means you get no kindness. You get nothing but the ultimate judgment, pure for better or for worse. Okay. Bildo, here's the problem, Bildo, because I'm trying, you know what the problem is? The problem is that I don't want to have to figure out that your piece is a joke because it just annoys me. That's what it is. It's like, because the truth is, if you didn't write it as a joke, then, and I did that, you would get upset with me. And there have been times in the past where you specifically have done things that I didn't interpret the way you wanted me to, and it made you upset. So don't assume that. Because I'm trying not to make you upset. Gangamel says, hello, Cinder. It's been a while since I submitted anything. I'm back with an alcoholic barbarian subclass. All right, let's take a look. Got an alcoholic barbarian. We're in speed mode right now, just so you know. Okay. I like the art a lot. At 3rd level, a barbarian gains the primal path feature, which offers you the okay, we're not gonna worry about that. From wistful alcoholics to hedonistic revelers, the barbarian who follows the path of the Bakanal, nice reference to the Bakai. Tipsy fuels, okay, flavor text is good. At 3rd level, we get Drunken Stupor. Your rage brings with it a drunken haze. Oh, I forgot to leave it in the messages. I don't know if they're still here. But we're finishing it out, guys. We got close enough to the end. I think it's worth it. Your rage brings with it a drunken haze, driving you to wild and unpredictable action. Your attacks while raging ignore disadvantage imposed by the poisoned condition. Okay. Additionally, when you decide to attack recklessly while raging, roll a d4 and consult the staggered maneuver table. The listed effect occurs at the end of your turn, and it's based on your con modifier. Okay, so whenever you attack recklessly, one of these 4 things happen. Either you stumble and fall prone, large or smaller creatures within 5 feet of you have to make a strength saving throw or fall prone as well. You attempt to grapple, shove, or make an unarmed strike against the creature of your choice within reach. You can choose which action to take, but you must take one unless no creatures are within your reach. Okay. Your speed is, if your speed isn't 0, you move 15 feet in a straight line without provoking opportunity attacks. You stop if you would enter an occupied space. Moving forward, I guess it doesn't matter. Okay. Another swing can't hurt. You gain temporary hit points equal to your con modifier and are poisoned until the end of your next turn. This feels kind of convoluted. I don't know. I like the idea. I like the idea that it's like you're stumbling around, but it feels too random in a way that I don't love. And I don't think if we're going to be going this random at 3rd level, we need something else. We need something else. Yeah, no, the presentation is fantastic. But I feel like the randomness is almost too much, and I feel like we need another feature at 3rd level. I feel, honestly, and I'm going to be honest, I don't like the poisoned thing here. I think it's kind of bad. Like, just get rid of that. That feels silly. Like, a lot of these features are not that good, or they have a downside for you and a downside for the enemy, but there's not enough good side, I think, to merit it. At 6th level, we get Booze Blooded. With your lifestyle of copious alcohol use, this stuff just can't take you down. You're immune to the poison damage. You can't be knocked unconscious by intoxication or poison. I feel like you're just like this is so strange. If anything, we should totally be affected by poison damage and immune to the poisoned condition. That's so silly. The way poison is not the same as being drunk. Poisoned could be argued to be the same as being drunk, but poison is like venom from snakes and stuff. I don't know. I think you're missing the mark a little bit here, my guy. This is also very underpowered, like shockingly underpowered. This is we're entering the realm of like Storm Herald Barbarian or like Battle Rager Barbarian, of like, this is just not very... And I'm not saying it's not very interesting, I'm saying mechanically it is a little too weak. And I don't know what this thing is supposed to feel like, because the main feature that we have is essentially you randomly stumble. And then the second feature has you're immune to poison. I don't know. It's just we need more focus. We need something else. Should it just be applied to alcohol? I guess you could, but like even then it's even more niche, you know? At 10th level, when you enter your rage, you imbibe 1 pint of alcohol from a container to so you can shoot fire breath or intoxicating breath. And that poisons creatures or deals fire damage. That's kind of an interesting 10th level feature, but we need more of the earlier ones. But I think it's fine for a 10th level feature. At 14th level, while raging, you become an unstoppable force of drunken fury, granting you the following benefits. If you start your turn incapacitated, roll on the staggered maneuver table. Whenever you take damage, you can use your reaction immediately up to roll. This subclass, I feel like this subclass is designed around a mini game of the stagger table and being poisoned or being incapacitated, and I don't think that mini game works. Hand to God, I think the 10th level feature works. I think almost everything else needs pretty dramatic reworking. I think everything else kind of misses the mark. I don't really have other feedback other than that, and I like the flavor, I like the idea, but I feel like, let's see, I like it, I'm just adding my 2 cents. I like ideas from it, but I do feel like at the end of the, it's essentially a different version of the Drunken Master Monk, but it's literally like not a Drunken Master, like a Drunken Stupor, but it's not doing enough, and you don't, as a player, have enough control, and it's just not doing enough. Like, the mini game that it's trying to sell you on is too convoluted, and it just doesn't really work. I don't think any of these features are particularly powerful enough to merit the randomness. I don't think the sixth level feature kind of works at all for selling the fiction. The 14th level feature, I get that it's just like you're using more of the table, but like the table on its like table doesn't work. I don't know. I think that you should take a step back from this piece and be like, what is the goal here? Is the goal to make a barbarian that's stumbling around like an alcoholic? Is the goal to make a partying barbarian? When I think of Bacchus and the Bacchae, I think of like a party vibe. I feel like there should be more of a party vibe mentality here. There should be more things that have to do with that aspect to it. Or if you really want to lean into the drunken stupor stuff, there needs to be there needs to just be more going on. Even if that's loop is smooth, it gives WoW Brewmaster. I don't know what that is. Yeah, those are my thoughts. Listen, I think it's an interesting idea. I don't think it works right now. I think that the drunken stupor is not enough for 3rd level. I think that the 6th level feature feels off. I genuinely don't understand why we're leaning towards poison damage immunity as opposed to, like, it's like you're trying to make this subclass where you can get poisoned and it's a good to be unconscious, but like, I just don't think that works. Could be a layer action other than a subclass. I'm not sure. Yeah, it seems like it's called the Bakanal, right? It seems like it's based on the Bacchae and the Bacchus, but it's not really about partying. It's just about like you're too drunk. I don't know. I don't think it fits. I'm surprised that there's no social elements to this subclass at all. If I were you, I would lean more into that. There's so much cool mechanics you can rake around Bacchus. I mean, it could even be like magic, like making wine, like, you know, that sort of thing. But yeah, I think right now it's a little bit too one note in this weird gameplay loop that I just am not buying into. I also like this note about, you know, don't be an asshole. That's a good note. All right. Gangamel, I don't really have much more to say. I feel like it's an interesting idea, but I think this one, it kind of misses the mark in its current iteration. All right, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Yes, I agree. Keep at it. Keep at it. If you like the idea of being a Bacchus-related barbarian, then lean into being a Bacchus-related barbarian, but in the totality of what that means. All right, click. All right, thank you very much. And then our last piece is Zionus. Let's see if they get picked. Oh my god, they almost didn't. Did you see that? If it landed on the line, that'd have been pretty great. Let's see. Took your advice to heart and really tried to make Lucifer easier to understand and clearly read. I plan on making 2 alternative versions at a later date that are less complicated. Is this a piece you sent me before? Nope, it's not. Is this a piece you sent me before? You know I don't redo pieces. You know that, right? Zionus. Oh, it is a piece you sent me before. I think. I'm not actually sure. It is. Zionist, I can't review this. I don't re-review pieces. We've talked about this. No, I do not do re-reviews. I do not. I do not. It's in the sheet. I do not. I make it very clear that I run a whole Discord server that is about sending in, giving each other feedback and all of that sort of stuff. And you can submit things to me before you do that thing where you get it looking at for redrafts, or you can do it after. But I don't do re-edits. It's just not what I do on the show. If you want, I will do a quick skim of this because I don't want to be a dick and you've been here all stream. So let's see. I'm going to read it with almost no attention, though, just so you know, because it's like, it's just not what I want to do. Lucifer is what the fuck is this supposed to be? So what is it? It's an artifact. What does it do? What does it look like? Is it a guitar? It doesn't explain what the fuck it is. You need to say what it is so I know what it looks like. An attuned creature can remove a maximum of 5 pins from its quiver. Okay, so if it's a quiver, you put that here. Melee attack, reach 5 feet, 1 target, 1 piercing damage, and the pin is attached. Range, the pin is attached. Okay, is this a light weapon? Is this a finesse weapon? How does it work? You need to clarify that. All of that needs to be in here. Where is any of that? As a bonus action, you can choose to throw a pin to a spot within 15 feet, leaving it hanging in the air as a hazard to other creatures upon becoming... See, this is why I don't like fucking re-reviewing pieces, because I see shit that I told you about last time and you didn't change. Don't start a sentence with upon. Upon becoming awakened, you can throw 2 pins. Don't put that here. If you have an awakened section, put it in the awakened section. While moving, if a creature moves into a floating pin, they take 1 piercing damage and it attaches to them. The start of your turn, unattached pins return to Lucifer. We are already entering a stage of me being like, this is still too complicated in all the same ways that I said it was too complicated before. Using an action, you can detonate all pins, dealing 1d6 force damage for each attached pin. How many pins does it have total? 5? You need to write that somewhere. Somewhere more than that here. Rush. Okay, so... See, I like parts of this. I think the idea of throwing them and pinning them to people is cool. This is the part where it's like, I still don't fucking get rid of this shit. Don't keep this. Don't keep this part. Unless you want to make it like, or the alternative is that you rewrite it based on the thing that I'm sure I told you about last time, and if I didn't, I'm telling you now. Snare. Go look up at the spell snare and copy the language of that. Okay. Yeah, so no, you're still doing all the stuff that I told you not to do. 10 is too many. 15 is too many. This is too many things. Do you think it's reasonable to keep track of 10 little fucking pins floating around the map at a time? No, it's not. That's why it's not. It might be reasonable to keep track of them connected to a creature, but not as like little traps set around. Then it becomes ridiculous. Also, like, how does this even work? Like, if a creature can see the pin, why can they just duck under it? If I was a creature, I would just duck under it. Look up the spell snare if you want to put things on the ground that can target creatures. You can sacrifice your movement on your turn to summon unattached pins. Perform a protective bubble around you. Yeah, I don't know, man. This just feels like it's just doing too much. Just doing too much. Like, this feels like a subclass turned into a magic item. You can use your action and bonus action to make a single melee attack against one creature. On a hit, the creature makes a dex saving throw. On a failure save, all unattached pins attached to the creature. This is just so much to keep track of. On a successful... So what happens to the pits when they detonate? The pins when they detonate? Let's see if you say that somewhere. Zionist, what happens to the pins when they detonate? Are they gone? I'm going to say I'm sure the same feedback I gave you last time, and then I'm going to apologize if any of this was harsh, but it's the end of the night, and it seems like you genuinely didn't change that much based on what I said. So this is why I don't like doing reviews, because if you don't change the things that I think you should have changed, I immediately want to say, why the fuck did you send it back to me? What do you want? What do you want from me? And I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I'm going to tell you what I said before. This should be a charged-based item, okay? Whatever this mechanic is, if you have 10 pins, 15 pins, you can summon them and they make a bubble around you. Where do they go in a circle? How do you determine how far away they are from each other? How much space do they take? Like, what the fuck does it mean for them to be in a circle? If a creature is standing next to the circle and you detonate the pins, how much damage do they take? Because they're definitely not next to the full circle. They're just next to part of the circle. So how many pins fit into that 5-foot square adjacent to the creature? You're getting into a lot of complicated bullshit because you're making this too complicated because you didn't listen to my advice. So get rid of the idea of it's multiple pins and you're keeping track of where they are and they're all over the place. Drop that shit. Stop it. You want to make a magic quiver that you can shoot pins out of and you can make things explode? Great. Do that. Say you can have a maximum of 5 pins out at a time. Period. Leave it at that. But they are thrown things, and once they're thrown, they're stuck to the place, and then they explode. If you want to do some extra thing where you can make them around you and explode, builds is a new feature. Say, you can expend all 4 charges and create a spiral of fucking pins around you. They all explode. Creatures within 5 feet of you take 3d6 force damage, etc. Make it something that you don't have to keep track of all of the pins, which was the main piece of feedback I gave you last time. And it seems like it's the main piece of feedback that you didn't listen to. So turn these things into abilities. The whole point of making it so you're not keeping track of the pins is so that you can think about, what does this feel like? What do I want this to feel like? It seems like this is you want to make it feel like an explosion around you. If you want this to be an explosion around you, what does an explosion around you do? Well, it deals damage in a radius, probably with a dex save. So that's what you do. You make this a dexterity saving throw, and make all creatures around you take a certain amount of damage, maybe around the amount of charges you expended to blow it up. This one, I don't know what the fuck you're trying to do with this, so I just say no to this piece. Is this like you can instantly hit one person to do like 5d6 or however much damage? I guess you could do that, but again, I would probably make it a different sort of thing, and I would say you can do a special attack where you expend all your charges and target one creature, and they take blank damage, 1d6 or 1d8 damage for every charge expended. Something like that. But you need to drop this mechanic. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And I'm sorry if this is a harsher version than I normally am with reviewing, but this is what it becomes when I do a re-review, which is why I don't like doing them. Because I just get frustrated that it seems like you ignored the main piece of feedback I had. And this is not specifically to you, Zionist. Every fucking person does this. They only listen to the part they want to listen to, which is, to be fair, that is what I tell you to do. I tell you to only listen to the part you want to listen to. But if you're only listening to the part you want to listen to, there's no reason to show it to me again, because my feelings about it aren't going to change. I'm still going to feel the way I felt about it before. It doesn't matter if I like it or not. What matters is if you like it. So if you're like, I really like these pins, and I really think it's cool to have 15 pins that you can sort of manipulate and swing around and make these different traps and do these things and have it all be specifically tied to how many pins there are. If you think that's awesome, then please make it, because what matters so much more than me liking it is you liking it. But you know I don't fucking like it like that. So why would you send it to me like that again? That's why I don't like doing these re-reviews, because it doesn't make sense for me to look at a piece that you wrote again unless you listened to every single fucking piece of feedback I said, which I think is unreasonable for me to ask of you, and I don't think it's healthy for me to ask of you either, because my opinion doesn't matter as much as your opinion when it comes to your homebrew. Does that make sense? That's why I don't like doing reviews. Because I end up just repeating myself and getting frustrated. Okay? Okay. I'm sorry I just yelled for like 10 minutes. That being said, let us please give our dear Xenius a big brains of applause. Brains. Thank you for sharing, even though I did just yell. I hope that you can accept my feedback and understand why I had a hard time giving more unique feedback, because I mostly had the same feedback to give again. Brains. But yes, for anybody watching and for future people, the reason why I don't like doing re-reviews is because I want to be able to give you my feedback, and I want you to not feel compelled to listen to it. And if I do a re-review, then I feel like it makes you more compelled to listen to my feedback, because if you don't listen to my feedback, I'm just going to yell at you about it. And I don't want to have to do that. All right. Thank you very much, good sir. Very, very much. Oof, magoof. We did it. We got through the whole wheel. Who would have thought? Oh my God. I'm tired. Oh, I'm tired. What did you ask me? Somebody asked me a question. Let's see. Not related to homebrew. How would you go about making a paladin that doesn't worship gods? I don't think paladins don't actually need to worship gods. Paladins can worship. Paladins can just believe in their ideology. They can just believe in what they want to believe in. There literally are paladins that have nothing to do with gods. There's the oath of the crown, where you make an oath to a kingdom or a nation, for example. You can do whatever you want with it. All right, guys. We are going to wrap things up, though I am a tired guy. But we will be back on Sunday. For more homebrew reviewing. And I want to say thank you to everyone who submitted. Thank you for everybody who donated tonight. Tradosio, Dylan, thank you for the subs. We had Rex and Baba. Thank you for the donos. We got Saucer Bomb with their 3-month membership. Very exciting. And we will be back on Sunday. And I will be making some announcements this weekend or next week about some changes to be coming to stream. But honestly, I think you guys could probably guess what those changes are if you read between the lines and combined some conversations that we had on stream. I think you can I read the writing on the wall. But anyway, you are absolutely wonderful. Have a really, really good night. Take care of yourself. Don't forget to feed your pets. And I shall see you on Sunday. So, be good. And I love you. And good night.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be would everything we built just turn to broken leaves. I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door, never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like it scares me? What do we do with all the possibilities? We don't think about it. We don't think about it. We just fall into each other's arms, and we laugh and we cry, we dry each other's eyes, but we don't talk about it.